Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? Are we live? We're here? Hey! There we go. Alright. Yeah, a little bit late, a little bit late. Just a tad, just a tad. He hates us? Alright. Double music? Is it still doubled? Hold on, let me just check. Is the BGM working? Is it only... There's only one of it, right? Yeah, it's working? Alright, okay, excellent. I don't know why that little Discord overlay is still going after the last collab that I did. I don't know how to turn that off, so hold on. Mercurius, thank you for the gift of membership. Saint Zul, welcome to being a Footstool. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Let me just... Apologies for the scuff. Let me just see real quick if there's some way for me to get rid of that. Remove the browser source. Okay. I don't think it's going to block anything on the slides, but we'll see. I suppose we will see. Alright. Oh, Jeff beat the tummy hort? Oh yeah, I need to unpin the message. Alright, there we go. Works, it's fine now? It's working? Alright. He lacks technical knowledge. Yeah, prevail over Tommy? Of course, of course. Hold on. Alright. I think... Alright, that should be everything. Hopefully for this stream, my internet doesn't do something silly halfway through. Is that why the stream got delayed by an hour? Not quite, no. There was a bit of Tommy Hort as well. Tommy Hort strain? Master N, yeah. I'll probably end up touching on that at some point after the planned yapping portion of the stream. He had to go on a crusade in his bathroom. Don't phrase it like that. I'll be flitting back and forth between members only stream and this one. Fair enough, Mercurius, fair enough. Oh yeah, Vice made an article about Pecora and... oh yeah, no, I saw. New law gave armchair food poisoning. Yeah, because she just can't cook. She can't cook. As is evident when you take a look at some of her videos. Gentlemen, gotta go to bed now, but I'll tune in the morning. No problem, Adam. No problem. I hope you enjoy the VOD. Or, depending on how long you sleep, and depending on how long the stream takes, there's a chance that I might still be live, but who knows. Didn't know chairs had to... We keep that one a secret, Alpaca. We keep that one a secret. Porcelain Holy War. Kojima, I kneel, putting his Oshi in the game. That is unfathomably based, yeah. Please don't jinx it. I mean, you were indeed fighting demons. If not... True. I guess that does count as going on a crusade. Senor Tortillas, thank you for being a member for 8 months. Holy shit, that's one old Footstool. Hello, armchair. Hopefully no scuff this time. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Do not give traffic device. Yeah, don't worry. The article, you're not missing out on anything by reading through the article. It's just basic surface level stuff. Stuff that you could probably scrape by just chat GPTing like 10 other articles about that. Pecora's in the game. Who is Kojima's Oshi? Pecora. I'm pretty sure Pecora is his Oshi. Gabriel, thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months. When more characters for a member message, 50 small. Ooh. Is there a function that I can use to enable more characters? I'll take another look at that in the YouTube studio after the stream. Yugure, thank you for being a Footstool for 5 months. There will be scuff. Unfortunately, I think you might be right. Kojima and VTubing, what a combo. Amen, brother. Amen. That's what she said. I won't lie. When I was putting together this stream, sometimes when you're doing research on a bit of an old topic, you wander through the archives of, you know, all of the Twitter arguments and all of the vocalizations of beef and grievance, etc., etc. And it's like walking through the remains of a war zone sometimes. And that's how I felt when I was going through the Lollipop stuff again, because holy, was that an absolute shitstorm. Other news, there was a bit of hubbub surrounding... That's not really something that I was planning on talking about, no. Kojima started watching Pecora during her MGS3 playthrough, which is funnily enough where the Oh Gay Rat meme originated as well. I didn't know that. It's a fun bit of trivia. I watched Cinder stream to the end. Let me tell you, there are people I started to dislike in there. It wasn't Cinder Red. Yeah. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Like I said. Not... How do I say this? There are a few hills that people have chosen to die on when it comes to some aspects of the Cinder situation that I'm not quite... I don't quite understand, to be frank. One of those hills is the idea that, like I said in the stream, that Nanolus was, you know, a victim. Pecora's MGS Saga stream is what got me into HoloLive. Oh, okay. Yugure, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships with the 10 new footstools. Hope you enjoyed those emotes. Alright. We might get started. This is a topic that... How do I say? So for those who watched the last stream that I did with Murray, there was a section in that stream where I was considering how do I explain using... How do I put into words the mechanics of how drama tubing or content creator v content creator feuds actually works. And I came to the conclusion that in order to put that into form, into a concrete explanation, I'm going to have to risk sounding like a little bit of a sociopath, perhaps. But again, the idea's a little rudimental. I have tried my best to put it into, you know, pictures, words, whatever. But one of the things that I want to emphasize is when I outline how things work in terms of underlying dynamics and incentives, I'm identifying a function. And when I identify a function, that is not an endorsement, nor is it a denouncement. It is simply a statement of observable facts. So, with that being said, let me just switch over to the slides. Alright. So, geez, how I have many words I can say about Kat, very few of them are kind. Much the same here after taking the time to go through some of the other stuff that she's been involved in. So, as per usual, when we're going through a stream such as this, few disclaimers. First, as always, do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during the stream in any way, shape, or form. If I see anybody from this stream doing so, I will ban you. That is just how it works. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and is thus protected under fair use. Third, all information / material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or publicly addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available / traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. And finally, I'll be narrating everything on screen, so if there's something that's a little small in terms of the way that it appears, don't worry, I'll likely be reading it out, and even if I don't, I'll be uploading the slides for this stream onto my personal Patreon, link in description, where if you sign up as a free member, don't need to pay anything, you get access to the slides for this stream, as well as all of my previous streams as well. So, to properly understand some of the issues that people have with Katliente, yeah, the fact that there are Twitch partners backing her up is crazy. Yeah, although I do think that that's just more Twitch partners having a tendency to close ranks around one another than any sort of merit to her or detriment to them, I suppose. But to give you an idea of why people have an issue with Kat, and to outline the thing that brought her onto my radar, first and foremost, we're going to have to go back to about halfway through last year, specifically to July 21st, 2024, when Katliente released a video titled "This Lolly VTuber Group Started a Hate Campaign Against Another VTuber." Now, this was a video that attempted to document a public dispute between two main actors, Niyumi, a Twitter account by the name of Niyumi, and a quartet of lolly content creators who called themselves the Lollipop Girls. Now, to retell this situation the way that Kat did in her video, on July 3rd, Niyumi put out the following tweet. Quote, "I'm a throw up. Y'all can't tell me that lollytubers," censored in Twitter speak, "don't know what they be doing. Quote unquote, petite woman, my ass. Y'all are weird." And she included a cropped screenshot of another content creator saying in a tweet, "Do you like barely legal lolly tummy like me?" And she then replied to her own tweet by saying, "Anyways, I blocked that entire lollytuber group. I will not be posting ads because I don't do free promotion." Now, granted, there is an element of who asked. However, Twitter's a public platform. You can say whatever you like. And so this on its own seemed to be pretty innocuous. Then, on July 4th, the next day over, two of the members of this VTuber group, two members of the Lollipop Girls, went to their personal Discords and started organizing a mass report campaign. Bambi Haze, message sent by Tiny Nymphet Babu, deleted in letters. At Cola G-Sans, "I'm going public about this because my puffs are too. Report this fucking lowlife whores. Harass them, report them, force them to graduate. I don't fucking care. I want them gone." And then she linked to a bunch of different Twitter profiles, including Nayumi's and one by the name of Bunny X Bunny. "If you want to help me and the other girls, please report any negative comments or quote tweets on our page." And then links to the Lollipop Girls page. And then on top of that, there was also another member who posted in her Discord saying, "Guys, thank you so much for helping us so far. It looks like Twitter took action against one of the accounts harassing us. If you could all also email advancedgg at info@advanced.gg and contact Space Panda Delta and let them know that @Niyumi has been leading a cyberbullying hate campaign and enticing harassment on Twitter and Discord, as she's partnered with them as well." Yeah, or not a good look. Generally speaking, if you go onto if you go into a community space, you call for people to go mass report, you actually say, "Go harass them, I don't care." Very ill-advised. Probably should never do that. And also, on top of that, going after somebody's sponsors is cringe, regardless. So telling people to go out of their way, email advanced GG because of that, again, pretty unsympathetic behavior. And so, on the same day, two of the accounts that were listed in the Discord post by Bambi Hayes had their Twitter accounts suspended. The next day, Niyumi's had hers suspended as well. However, that suspension only lasted a single day, after which Niyumi came back and said, "Hi, sorry y'all, I literally couldn't say anything. I'm okay. I'm not trying to commit fly, and I'm not quote-unquote graduating. Partnership clarity. I don't know when the assumption started that I had officially been dropped from my partnerships, but it was never officially stated by me. Advanced is amazing. I love them so much. My managers have been watching everything, even before I had informed them. They are beautiful beings, and if anything, I give them nothing but praise for how they are handling their side of this situation." Now, just going off of this retelling of events, I think it's pretty safe to say that you can understand why a lot of people viewed this the first time and went, yeah, okay, that group of lolly-tubers, the Lollipuff Girls, they seem like a bunch of jerks. However, tiny problem. This wasn't a complete retelling of what had actually transpired. When you look through the way that Katliente presented this information, there were a few things that kind of stuck out about the way that the video was composed and the way that the situation was framed. For example, between 56 seconds and 14 minutes 42 seconds, for that entire period of time, Katliente spends that portion of the video attempting, quite poorly, to define the terms lolly, lolicon, and, more importantly, throughout that entire duration, reiterates and keeps expressing her personal discomfort at the content genre. Now that, on its own, would be fine. If you don't like lolly content, I know I don't, it's perfectly alright if you want to verbalize it. However, on top of that, what she also did was make very clear to her audience her disgust for the Lollipuff's participation in the content genre, as well as them as creators on a personal level. She also characterizes NSFW lolly content produced by Lollipuffs as pedobait, and states this outright multiple times. So, the video itself is 27 minutes 38 seconds. This is about half of its runtime, and right off the bat. If you spend that much time basically characterizing what these girls are doing as pedobait, what you're essentially going to do, whether you intend for that to happen or not, is prime your audience to automatically view them as villains. There was another thing though as well. Throughout the entire video, there was one point that Katliente kept harping on, and that was this. She kept going on and on about a very specific characterization of this tweet, right? I'ma throw up, y'all can't tell me that lollytubers don't know what what they be doing, petite woman my ass, y'all are weird, along with this cropped screenshot. Now I don't know about you, but to me, I think it's quite clear that you can still make out what the username behind that tweet is, even though it has, quote-unquote, been cropped. And the thing that Katliente keeps trying to reiterate about this is that, supposedly, one, this entire response by the Lollipuff Girls was all over a disagreement in opinion over one tweet. She keeps saying that. One tweet. It was just one tweet, and then they blew it out of proportion by mobilizing and weaponizing their audiences. And two, that this was a tweet that was censored properly. For example, at 15 minutes 26 seconds, Katliente states, quote, "All this for a disagreement in opinion. All of this started because Niyumi made one tweet with a screenshot of Riri, one of the members of the Lollipuff Girls, stating, quote, 'Do you like barely legal lolly tummy?' At which point, Kat retches on video. It's just one script. One tweet, one screenshot, with the name censored, and this started an entire hate/smear campaign that the Lollipops group is sending against all of these creators. I think that should say Lollipuffs. Hold on. Sorry, give me a second to just correct that. The Lollipop group is sending against all of these creators. For what? Not liking lollies? Not liking people who are feeding into child-enjoying content and creating that stuff? So, again, the situation is being framed in a very specific manner. Their response is disproportional because their response was earned by one tweet / a disagreement in opinion. At 22 minutes 8 seconds, however, Katliente then also doubles down by saying something that I really want to point out. This entire time, Niyumi... Chairman still got Cinder stuff on the brain with the girly pop. That might be it. Although that was also autocorrect. So this entire time, Niyumi has been censoring everybody's names. They could have name dropped. They chose not to avoid sending harassment to them. These lolly creators are just actively, over and over and over again, trying to send harassment towards Niyumi for one tweet. Again, really emphasizing, this was all over one tweet, and that one tweet was censored properly. Now, this is Katliente's idea of proper censoring. I want you to put a pin in that, because that will become morbidly ironic later on in this stream. Now, from these little bits alone, you could kind of get the idea that maybe something wasn't really adding up in terms of the framing of the video. Yes, what the Lollipop Girls did was 100% condemnable and unsympathetic, but at the same time, this framing of things seems off. And the very next day, July 22nd, the Lollipop Girls themselves would end up posting a formal response to it in the form of yet another Google Doc. It opens with the following. Disclaimer. This document is only to address the following false claims, derogatory remarks on the members, cyberbullying, kink shaming, body shaming, child endangerment, and hateful harassment. Please do not send the following towards the named individuals in this doc: harassment, witch hunts, doxing, and racism. Harassment is never okay, no matter what race you are, what your opinion of a group of individuals are, and between what both parties have and did not do. If you are ever feeling suicidal or notice a child that could be in danger, please contact these lines. Then they link to a bunch of suicide hotlines or child help, national services hotlines. Adult depictions of lollies are not illegal. Please understand. Our group only has members that are adult lollies. We are a fictional black and mixed group of anime girls that stream on the internet. Our characters are not real, but are in fact of age. And then they include a definition of the word lolly. Lollies can be anyone with a youthful body type and structure, even adults. And also with a little amendment saying the document will be revised on the 24th of July, since they've learned more info, want to be as accurate as possible. And this document introduced quite a bit of missing context that was absent from Katliente's retelling of events. See, remember that claim that this was all over one tweet? Turns out that wasn't quite true, because in the tweet thread that Niyumi made, you had people replying saying, "I wanna block and report them though. So maybe DM them to me, because it quite honestly disgusts me that there are people like this." To which Niyumi replies, "I got you." On top of that, one of the other accounts that they listed, if I remember correctly, that Bambi listed for asking her followers to report them for harassment, Bunny X Bunny, released a post saying, "This is the artists and two of the riggers that I found that worked on the Toddler Cons models," referring to the Lollipop Girls. "Personally, if you were okay either way making a child model / rigging it, you're just as bad," and including screenshots of the model artists and riggers for two of the riggers for the Lollipop Girls. Now, I don't know about you, but when you say something like that on Twitter and you include a specific way of finding a specific profile, that maybe, just maybe, could be interpreted as inciting harassment. On top of that, Bunny X Bunny also was reposting posts made by other people, such as DEX Son D Ryota, who were saying, "Get rid of these N-words now," to which included a screenshot of the Lollipop Girls. And then, on top of that, around the same time period, Bunny X Bunny tweeting out, "We stay winning, guys," while posting that the Lollipop official Twitter account had blocked them. And then Naomi replies saying, "I'm so jealous," before later following up with, "Never mind, we're up right now," because she had also been blocked after doing that. So, yeah, Evo, this is textbook inciting mob justice. To give a point of clarification that was also offered in the document that the Lollipop Girls released, in spite of the fact that this person had replied to Naomi saying, "Give me their users, I want to block and report them," it turns out that apparently, according to Naomi and the screenshots posted by her, sent by her to one of the Lollipop Girls later on, Lil Re-Recore, who had a conversation with her after this whole shit show went down with Katliente. They didn't actually go through with reporting the account. They just took the usernames and blocked it, as confirmed in this screenshot of the conversation, where this person presumably says, "Thanks, they don't belong in a place like this at all," to which Naomi responds, "Hi, I wanted to ask if you had actually reported the Lollipop Twitter account. I am being told that I sent you, and others, to harass and or report them rather than block, so I just wanted to know." To which the person then replies by saying, "I didn't, just blocked and muted. I did consider it though." Now, in fairness to Naomi, in this particular case, there is evidence for the fact that some of the people, at least, only blocked and muted them, not outright reported them. However, that being said, if you do things like this, you've just de facto promoted yourself to becoming the face of whatever deplatforming ends up happening thereafter. And you can't even blame people for having that interpretation, because that is most certainly what it looks like when someone replies to one of your posts, essentially trying to incite, like Evo said, mob justice, with, "I want to block and report them," and then you reply with, "I got you." There aren't a lot of other ways you can interpret that exchange. Lumi, the artist and rigger, both did work for my cute and funny model. Both are perfect and lovely people. Exactly. And again, implying in some way that they are pedophiles or adjacent is very much designed to incite other people to go out of their way and make their lives difficult. Now, the other thing is that when the two members of the Lollipop Girls made those posts in their Discords, Bambi Hayes and I believe this is Lullaby, this wasn't actually out of nowhere, and this wasn't actually in response to that tweet made by Naomi. This was in response to the fact that on the very same day, one of the four members, Lullaby, had had their Twitter account suspended. And only after that account was suspended did they resort to doing this in their Discords. Now, again, I want to make it clear, this is not behavior that was advisable in any way, shape, or form. However, while you can say that their behavior was aggressive, I don't think it's fair to say that they were the aggressors, because in this particular case, yes, it was ill-advised retaliation, but it was retaliation for the fact that one of them had already been deplatformed. On top of that, this wasn't the only message that they ended up putting out to their fans in their Discords either, because Lullaby would end up putting out another message that states, quote, "At
Parapals. I didn't want to do this, but I have no choice. The Lollipuffs and I have been going through a lot of targeted harassment by aunties since yesterday. My account was spam reported and taken down, so I'm asking you guys to please help me get my account back by contacting Twitter support and saying that I was wrongfully suspended through their contact us section and go to, quote, appeal suspended account, end quote. It would mean the actual world to me. I feel like I'm gonna cry. Streaming is the only thing I have. I don't know what I'll do without it. And also, please report these main people who have been sending waves of harassment towards our pages. And then to which she links Niyumi and Bunny X Bunny. Now, if you are asking people to report these two accounts for harassment, the thing is, given tweets like this that predate it, I would make the argument that yes, mobilizing your audience is unethical, but in these two cases, you could very much make the argument that this was indeed targeted harassment. And on top of that, there were also other members of the Lollipuff Girls who ended up making community posts in their Discord or on Twitter as well. For example, Momo. My dear Fwuffs, due to the current situation, Lullaby Lolita, our fellow Lollipuff, her Twitter account has been suspended, which we believe is from the harassment we've been receiving from the past day. Please help by contacting Twitter help and spreading the word on Twitter. This has been too much. We are just minding our business and being cute and funny. Your support means so much to us. Anything helps. Oh, Urbano, hope you enjoy the VOD. No problem at all. And the final member, Rerecore, saying, Bro, I'm too pregnant for this cyberbully stuff. If you don't like that I'm into age play and that I'm a lolly, that I'm barely legal, literally that I am a young, barely legal adult Lamau, to which, again, the added context in the document is that she is 20, or that I am a little, block me. I don't care about your witch hunts or none of that harassment. So, adding a pregnant woman to the list of people harassed, not exactly a great look for the people doing the harassing. On top of that, as well, funny little tidbit, it turns out that little section where Niyumi was saying, I don't know where the assumption that I've been dropped from Advanced GG came from. Turns out, there's a decent chance that the assumption didn't come from Niyumi herself, her account deactivation, or from the Lollipuff Girls, but actually from someone who we have recently become quite acquainted with and who's currently dying on the hill on Twitter of the idea that children can consent. Nyara VT, who stated, quote, Hope at Advanced GG knows one of their partners is being harassed for calling out a group of VTubers who sexualizes children's bodies, and the emails they're getting is from a community of freaks and criminals. So at Niyumi lost her partnership for calling out a toxic group full of pedos. Oh, how the turntables. Because at Advanced GG doesn't care about their partners and doesn't have their back. It hurts to see criminals win because they abuse their platform instead of sitting in jail for spreading CP. So that when I was looking through this, that was a bit of a how do I say, a familiar face that I wasn't expecting to see. Now, given all of this additional context that was left out from the video, upon reading through the response document that was posted by the Lollipuff Girls, it became very obvious very quickly that the video does not actually hold up under scrutiny as some sort of attempt at honest reporting. There very much was crucial context from the situation that was, I would argue, deliberately omitted, given how easy it would have been to find since everything was just in the form of public Twitter posts. Now, this isn't where it would end though, because July 22nd, day after Katliente posted the video, Antiism on Twitter would end up posting a clip of a subsequent live stream that she did after posting the video, where she addresses some of the blowback that she's been getting for the way that she covered the Lollipuff situation. Quote, "Your video got 2 VTubers suspended in a single day due to misinformation, and this is what you say in your stream?" Now, we haven't even gotten into Twitter Spaces? Yeah. So, I'm just going to play the clip. And again, we'll see why this particular response does not bode well for the doing this out of a sense of justice angle that Kat tried to go with under the assumption that Niumi was being unfairly attacked by a group of lolly-tubers. Hold on, let me just mute the stream music for a little bit. Alright, there we go.
Gio, I've been lurking for a while, and I don't know if you mentioned this yet. I have.
Alright, is the audio working? Can you guys hear that? Is that alright? She's got a Piplup Squishmallow too? Yeah. Is this the famous? Yes, it is, Jeriaki. Yes, it is. Worked? Alright, excellent.
I haven't talked about the Lollipuff stuff. I will not talk about it on stream because I'm probably going to make a second video about it. But my Twitch will get banned if I talk about it on stream due to how sensitive the topics are. So I'm going to record it off stream. Didn't know if you mentioned, but worried with all the people that are with the Lollipuff group or organizing a mass report raid. Yeah, what are they going to do? Mass report me? Nice try. I've already... Look, I'm going to be fully honest, and this is going to be mean. They're not big enough to put a dent in me, to be honest, okay? I've already called out Gideon, and I had the entirety of Gideon's Stan fan base mass report me. So... that their little lolly accounts is not gonna put a dent into me. Okay.
Now, I don't think I need to say why they're not big enough to put a dent in me is not exactly the best thing to be remembered for when it comes to the way that you defend your coverage of a situation. However, to be charitable to Kat, the context surrounding this, I can maybe see how that could be... I could maybe see how she could make an argument that this isn't primarily a dig at their size, but more the idea that she has already been targeted by mass reporting coming from a larger content creator that she previously covered, Gideon, and her channel has been fine. So there's that, and also the fact that since, according to the way that she presented the story, the Lollipuff girls have shown precedent behavior that they are willing to weaponize their audiences, so I can maybe understand why she would bring it up in the first place. That being said, though, that little section at the end, this...
Stan fan base mass report me. So... that their little lolly accounts is not gonna put a dent into me.
Make no mistake, the contempt may not originate out of the disparity in numbers, but there is certainly contempt there in that statement. Now, for a while, no more news would emerge out of this. No one would talk about it. Nothing seemed to have happened. Katliente would not acknowledge that other people were blowing back more significantly besides this particular live stream. Although this clip from Auntie did gain a lot of attention, 1.3 million views on Twitter, there was no further follow-up to this situation. Until August 5th, when another creator, presumably a Twitch streamer, by the name of self-titled or Ty, would make the following quote tweet from Auntie's clip. It's quote, "Hey, Katliente, your video is lagging behind your audio." Okay, I think that's from the clip itself. So, I think it should be alright here. Quote, "Hey, Katliente, can you please address this? Been following for a while and applied for Creator Royale 1 and 2, so I'm very disappointed by this response. You built your platform on supporting small creators, but when called out by small creators, you say, womp womp?" And then following this, she would include 2 updates. Update, she DM'd me some clarification regarding this issue. I'll be honest, accidentally getting involved in VTuber drama and getting a DM from Kat was not on my 2024 bingo. And as for what she likely DM'd her, the quote-unquote clarification, we would get to see this the very next day when Katliente would put out a tweet stating about the Lollipuff drama and clips of me circulating with, again, another Google Docie titled About the Lollipuffs Drama. We are going to read through this document because both out of, fairness, hearing her response to the situation in her own words, but also because there are a few things about this document that are interesting to note as a defense of the coverage. Hold on, let me see if this comes across correctly. Alright, yeah, that looks fine, Does it look better if I do this? Okay, hold on. Let me... Oh, okay, it doesn't really make much of a difference. Alright, I'll just go back to this. Alright. Apologies for the flashbang. If you're watching this, turn down the brightness or something. I'm using an archive, so that's I don't know if I can change the way that it comes across on an archive. But about the Lollipuffs, now known as Gaki Puffs drama, I firstly want to say that I did not want to make a follow-up to this, as I didn't want to bring this drama back into circulation. I do not think continuing to talk about this situation will bring any good towards those involved. However, people have been asking me to make a statement on some clips that have been circulating. So, I will do that, as my silence is making people assume things I deem untrue. Does Google Docs even support dark mode? To my knowledge it does, but since this is an archive, I'm not sure if I could've. So, first thing. She claims, I did not want to continue talking about the situation and will bring any goodwill. I did not want to continue talking about this because it would bring the drama back up, right? And now that there are clips circulating, people have been making assumptions about me that aren't true, etc, etc, etc. And that's why she is only talking about it now. Little bit of a problem, though. The clips that have been circulating about her are about a month old. Well, not a month, but about 1 or 2 weeks old at this point. So, it has been circulating for a while. People were already making assumptions about her. And, well, saying that she didn't want to bring the drama back into circulation, she brought the drama up to begin with, so that argument doesn't quite work. However, there's one other thing. If people were already making assumptions about her, based off of the clips that were circulating on Twitter, presumably she's referring to the clips that were posted by Auntie, what has changed now? Because those clips are still in circulation. People were already making those assumptions. The only thing that seems to have changed is that now somebody else was doing a call out who seems to actually be part of her usual audience. To go on, I am, again, one person, so this will be written from my perspective. There will be biases, but I am trying to write this as objectively as I possibly can. Yeah, Ayane, that's a good point. She dug it up from the grave to begin with. All of the things that transpired between Niyumi and the Lollipop Girls happened at the beginning of July. Her video was only posted at the end of July, so the actual posting of the video was, in and of itself, already necroing that old drama. Quote, as will be mentioned below, names will be censored. This, at the end of the day, is for me to clarify clips of myself that have been circulating, and I will only provide information about others as I see necessary to provide what I deem to be sufficient context. I really do not want to involve anyone else more than this. Summary of what happened. Here is a very brief summary of what happened, again from my understanding of things, and then I will go into the points and rebuttals below. If you've seen my YouTube video already, then this will likely add old news to you. So, to clarify, the purpose of this document is not an apology document. It is a rebuttal document, a clarification document, a response to the criticisms and assumptions that are being levied against her in this particular scenario. I again truly don't want to stir up drama again, and much of what I write about below are now from tweets that were deleted. To respect both sides and creators that mention that they no longer want to be involved in this drama, I will leave out as many names as possible to try and keep peace with them. I again did not really want to write this statement, so please don't take my lack of including names as trying to downplay anything. I really just do not want to cause any more drama towards other people involved here. From my understanding of what transpired, a few VTubers had made tweets stating lolly content makes them uncomfortable around June 30th. A VTuber then made a post showing a tweet one of the Lollipuff VTubers made, stating that makes them feel uncomfortable. In the tweet, the Lollipuff member's name was cropped off. Again, remember that tweet where Niyumi included that cropped off picture of Riri's tweet about lolly tummy? Again, that's Katliente's idea of cropping off a name. The Lollipuffs were upset with these posts, so the cropped tweet being the final straw. The Lollipuffs then mobilized their Discord to mass report these 5 VTubers making subtweets, successfully getting 2 banned. Now, whether you can call a screenshot of an account name being included in your tweets a subtweet is a debate for another day, but I think referring to it as a subtweet is taking a few things for granted. They then told their Discord to start emailing one of the VTuber's partnerships trying to impact her income, the VTuber with the cropped tweet. That was my understanding at the time of the stream on July 8th of the events that transpired. So, he's adding a little bit more context to the timeline of events surrounding her coverage. These things all transpired between July 3rd and 4th, and her live stream talking about it happened about 4 days later on July 8th, with the video only being posted about 2 weeks later on July 22nd. July 21st. Since then, on around July 19th, the Lollipuffs, now named Gaki Puffs, put out a document with their side that you can read here for their perspective, to which she links the response document that the Lollipuff Girls published. And then she gets into rebutting against the points and the accusations that have been leveled against her in between when she posted the video and the days following. Quote, points that were made. 1. That I did not make an effort to see their side. The stream where I discussed this situation happened July 8th. At the time, all of their accounts were protected, and the main Lollipuffs page had blocked me. I couldn't directly access their pages to see their sides. I, however, came across a Google Drive with screenshots of posts they made and with screen recordings of their pages. Instead, used that to see any posts they've made. They claimed I also did not read their doc to see their side. Their document was released July 19th, if I remember correctly, and my stream had already happened about 11 days prior to that. And the video is cut from the stream. The video was finished with edits on July 17th, prior to the document coming out. I should have clarified in my YouTube video that the coverage was limited to everything that happened on or prior to July 8th. Can anyone see a little bit of a problem with that justification of, I could not do sufficient research, I could not do due diligence, because at the time, all of their accounts were protected, and I had been blocked? Yeah, apple cider. She could have just made another account to see their side. It's not that hard. Exactly. But there's something else as well, on top of that. Something about the context that she chose to omit from the video that it's not quite excused using this justification. I'm sorry, Chairman, I tried to be as neutral and unbiased as possible, but she made it really hard for me to do so. Oh, she's made it hard for a lot of people to give her the benefit of the doubt, don't you worry. Why were you blocked? Yes, but there's something else. You shouldn't be posting videos weeks after something happens either. I think there's an argument to be made that if you are trying to do a retrospective on things, that's perfectly fine. However, the problem was the context that she was missing, the context that was provided by the Lollipuff Girls in their document, the context that predates her stream talking about the subject, all came from accounts that weren't the Lollipuff Girls. You know, that the tweet replies where people were saying, I want to block and report them under that initial tweet, that quote-unquote one single tweet by Naomi, to which Naomi responds with, yeah, I got you, presumably then afterwards handing over their account names in DMs, as well as the previous tweets made by accounts such as BunnyXBunny that were explicitly calling for harassment against the model artists and riggers for the Lollipop Girls. None of them had blocked Kat, so there was no reason why Katliente couldn't do a little bit more background research, even something as simple as expanding the tweet thread from Naomi's initial tweet and seeing why, perhaps, the Lollipop Girls had responded in such a drastic manner. In other words, I couldn't do my due diligence. That was information I didn't have access to because the Lollipop Girls blocked me does not work as an excuse in this case. Because again, the information that was omitted did not come from the Lollipop Girls, nor their affiliated accounts. Second, that I stirred up old drama. The stream happened July 8th, and the video went up July 20th. Due to the sensitive nature of the topic, it had to be intensely edited to censor a lot of what was said, which is why it went up 2 weeks later. I had to send it back to my editor for a second round of edits, which I normally don't have to do, due to them needing even more censorship. In posting the video, my intention was not to stir up old drama, but to defend the main VTuber on the receiving end of the campaign from Lollipops. Again, no acknowledgement of the fact that in this particular situation, the original, the main VTuber, so to speak, was one of the people who were the aggressors in this scenario. But on top of that, this is not even a rebuttal to the accusation. This is an excuse, a justification, an attempt to contextualize it in a manner that does not refute it, but makes it more acceptable. The accusation is that she stirred up old drama. Her response is essentially, it was posted later because it needed more censorship. That doesn't refute the accusation, though. That just explains why the accusation is true, with a little bit more of an amenable reason, perhaps, from your perspective, but that is still, nonetheless, a justification, not a refutation. Curious thing for the gifted membership. Kat only covers things she's handed. So if someone wants a certain narrative push, they would go to Kat. Oh no, we're going to get to that in a bit. Don't you worry, Lumi, because that is very much a conclusion that I reached as well. So, the third accusation, that I allegedly reported the VTubers to the FBI. There's a screenshot going around from my stream where it looks like I reported them to the FBI. I did not. Like I mentioned in point 1, I used a Google Drive put together by a Twitter user I will not name to avoid any hate potentially being sent their way. That user had actually reported them, and the screenshot was one of the photos in the drive. I just opened it on stream and was clipped to look like I did the reporting. Does anyone understand why this refutation should probably make you more concerned rather than less concerned at the quality of Katliente's supposed reporting? Dokubet situation made Kat look so bad? Yes. And again, we'll get to that later on in the stream. Lumi pre-watched? I mean, to be fair, if you've been keeping up with what Katliente has been doing, which, again, Under the Tea certainly has, a lot of this will not come as a surprise. It means people actually did report them to the FBI? Yes, that is textbook harassment. But on top of that, this is what she used to make the video. This is her source. Somebody who, in the very compilation of materials that she's working off of, has included proof of them sending essentially an unwarranted report to the FBI over a bunch of lollies. And yet, in spite of this, she saw no issue with this and continued to use that as a source. So again, not really. Yes, it is a refutation to that specific claim, but the refutation, if you're actually paying attention, does far more damage to her brand than it saves. 4. There's a clip circulating where it sounds like I'm making fun of smaller creators, to which she links Auntie's tweet. Quote, I will admit my tone sounds very dismissive here, and I apologize for that. I always have trouble with sounding too blunt, and I will work harder to improve my tone so my intent comes across better. For full context, this clip was in response to my chat being worried I'll be cancelled for the video about lollipuffs. I wanted to reassure my community I'd be fine and stated that I had already had the entirety of Gideon's fanbase, another big Twitch streamer by the way, come after me in the past for saying he was in the wrong for hate raiding Pokimane. So I had used Gideon as a comparison, stating that his fanbase wasn't able to deplatform me and that they shouldn't worry for my sake. My full intention was to reassure my community I'd be fine for them to stop worrying, but I acknowledge the way I said it comes across as me being dismissive towards smaller creators, which isn't my intention whatsoever. I will work on improving my wording so my intention comes across in the future. I want you guys to put a pin in that as well. File that away in the back of your mind, that Kat has promised in this response, this rebuttal to people's assessment of her and her character, that one of the things she is committed to is improving her wording going into the future. I do not think I am quote-unquote better than anyone due to having a bigger number next to my profile photo. I still vividly remember what it feels like to be a small creator trying to make it my OG viewers the first raids I've ever gotten. Also, I want to clarify, there was a creator who made a post about me regarding this specific clip that I clarified with in DMs, and I want to further add that I in no way am upset with that person whatsoever for that tweet. I believe in keeping all the cards on the table. There was the assumption that since I didn't want to make a public post clearing the air, that the worst must be true. Me not making a public post prior to this is because I did not want more backlash to fall on those involved, and I did not think talking about it would do any good. Again, when people say I didn't want any backlash to fall on the subjects of who I talked about, that's why I didn't want to clear the air around the way that I presented the information. That's bullshit. Because if you are indeed clarifying either insufficiencies or mistakes made in your coverage of something, any backlash that would occur would likely not be aimed at your subjects, but at you. There is no justification for not addressing those mistakes made in the video if the only justifications you are intent on using are supposedly that doing so would bring more hate to said subjects. That's not how it works. However, to go on. 5. That I condone harassment. This I will fully admit I'm in the wrong for a statement I had made. I made a crude joke on stream when looking through their content stating, quote, sometimes harassment is okay, end quote. That was wrong of me to say, and I shouldn't have said that. I was extremely appalled at the content I was seeing, as I am very against any form of NSFW depictions of what I visually deem to be children, even if the people behind the model are adults. Again, I want to emphasize, that is a perfectly reasonable response, and if that was as far as it went, that's fine. The problem then comes when you take it a step further and start saying, okay, they're pedophiles. But I acknowledge I did not consider the potential repercussions those words could have had, and I apologize for that. 6. That I spread misinformation. I had covered the timeline of events of what happened in my video, mentioning that VTubers had subtweeted lollipuffs. Again, I want to reiterate, if you're including a screenshot of their profile in your tweet, the degree to which it can still be regarded as a subtweet lots more reduced than it would have been otherwise. And then the Lollipops got upset and mobilized their Discord to report these 5 VTubers and got 2 banned, as well as mobilizing their Discord to email 1 VTubers partnerships. All of that is true to my understanding of how events transpired. Now, a little bit of a word trick, a trick with phrasing that I want to point out here. All that is true to my understanding of how events transpired. This is in fact a very wordy way of essentially making a non-statement, because it is either true or it is your understanding. At this particular point, if you say it is true to my understanding, that's basically just a complex way of saying that's my understanding of things, that's my perspective. Saying it is true to my understanding, that phrase, it is true, is only included for the purposes of lending a veneer of objectivity to how you interpreted events. If you are going to justify and defend the way that you covered something, stand behind your statement. Lock down that something is your perspective. Yes, you can acknowledge that your perspective may not be completely in line with objective reality, but phrasing it in this manner attempts to have your cake and eat it too, by implying that you are aware that your perspective may not be completely aligned with objective reality, while still attempting to convey the idea that your perspective is in some way objectively correct. To continue, I believe there are 2 pieces of misinformation, my favorite word, people are stating I have spread. The first one being that the Lollipuffs were victims of cyberbullying and only retaliated. I believe this is due to a post one of the 5 VTubers had made about how they don't support Lollipuffs and stating why others shouldn't either. That post being the first post made about this group with other VTubers, like the one with the cropped tweet making subsequent subtweets. It is completely on me that I did not see that first tweet and will do a better job in the future to track down all of the posts made. That is fair enough. That is a commitment to changing a practice. I will do better by improving my research practices and attempting in future videos to gain a fuller understanding of the context surrounding a situation before reporting on it. This, I want you guys to remember this, because this is a commitment that will become very, very pertinent later on in the stream in a few minutes. However, I do think mobilizing your entire Discord to deplatform VTubers over subtweets is extreme, which is the take I had in my video. Again, I agree with this. If you're going to weaponize your fan base to deplatform another creator, that is cringe. That is ill-advised, especially if you outright state, harass them, I don't care. However, at the same time, little bit misleading to say that this was all over subtweets. It wasn't. Naming the VTubers in question is no different to the VTubers naming you and or your model artists and riggers. It's the same thing. And while I won't condone it, I can't say I sympathize too much with the people who have the exact same methods of operation turned back on them. If you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen and don't play with fire. However, to continue, the second one being, quote, I stated that their content is NSFW depictions of children, when the people behind the VTubers are adults. In their document, they have this written, to which she quotes the section stating, adult depictions of lollies are not illegal. Please understand, our group only has members that are adult lollies. We are fictional, black, mixed group of anime girls that stream on the internet. Our characters are not really real, but are in fact of age. Lolly definition, lollies can be anyone with a youthful body type and structure, even adults. And then Katliente goes on by saying, basically stating that adult depictions of lollies are legal and how their characters are of age. Like I had mentioned in point 1, this document came out after the stream happened and after my video was edited. So at the time of the stream, my only reference to age is memes they've posted, which will be censored to keep the people anonymous. I once again do not want to drag anyone else further into this. And again, kind of dodging the fact that in the video she refers to them as children, but then she includes a whole bunch of memes to explain the kind of context that, she was working off of, supposedly. So from memes like this and other posts made, my assumption was that their models are canonically underage, even if the people representing the models are adults, due to the frequent reference of them being 6 years old, minor, and children. However, I think I'm misunderstanding something. What I was always confused by is that if the models are supposed to be actually canonically adults, and adult depictions of lollies, small petite individuals, if we use the definition cited in the account, are okay, why would the meme state they are a minor? Aside from that, though, the idea of having characters that look no older than 5 or 6 years old doing NSFW content is something I'm very uncomfortable with. Regardless if the person behind the model is an adult, this isn't even lolicon but toddlercon content at this point. So I believe that the big misinformation everyone is talking about at this point, and how it's legal to make that content, I will clarify this misinformation then, and that this content, from what I have read, is legal due to it being 2D and fictional, not IRL portrayal. However, it still makes me very uncomfortable, legal or not. I have since added their document link in the caption of my video so people can read their side as well. So, again, I want to state, if you are uncomfortable with lolly and lolicon, that is perfectly understandable. I'm not going to rake anyone over the coals for expressing that, because I myself am not the biggest fan of lolicon or shotacon. But at the same time, again, if you do go that one step further, and you start slinging around pedophile allegations, then, or allegations of child endangerment, that's when you cross a line and it starts becoming something that is, to put it in the words of the people who like to talk about this, problematic. 7. That I only call out small creators. I've made multiple videos now calling out big VTubers, an example being multiple videos on Fillion and videos on big artists like Yume. I don't purposefully only seek out smaller creators to talk about. The intention of covering this drama was to defend the main VTuber that the Lollipop girls were going after, who were trying to impact that VTuber's way of earning money. 8. There's a notion that I hate black creators. This idea is preposterous to me, and I believe this started because Lollipuffs is a group of brown creators. I support all creators, no matter their skin tone or race, but I didn't feel comfortable sitting by as I witnessed a group of creators, to what seemed like it to me, send a hate campaign against another VTuber, even impacting their partnerships over a subtweet. Again, she keeps hammering home the idea that that was a subtweet, despite the fact that it very, very visibly contained a discernible screenshot of the person's name, of Riri's name. Agamata? Oh, Agamata, hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, this was basically the equivalent of, this is on par with I have black friends, right? 9. That I just started doing news content to jump on the drama train. Although, to be fair, I will state, right, because that response might be interpreted in a way that's unfair to Kat. I don't think that she hates black people. I don't think that that's a reasonable accusation, given what she said or how she represented, everything. However, at the same time, her characterizing the way that she interpreted the situation as just, a hate campaign against someone who just subtweeted. That's more than a little misleading. 9. That I just started doing news content to jump on the drama train. I've been covering news content on my TikTok for years, with videos like ones about Ninja's masterclass dating, as far back as 2 years ago. It was only recently I started doing it on my YouTube as well, simply because it just literally never occurred to me to make YouTube videos of that content before. To which I will state that this is a strawman argument. From what I could see, no one was complaining about the fact that she was doing drama content, or quote-unquote news content, as she puts it. People were complaining about the fact that she was doing it specifically for VTubing, an industry and a subculture that she has made no effort to familiarize herself with, that she has no understanding of, and that she has very little stake in outside of whatever content she ends up doing about it. And that is the main criticism, that she is, in essence, an outsider who has come in and decided to assert herself as some sort of moral authority or social arbiter who has the permit, the remit to go in, the mandate to go in and essentially point fingers and state that these people should be gate-kept out of the quote-unquote community. That is what people were taking issue with. No one gives a shit that Katliente is doing drama content. People give a shit that she's doing drama content about an industry, a group of communities, and a bunch of creators and a subculture that she doesn't understand and makes no effort to understand. That is the problem. That is the accusation. And that is also the accusation that this response conveniently dodges. Finally, conclusion. Again, this is just my side of things. I've attached my YouTube video that kicked all of this off alongside the document so you can see their side as well. I truly apologize if any harm has come to any of the VTubers in Lollipops due to my words. Please do not send any hate or harassment to anyone involved. I once again do not think talking more about this scenario will do any good. Charlie, thank you for the 5. Have you ever seen white people They look like they're in pain. I remember that tweet. Oh, I don't remember who was it that posted it. Was that Bub the Law? It had to have been one of those you can't be racist to white people types. I vaguely remember seeing that tweet, but I forget who exactly posted it. Oh, was it Uki? Okay, was it Uki? I don't quite remember where exactly that came from. But yeah. In any case, that was Uki? Okay, thank you. That was the apology document. Now, as you can probably imagine, this didn't exactly go over well. And part of the reason why was because even in spite of posting this document, when you go to the video itself, there was no attempt at addressing, clarifying, or amending any of the points or positions that she had made over the course of the video. The only change that she had implemented was now, in the description, she had edited in their statement, along with a link to the Google Doc published by the Lollipop Girls. But, as you can see, no pinned comment, nothing further, no clarification, addendum, amendment, etc. Just that one little link with no attempt at integrating, contextualizing, or otherwise pointing people to the Lollipop Girls' response. And when people saw this, presumably they didn't interpret this as a genuine response. For example, Rev, obvious damage control. You waited over 2 weeks while releasing over a dozen videos to make this response. A disingenuous one which tries to rephrase your comments while continuing to ignore context. This is likely the reason you're addressing it now, linking to that post made by Self-Titled, which again seems like far more the most likely response and most likely reason as to why Katliente deemed it necessary to finally put out some sort of formal statement. Copelia Automata. You don't want to start drama? Then don't be a drama tuber and stay away from VTubers. You're too ignorant of the subculture to talk about it. Fujimaru, master of shotas. So, damage control? Oko, L-Take, honesty is missing here. Mizu, gonna be honest, this didn't help you. In fact, it makes you look worse because you have more context now, but you're openly ignoring it so you can repeat your biased statements. You also reword your own statements about harassment so you can pretend it was a joke. And finally, Swigger. What happened to the, quote, their lolly accounts are not gonna put a dent in me, end quote. You sounded very confident with that. So, as you can see, not exactly very receptive to what she was saying and her claims of being regretful or in any ways being genuinely invested in pushing against the assumptions that have been made about her in good faith. Another thing though, and this is where we start to get back into some of the ideas that I brought up during the last stream that I did about drama tubers sometime last year. If you look through a lot of these responses to Katliente, if you look through a lot of the responses to Katliente in general, a lot of the criticisms about Katliente, you may start to notice something. In a very similar manner to when I was talking about criticisms that were leveled against Nux for his coverage of Taiga last year, a lot of the criticisms of Katliente as a content creator boil down to criticisms of her character. Cocky, bully, punching down, grifter, tourist, and a clown, disingenuous, all that stuff sprinkled in there. And all of these are to do with her as a person. One other thing, a little bit of a side tangent. A lot of people assume that when someone says that you are a grifter, that is a critique of your practice. In actuality, at least in my opinion, grifter is a character criticism, a criticism of your character, because grifter, by definition, refers to someone who peddles, sells beliefs that they don't actually hold. And when you criticize someone of being a grifter, it's not that they're doing something that is, in essence, it's not that they're doing something that is flawed in and of itself. It's not the process itself that is flawed, but rather the fact that it is misaligned with who they actually are and their genuine, their real beliefs. It is a comment on their character that they are faking what they are doing. Yeah, a bit like snake oil salesman. That's a pretty good way of putting it, reindeer. So, again, a lot of the criticisms of this specific type of drama tubing boil down to criticizing her as a person. Not necessarily the fact that she has, framed things misleadingly or that she has omitted crucial context, although people do point that out. However, again, a lot of the criticisms do boil down to these. And the reason for that is linked to, again, as a reminder, the origins, the forms and features, the basic components of what it means to do drama content. Again, because I did that previous stream a while ago, I'm going to go through some of those concepts again, and as well as for people who didn't watch that stream and are just tuning in now. So, in order to understand what I mean by the basic forms and features of doing quote-unquote drama content, we're going to need to be able to look at drama tubing, right? Drama content, in a way that is separate from all of its connotations and its use as a pejorative term, as an insult, right? I want to just look at the content genre itself. And when you look at drama content, it starts with understanding drama, right? What do people mean when they use the word drama? What does drama as a term mean? And when it comes to breaking down drama, you can basically break it down to any sort of 4-stage process where a conflict is, to put it at the risk of sounding a little bit pretentiously, performed, right? A 4-stage process. In stage 1, a social norm is allegedly violated. Then, roles are given and or claimed. Someone is deemed the aggressor, someone is deemed the victim. Then, a conflict is performed. Grievances are aired, blame is assigned. People start taking sides and roles and having it out with one another. The conflict has now reached its apex. And then finally, catharsis is achieved and the social norm is restored or reinforced. Again, basically just this whole process of someone does something wrong, everyone has it out with one another, they work it out, fight it out, whatever, and then finally we go back to everything is normal, right? There's a feeling of catharsis, there is a release of all the pent-up emotion that was built up over the course of this conflict, and then the situation is over. And something else you may realize when you look at these 4 stages to a drama, again, just the word based off of its actual definition, is that this lines up perfectly with the 3-stage process of your archetypical story. Social norm allegedly violated plus roles given and or claimed. Introduction. Conflict is performed. Well, pretty self-explanatory, right? Conflict. And then finally, catharsis is achieved. Resolution. That is perfectly a story. Dramas are a process of taking things that happen around you and then packaging it into the form of an easily consumable narrative. Kazu, or Kazoo, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. So, when you look at drama as an act of storytelling, as a way of reporting on things that happen in a way that can be consumed in a manner that is as compelling as any sort of narrative or story, you start to realize that drama is designed to fulfill a specific set of roles, depending on who's the one telling the drama or who's the one retelling the drama. There are three general groups of people who tell of drama, who perform dramas, who relay drama to the audience, right? You can generally separate them into three broad categories. The first category consists of storytellers and gossips who utilize drama for the purposes of entertainment and catharsis. Every now and again, because, when we go about our day-to-day lives, we may get these pent-up feelings of boredom, frustration with circumstances in our own lives, or we may search for some sort of entertainment or some sort of emotional outlet. This is what storytellers and gossips give to their audience. Something that they can get invested in, immersed in, act out their emotions, vent their emotions into, right? Because again, it is a story that you can follow and a story where you can relate to the characters if you feel like it and then experience some sort of emotional catharsis vicariously through them. Second group consists of judges and arbiters who use dramas as a purpose of setting precedents and creating or enforcing justice. When you take a conflict, you mediate it, when you take a conflict, you pass judgment, you evaluate both sides, and then you end up passing a judgment on who's in the right, who's in the wrong, and it acts as a very convenient way for you to essentially reinforce the standards of what is okay behavior, what is not okay behavior, and essentially enforce consequences onto bad actors as well, because you've now preserved their malpractice in the form of a easily packageable and distributed story. And finally, you have mediators and voices of reason. People who cover dramas, who get into dramas for the purposes of being able to reinforce norms and etiquette, right? Not for the sake of handing out punishment per se, but more for the sake of making sure that people have a clear understanding of what kind of behaviors are to be encouraged and what kind of behaviors are to be discouraged, and why either one has been chosen. Now, when it comes to the function of drama content, you start to realize that in line with these three roles as well, there are three basic needs, right? Three basic needs and wants that drama content fulfills for the audience that it essentially, let me rephrase that. The reason why drama content exists is because it fulfills, broadly speaking, those three functions, providing reinforcement of norms and etiquette, entertainment and catharsis, as well as precedent and justice. Drama content, when you really think about it, it ridicules bad actors and poor behavior, therefore enforcing norms and etiquette because people have a clear idea of what kind of behavior will or won't be tolerated. It satisfies the audience's idle curiosity because you give them an outlet for entertainment and catharsis. And finally, it archives bad behavior and contributes to the comeuppance of bad actors, because it's a lot harder to sort of shed your previous wrongdoings and, escape consequence when everyone knows about it, because it's in the form of an easily packaged story. And so, when you look at it like this, you start to realize on top of that because drama tubers are expected to cater to fulfill these functions through their content, they necessarily, in embodying the roles of someone who relays drama, performs dramas, uses drama for the purposes of storytelling, they need to embody characteristics that reflects their particular role, their particular specialization in how they relay that drama to their audience. If they are a storyteller, they need charisma. You can't really tell a good story if you lack that. If they are a judge of some sort, they need to be able to embody a sense of morality. There has to be a reason as to why they would be trusted to issue some sort of judgment on whether an action or a person deserves scrutiny, etc., etc. And finally, if they are going to be a mediator, they need to be able to embody integrity, right? Not just integrity in the sense of being a good person, because that's too vague. I mean integrity as a combination of a sense of underlying benevolence, right? Wanting better, doing what you do out of a sense of wanting better for the world, the subject, whatever. But also integrity in the sense of strength. They need a backbone. If you're going to be able to mediate a conflict, you're going to need a strong spine, because if you don't have one, you're just going to end up flip-flopping in whichever direction the two sides go at one another in. And at the end of the last stream that I did about drama tubing, this was basically as far as I went. However, we can take this a step further, because in addition to having these little categories for what kinds of drama content exist and what functions drama content can fulfill, we can also take it a step further by creating a sort of rudimentary typology, categorization of different types of quote-unquote drama tuber. Now, again, I want to reiterate, when I use the word drama tuber, or when I use any word for that matter in any of my streams, I am using those words separately from their connotation, separately from all of the negative connotation, the pejorative, the insulting tones that are usually applied to the word. I'm just looking at the word itself. I'm looking at the word as a container of meaning, right? So, when you look at the different types of drama tuber that exist, you can, broadly speaking, separate them into 3 categories, depending on their function. Now, I want to make this very clear. These categories are not discrete. There is plenty of overlap, and just because someone is perhaps more defined by one category does not mean that they are incapable of dipping their toes into the others. However, the reason why I've created these categories is because there are different degrees of specialization in different forms of content and different angles when covering a story. And these angles, degrees of specialization, will end up contributing, or shaping, I should say, the definitions of what counts as good or bad coverage of a situation. So, if a drama tuber has the function of attempting to, enforce precedent and justice through the content that they make. First category, news reporter, right? Those who document industry happenings and inform their audiences of them. Case in point, false. Pretty much falls into this idea. Closest thing we have to a journalist in VTubing. Second, norms and etiquette. Friendly neighborhood drama tuber, right? Basically the idea of someone who functions as a community advocate, right? A voice of conscience, moderation, morality. Somebody who views the industry as more than just, to invoke a recently created meme, more than just business, right? Who is capable of understanding why people care about it, who can empathize with their subjects, and therefore creates their content out of a desire to better things, right? To better things not just for the sake of the industry as some sort of nebulous concept, but for the people involved, right? This is basically the, how do I put it? Friend of the community. This usually goes hand in hand with viewing VTubing as a community rather than an industry as well. And finally, you have industry heels. Heels in the same sense that people use the term in wrestling, funnily enough. Gossips, critics, and those who are willing to play the villain for the benefit of their audience. These are content creators like Under the Tea, like Lumi, Oko, Mizu, who are willing to entertain their audiences, make their points, And at times, they are okay with breaking taboos. They are okay with raising uncomfortable talking points. They are okay with doing things in a way that other people may find to be disagreeable. Because at the end of the day, what matters is entertaining the audience and having fun yourself, right? Getting across information even if it may not be as comfortable for other people as it is. Because, again, the primary function is to provide entertainment and catharsis, right? Kind of, yeah. VTubing and wrestling has a lot more in common than you might think, right? Kind of like the anti-heroes, right? Again, I want to clarify, these are not discrete categories. Just because a creator is, in my opinion at least, best defined by their specialization in one field doesn't mean that they're incapable of doing any of the others. However, again, like I said, the purpose of this typology, this categorization, is to give a better idea of the different, I suppose, different types of specializations that creators in this content niche tend to have, and the angles that they tend to go for in their content. Now, like I said before, the reason why this is important is because depending on your angle, depending on the genre that you try to push your brand image in the direction of, that's going to end up not only defining how you get your content across. Oh, hi, Mizu, welcome to the stream. But also, it will end up defining what is perceived by both you as a creator and your audience as being a reasonable moral standard for you to adhere to. What are the standards of fair, quote-unquote, reporting? And those standards are going to differ depending on which category you and your content ends up residing in. Now, here's where things get fun. If you were to look at this typology, and you were to look at Katliente, not as her content is, but how she attempts to define herself and her content, which of these three content niches would you say she's going for? Actually, hold on, let me put up a poll. Add an option. Which type of drama tuber news reporter, friendly neighborhood? I promise I didn't choose the word friendly neighborhood because I used Rima as the example. An industry heel. Alright. Alright, polls up. I'll leave it up for a few minutes. Attempting to be news reporter, but is really industry heel? Does she fit into any of these? She's from Vice? News? Norms masquerading as news? Mix of all? I think she's trying to be all, but fails at almost all. The three of them. I'm getting very mixed responses. You've got the fourth hidden option, Vice. New and friendly becomes off as industry heel. Okay. Which type of drama tuber do you think Kat is presenting herself as? Okay, it's kind of evenly split between all three of them. We need the twisted version of those three. The smear merchant, gossip neighbor, and lol cow. True, true. Now that would be a fun typology to make as well. Friendly neighborhood. Yes. Wait, presenting? I thought it was actually. Oh, no. It is pretty evenly matched, right? Friendly neighborhood seems to be winning out. Presenting as news. She presents as 2 and 1 IMO, but I don't think she fits any of them. Where's the Vice news option? All right, I think at this point we have a pretty tight consensus. So if you actually go off of her branding, you are mostly correct. A lot of the people who are saying, yeah, she presents herself as 1 and 2, in her Twitter bio, she explicitly says news YouTube, right? So yeah, she's kind of presenting herself as a news tuber. However, if you look at the angle that she adopts in her videos, what she usually ends up doing is presenting herself as some sort of defender of someone who's been wrongfully put upon by another creator or an organization or whatever. She presents herself as an advocate, someone who is a voice for the downtrodden. And as a result, if you look at the actual framing of her content and the role that she adopts in the videos themselves, you can make the argument that she is also, just as much as she tries to be a news reporter, she is also presenting herself as a friendly neighborhood, as a friendly neighborhood drama tuber. However, as I alluded to before, there is a problem with Kat's presentation of herself as these two things. Because, as I touched on in the previous stream that I did about drama tubing, there is one golden rule, only one rule of drama tubing. And that is that drama tubers are not expected to be neutral, but they are expected to be fair. And of course, that creates a little bit of a problem, because fair is a very nebulous and vague term. What the fuck does it mean to be fair? Right? Essentially, what this means is you are allowed to take a side, but you have to be able to give your audience sufficient justification for whatever side you take. Trying to be neutral can at times even backfire, depending on the drama you are covering. However, fairness is always something that is expected, and fairness is something that usually allows drama tubers to get away with having a fairly obvious side in whatever conflict they are covering. However, to define it in more concrete terms, in the previous stream I split the idea of, fair versus unfair coverage according to the following, right? Fair coverage requires you to give context for how the subject is presented. If you're going to frame them as a villain, you need to be able to give your audience an explanation as to why, whether that be in the form of evidence, whether that be in the form of other accounts, secondhand sources, firsthand sources, whatever. You just need to go into it with the willingness to disclose to your audience why you are presenting the subject in the manner that you are. What's not okay, and what constitutes unfair coverage, is when you don't give context for how the subject is presented, but you just present them that way as if it's a given, right? If you frame your subject as a villain, but you don't give any evidence as to why that framing exists, you failed in your job to provide context to your coverage. Second, in the case of fair/good coverage, your opinions are shaped by personal principles. Your audience should be able to look at what you do and say and come to the conclusion that there are a definitive set of morals, principles, rules that you have set for yourself that you are going to follow, both when you're shaping your opinion and delivering it to your audience. By contrast, unfair/bad coverage, in the case of unfair/bad coverage, the opinions of the presenter are shaped purely by popular sentiment. In other words, you don't have an internal moral code. You don't have a sense of principles or an ethical framework of your own. And your opinions basically flip-flop depending on what you are allowed to think due to general vague public opinion. In the case of fair/good coverage, the presenter is charismatic and or embodies a sense of morality, which ties in with the previous point of being, having your opinions shaped by personal principles. In other words, in order to make drama content successfully, you need to be somebody who your audience can trust to make drama content. You need to be someone who can be trusted to be a storyteller, a judge or arbiter, a voice for the community, right? An advocate or a mediator. If you don't have the qualities that make you, as a person, trustworthy enough to handle that duty of presenting what information and narrativizing it in the way that you are, then your audience isn't going to engage with your content. Or at least your audience isn't going to deem your content to be fair/good coverage. That is why, by the way, criticisms of drama content and drama tubers often add up to being criticisms of the character of the presenters rather than a critique of the practices implemented in the way that they've put their content together. It's all tied together with, every bit of content that a drama tuber puts out is inherently going to be tied to them as a person. And this is why. In the case of unfair/bad coverage, by contrast, the presenter either lacks charisma and or merely claims moral superiority. There is a difference between telling your audience that you are some sort of paragon of morality, that you are, in some ways better positioned to pass judgment on others and comment on things, and actually embodying behavior that lends credence to that assertion. Just saying that you are morally superior to something does not automatically mean you are morally superior to something. You need something to back that up. In the case of fair/good coverage, nuances are acknowledged when necessary. Oh, Von Min, welcome to the stream. You're talking about the cloud-starved gravedigger. Yeah, well, over the last few months especially, I've seen a lot of... on Twitter, you will find infinite examples of unfair/bad coverage, unfortunately. But yeah, so in the case of fair/good coverage, nuances are going to be acknowledged when necessary. Yes, it's going to require some extra work, but it is work that is undertaken regardless. By contrast, unfair/bad coverage, and this is usually the thing that gets it labeled as quote-unquote lazy, is when nuances are ignored in favor of wider appeal. And there are two reasons as to why this particular criticism, this particular trait, is poison to the brand of a drama tuber. Because it conveys two things. If you ignore nuances in favor of wider appeal, the first thing it conveys is that you are careless. You don't do your job, right? You don't put sufficient effort into actually doing research or familiarizing yourself with the subject before you comment on it. But the second thing that is just as detrimental is that, remember what I said about your content being inherently tied to you as a person. If you ignore nuance for the purposes of generating wider appeal, what you are implicitly conveying to your audience is that you don't actually care about them, so to speak. You don't care about them specifically. You just want any wide audience. It conveys a level of disengagement with the subject that you're talking about that erodes your ability to seem like an authority on it. So, in two ways, it ends up essentially taking away your effectiveness, reducing your effectiveness at presenting a compelling narrative in a charismatic way. You undermine your own charisma if you do this. And finally, in the case of fair/good coverage, amendments are provided promptly upon receiving new evidence, mostly because that reinforces the idea that you have a definitive set of personal principles. But by contrast, in the case of unfair/bad coverage, amendments are provided only upon receiving public pressure. And again, the reason why that's damaging is because that reinforces to your audience that you don't have morals, that you don't have a spine, that you are only doing things because you have been pressured by a vague and nebulous general public to do so. You will do things because of external pressure, not because of internal convictions. However, this was the extent to which I tried to define fair/unfair in the last stream that I did about drama tubing. However, given that typology that I just brought up, we can make this even more specific. Because the thing is, depending on what kind of drama tuber you are, depending on what kind of drama, quote-unquote, content you make, the standards, the main qualities that you are going to have to embody in order to make it so that your content gets perceived as fair are going to differ slightly as well. If you are a news reporter, the quality that you need to embody in order to draw, from which you draw the source of your charisma, is impartiality. This is a genre of content that relies on the idea that you are simply relaying information to your audience without trying to shape their perception of it without them knowing. Bias is a human trait, but it is also poison to the brand of a news tuber, a news reporter, or a journalist of any kind. because it automatically makes your audience suspicious of everything you say. Which is why, at least in my opinion, NewsTubers are perhaps some of the best at spotting biases of all of the content creator types, I suppose, because of the fact that they have to constantly keep an eye on their own, right? Again, bias is human, but it is also poison to your brand if this is the kind of content you specialize in. I mean, yeah, you are not sorry, you are wrong, you are sorry you got caught. Yeah, exactly. J. Rogado, thank you for the 125 faces. IMO non-traditional media does research in a way that they believe the mainstream does, aka projection. Yeah, I mean that's the belief that I've formed as well, of the divergence between mainstream and alternative media as well. Yeah. Charlie, thank you for the 2. I have max charisma. I'm sure you do. Shadowgale, thank you for being a Footstool for 3 months. Howdy, Armchair. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good day too. Hard to have bias if you don't want. Sure. If you are a friendly, by contrast, if you are a friendly neighborhood drama tuber, the quality that is most important to embody in order to lend credence to your content and your angle is charity. And I don't mean charity in sense of, being generous with your money or donating to things. No, I mean charity in the sense of, again, underlying benevolence, but also being lenient in your judgment. You can't be a voice of conscience, morality, and moderation while also being very quick and very severe of a judge, because those two things don't really go together very well. The way that I put it, the reason why I say voice of conscience is because this genre of content creator is the closest thing that an industry can come to actually having, at the risk of making it sound it sounds a little cringe, right? The closest thing that they can have to a heart, right? Some sort of actual conscience. Because these are creators who present things in a way that conveys that they hope that this is more than just business, right? They have a passion for it. They care about the people involved in it. And as a result, the main quality that they need to embody is charity. Something that makes it believable that they care about the people involved. And finally, for the industry heels, the thing that they derive the sense of fairness from is integrity. And again, I don't mean integrity in the vague sense of just good. I mean integrity in the sense of a combination of actually having a set of internal principles and also having a spine to stick by them. Now, the thing about integrity is that it is one of the trickier characteristics to judge because of how it revolves around an internal set of principles. In other words, integrity can be more difficult or more easy to observe depending on how easily you can actually make out what those set of principles are. And the thing is, those principles are going to differ from creator to creator. Yes, you can have a whole bunch of industry heels, to be honest. Given certain streams that I've done, I think I'd class as part of this category as well. But at the same time, I would have a different set of internal principles and morals to, let's say, for example, Lumi or Mizu or Oko, even though we all occupy this genre of drama tubing. And in order to exemplify integrity, we wouldn't have to abide by the same shared code. We would just have to have enough of a spine to abide by our own codes in our content. And so, when it comes to judging whether an industry heel has integrity, one of the things that you're going to have to do is look at the positions that they advocate. Look at how they set their own standards for morality. What are their principles in their own words? And that is the thing that you use to judge the degree to which they have a spine. Because, like I said before, you can't play a heel if you don't have a spine. So, given all of these three, these three main qualities that each of these genres of DramaTuber need in order to, derive their credibility, in order to give their content and themselves charisma in the way that they present things, right? Present subjects. When you actually try to apply this to Katliente's content, specifically that video on the Lollipop Girls, you run into a problem. Because, as a lot of you guys pointed out in chat, despite the fact that she has attempted to present herself as, you know, a news tuber or a friendly neighborhood drama tuber, the video exhibits neither impartiality nor charity. She is definitely taking a side. And the worst part is, in taking that side, yes, you can still offer a sort of nuanced judgment of how the Lollipop Girls behaved, right? You can say, for example, that you condemn the call to action that they put into their Discord, asking their fan base to mass mobilize and harass or deplatform another creator. You can say that. The problem is, she didn't even acknowledge where that response came from. You can say it's not justified, but to say that it's unfounded is an entirely different matter. And so, what ended up happening was the video ended up presenting the Lollipop Girls in the most uncharitable way possible. It was basically just making them out to be villains, one-dimensional villains, and nothing else. People who were willing to deplatform others just because of a difference in opinion, right? One subtweet and all hell breaks loose. That was how they were presented in the video. So to say that it didn't exhibit charity is a little bit of an understatement. Kat has a very ugly habit of grave digging, bringing up old or long-resolved dramas and misrepresenting them negligently, perhaps even maliciously. Yeah, there's only so far. Occam's razor, Hanlon's razor only takes you so far, right? However, the only option left, as a lot of you pointed out, is being an industry heel. Because even though she wants to present herself as a news tuber or a friendly neighborhood drama tuber, industry heel is a better encapsulation of the kind of content she makes. However, whether she qualifies, depends on her ability to exhibit integrity. In other words, in order to judge whether she is an effective industry heel or not, we have to look at the moral codes that she has set for herself. And to identify what those moral codes might be, one of the things that you can look at, you can refer back to, is her Google Doc when she was responding to the quote-unquote assumptions that people were making about her in wake of her coverage of the Lollipop situation. There are two things specifically that she mentions, two specific commitments that she makes in the document that give you some sort of idea as to what her personal morals might be, according to, what she's saying. One, that statement in point 4 where she says, I will work harder to improve my tone so my intent comes across better. And point 6 where she says, it is completely on me that I did not see that first tweet and will do a better job in the future to track down all of the posts made. In other words, when you combine this document, the commitments she explicitly makes in her own words, things that she promises to do going forward, combined with the angle that she took with the original video, there are three morals, right? Three personal convictions, codes of conduct that Kat supposedly possesses, right? First, the idea that tonal consistency that conveys intent is important in both communications and content. Second, that weaponizing your fan base to deplatform someone is wrong. And third, that research practices and preservation of context is also important. These are the three pillars of Katliente's moral code, according to her, right? Based off of her content and the way that she has responded to criticisms of her content. These are the criterion that we need to use in order to judge whether she actually has integrity or not, and therefore her effectiveness as an industry heel, even if it's not a role that she's claimed for herself. There is a slight problem, though, and that is the fact that when it comes to drama content, yes, you can judge it on the basis of the coverage, how effective that is, how moral it is, how ethical it is, but you can also judge drama in and of itself, whether it is classed as quote-unquote good drama or quote-unquote bad drama, which is a factor that functions in terms of garnering audience appeal independently of the person who is covering the drama. And to explain what I mean by good drama versus bad drama, I don't mean good or bad in terms of morals. I mean good or bad in terms of how compelling it is to listen to, pay attention to watch as a member of the audience. In the case of good drama, you have a clear villain, a sympathetic victim, and satisfying comeuppance. In other words, very clean, you know what the sides are, everyone's very clear on which side to take in order to have a fun time, and then at the end of it, everything's better, you don't need to worry about it anymore, and there's a feeling of catharsis because everyone gets their just desserts, right? The evil is defeated, and so on and so forth. But I mean, my approach to drama tubing is simple. If something bothers me, I will complain about it on stream. If there's nothing that bothers me, I will very happily just stream some games or ramble stuff. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. Conversely, in the case of bad drama, this is the opposite of all of that, right? All parties are unsympathetic. It's messy. It's morally complex. There are no clear sides that are better than the other. And as a result, you will have people who are friends. You will have people who are otherwise quite amicable with one another who end up on opposing sides of the situation based off of their opinions. And on top of that, it is difficult to resolve, which means the chances of catharsis are significantly reduced, which, again, that's one of the main reasons why audiences want to tune into drama in the first place, to get that sense of catharsis. And again, bad drama is when that sense of catharsis is sometimes denied. Now, there's the Norm MacDonald clip. This might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone involved in the situation should die. Now, the problem is, when you are looking at the way that Katliente conducted herself throughout the Lollipop thing, the thing that makes it a little bit difficult to tell to discern her abilities to actually embody the moral codes that she has set for herself is the fact that the Lollipop's drama wasn't really good drama. It wasn't bad drama in the sense that all parties are completely unsympathetic. The Lollipop girls, in terms of being put upon, I think a lot of people can sympathize with them over that. But it was difficult to resolve in the sense that how do you come back from having that kind of mass campaign go to harass you? I'm pretty sure that for at least a while, at least half of the members from that group were very much either quitting or considering quitting VTubing. On top of that, it was also messy and morally complex because you had that whole conundrum of, okay, if someone weaponizes their platform to harass me, and I then do the same using my platform to harass them, if they attempt to deplatform me and then I attempt to deplatform them, is that morally okay? And that is a question that not everyone is going to have the same answer to, quite understandably. And as a result, it's very difficult to have two clear sides, one of which is clearly the winner, or winner morally speaking. So as a result, yes, it's not like, bad drama, but it's not exactly good either. Probably a little bit towards the right of center in this particular case. So in the case where you have a bad drama, it becomes a little bit more difficult for you to discern what the creator's degree of integrity, because sometimes it can be a little difficult to discern whether it is simply you disagreeing with the stance that they've taken in this particular drama, because there is a distinction between whether you agree with the stance that they've taken in that specific drama or subject they're covering, and whether that coverage is actually consistent with their own morals. And so, what I needed when making this judgment, right, when making this assessment, is more evidence, right? More evidence of how Katliente responds to criticisms of bad coverage, more evidence of how Katliente covers subjects that aren't as complex, aren't as difficult to resolve, aren't as murky. We needed examples of quote-unquote good drama. And rather conveniently, there are not only two examples of good drama that Katliente has covered, but two examples of good drama that Katliente has covered and also fucked up. which means that we get to see how she responds to people criticizing her coverage of said good drama, which doesn't have this level of moral complexity added to it, or at least not as much. The first occurred about 3 weeks before she released the Lollipops video on July 2nd, 2024, when she released a video titled "This VTuber Got a Play Button and Was Banned," where she was covering Tigerholic's YouTube channel deletion. Now, this video in and of itself, pretty inoffensive. Covered all of the main points, outlined how he got sent a play button by YouTube, how they kept flip-flopping on whether his channel was going to stay deleted or not, how they refused to communicate with him. The only thing she didn't touch on was the fact that there was a stalker that was very vocally running around boasting about having mass reported his content on his channel. But in fairness to Kat, that was a bit of information that only kind of gained traction around the same time as the video came out, and we know that the videos are essentially drawn from streams that are made at least weeks in advance. So, again, pretty alright for this video. Though, that being said, it is very difficult to fuck up covering a situation like this, where the sides, quote unquote, are one YouTuber versus a faceless megacorp that insists on cocooning itself using customer service bots. So, there was that. However, on the same day that she ended up posting this video, she also included a pinned comment. Quote, "I do not know Tiger or their past. I tried looking into their YouTube content, but since their channel is down, I have nothing to go off of. Allegedly, this person has a suspicious past of potentially scummy behavior, but since I don't know their past for certain, I'm only reporting on what I learned about this scenario at face value. Like I said in the video, they potentially could have sus videos that warrant an outright ban with no warning. But to me, that seems odd, since they've been creating for 4 years. So if it was that bad, YouTube had 4 years to ban them. Oh face. Yeah, Sumo Knight. Laziness strikes again. Not exactly... Again, the video on its own, that could be fine. This comment raises a few eyebrows. But it would get worse, because on September 18, 2024, Kat would release another video titled "This VTuber Received What as a Commission?", basically outlining a situation where Marina VT had allegedly received a commission of art depicting her in essentially a hate commission depicting gore art of her model. Pretty deplorable stuff, but at some point during this video, specifically at 5 minutes 33 seconds in the original video, the original iteration of this video, Kat then decides to bring up Tiger when she's talking about the reasons why Marina has a bit of an infamous reputation in the VTubing space. Because she has, well, she is quite notorious at this point for not only the naked model Twitch stunt, but also for being one of the most aggressive harassers of Tigerholic when he was first being deplatformed. And at 5 minutes 33, this is what this is what the video looked like in the original version that was posted onto YouTube. Well, let me switch off the music. Okay.
So from my understanding, there was this tweet that was made by this person called Jellytrap22 on Twitter, who writes 1 out of 7, "Dear followers of this scummy piece of I hope you're aware that this morally disgusting, whatever, right, about Marina, and something to do with taking down a VTuber known as Bungo Taiga. Zan writes, I've seen many people bring up the past misdeeds of Marina in relation to Free Taiga. I believe it is in the interest of the public to know what kind of reputation she carries around herself. I will only point out the most important event she is responsible for. 1, Marina made fake accusations against Taiga, calling him a PDF file and copiously insulting his character. She did this by allegedly platforming the false accusations of an allegedly actually convicted person who is registered on the offenders list. So here we have Taiga stating, reminder, Marina refused to take down a label document, calling me a PDF file written by an abuser who actually date R-worded a trans girl on her 18th birthday. And then here we have Marina with a doc August 2nd, 2022, stating, if you need the spark notes on why Bungo Taiga/tags is a person who should not be on this community, here you go. Full doc below with a screenshot that says, I want to be one and love one. Little boys and
but I mean, Kat took Marina's side really hard to imagine that. See, the thing is, I understand Kat taking her side against the, against saying commissioning hate gore art is kind of fucked up, right? I can understand that. The problem was, though, she then started segueing into retrotting the same allegations, the same accusations that Marina initially leveled against Taiga all the way back in 2022.
Anime are just so precious. Here is a screenshot of, is this Hunter x Hunter? With a caption that says, I want to F a little boy. By the way, disclaimer, just for a full context, Taiga is a Shota creator, and I did not know what that was for a very long time until actually very, very recently. But Shota is the male equivalent of lolly. I don't know, at least to me, bro, on first glance, stating, I want to F a little boy is not looking really good. And to be honest, I don't know what context would actually make that sound good. Taiga themselves says, at no point has she ever reached out to me, tried to talk to me, asked for my side or any explanation. It was full on harassment and slander from the second that R-word dropped his hit piece. She just wanted an easy target, somebody to harass so she could look good to her followers and never stop to consider if there was any nuance or deeper story. I am only seeing screenshots because all of this is really coming out when I was overseas, so I'm looking at it now. I would really need a lot context to understand the word I want to F a little boy to make that make sense in any context. That's just me personally. I cannot see a context for that.
Okay, so two things. One, very obviously, again, it's a joke that I understand being uncomfortable at. But two, very much a joke, and when he says, I'm pretty sure that he's referring to the anime character. Again, Shotacon makes sense, right? So on top of that, you also had this clip following up where... Okay, I'll just let it play out.
This is all a document from one person. This is honestly a huge rabbit hole that we can go very in depth into. I'm just saying that from my understanding of everything, Taiga themselves is also or was a problematic creator because I think they're not on the platform anymore. And
notice how she says, because I think they're not on the platform anymore, as if she didn't like do a video 2 months ago talking about how they had been they'd had their channel deleted by YouTube and they've been trying to fight to get it back for months prior. But in any case,
if Marina allegedly is this problematic creator as well, it truly, I think, depends on whose side you're on / whose side you agree with as to who is in the wrong or right.
She somehow managed to turn this thing about Marina receiving random hate gore commission into some sort of both sides bad between her and Taiga, which that is genuinely impressive.
Right? This is a freaking big old mess. And again, I'm not going to throw my 2 cents on that because I was overseas when all of this stuff was basically getting dumped on the internet. So I didn't see that.
And there we go. So, let me just put the music back on. From those 2 clips, she was willing to bring up, retrot the same out-of-context allegations, because it's pretty obvious that in the way that Marina was presenting the screenshot there was no acknowledgement of the fact that Taiga was making a joke, number 1, and 2, making a joke about a fictional character. It was very obviously put there for the purposes of making him look like a pedophile, right? And so Kat just takes that, retrots it, doesn't add in any extra context, retrots the whole Shotacon Lolicon is pedophilia thing from before, which, again, she knows that she gets ass pats from from her audience, and essentially turns this entire thing, brings up Taiga for no reason, essentially, right? While also sprinkling in a little bit of, oh, I don't know if these allegations are true. I haven't looked into them. I was overseas when they were first leveled. Well, in the 2 months since you last made a video about Taiga, and now when you're making a video about this Marina situation, you've had 2 months to, oh, would you look at that? Do some due diligence and maybe look into the situation a little bit more. The problem is, if you are going to acknowledge in your video, this is a rabbit hole, you could at least give some indication that you've attempted to go down it, even if you don't include all of the material that you've garnered on stream or in your video. That still doesn't preclude you from being able to go in and look at the information yourself. Because that is due diligence. And so, as you can probably guess, when people started watching her video, this didn't exactly go over very well. And, thankfully, on the same day that it was published, Anti, presumably because, you know, he's now been tipped off to the kind of coverage that Katliente does, right? Watched the video, went through it, and made a Twitter post pointing out that in these two clips, from that timestamp, 5 minutes 33 in the original video, Kat ends up essentially replatforming the old disproved allegations against Taiga. So, Katliente brought up Taiga's situation in a video about Marina, and after reading through all the awful things Marina has done in a thread, from lying about Taiga to the Hogwarts Legacy harassment campaign. Oh yeah, so Agamotto, when you mentioned earlier if she participated in dogpiling on Pikami, yeah, apparently the answer is yes. And so on. She still had the audacity to call Taiga problematic. And then Rev replies saying, quote, "I need more context about Taiga." End quote. She is once again supporting slander against someone without doing an ounce of research. Ironically, she even defended Taiga 2 months ago without knowing the first thing about him, and since then has still not done any research into him. And then Anti has replied saying she rushed this video out for profit. She doesn't care about context or research, Lamau. If she did, the video would be more in depth about the Taiga situation. And I have to concur. If you are going to tell your audience, wow, this is an absolute rabbit hole, and then pass judgment by saying, Taiga is a problematic creator, surely at some point it crosses your mind that you should probably try to qualify or quantify that statement a little bit, right? Because, again, if you are going to frame a subject in a certain way, you should at least attempt to provide some form of evidence for that framing. The problem is, she has essentially presented Taiga as being a quote-unquote problematic creator, with the only framing she's been bothered to do being a Marina tweet from 2022. However, more pertinent in this case to what we were discussing earlier about standards for fairness and integrity, this post by Anti would not go unnoticed, because apparently Katliente would end up seeing it herself and would quietly end up editing the video. The very next day, sorry, I should correct this to say September 19th instead of 18th. Very next day, Anti would make a follow-up post. Update. Katliente has edited the parts where she talked about Taiga. This is what the edited video looks like now. So, in contrast to the previous clips, she's now cut out the parts where she's talked about Taiga, so now the clips look like this. Hold on, let me just turn off the music real quick.
I hope you're aware that this morally discussing, whatever, right, about Marina and something to do with taking down a VTuber known as Bungo Taiga. Zamrise, I've seen many people bring up the past misdeeds of Marina in relation to Free Taiga. I believe it is in the interest of the public to know what kind of reputation she carries around herself. I will only point out the most important event she is responsible for. 1. Marina made fake accusations against Taiga, calling him a PDF file and copiously insulting his character. She did this by allegedly platforming the false accusations of an actually convicted person who is registered on the offenders list. So here we have Taiga stating, "Reminder, Marina refused to take down a label document, calling me a PDF file written by an abuser who actually R-worded a trans girl on her 18th birthday." And then here we have Marina with a doc August 2nd, 2022, stating, "If you need the spark notes on why Bungo Taiga/Taiga/tags is a person who should not be on this community, here you go. Full doc below." By the way, disclaimer, just for a full context, Taiga is a Shota creator, and I did not know what that was for a very long time until actually very, very recently. But Shota is the male equivalent of Lolly. Taiga themselves says, "At no point has she ever reached out to me, try to talk to me."
So she just cut out that part where she goes over the screenshot and takes it at face value. The funniest thing is she doesn't even, her editor or whoever ended up doing this cut in the final iteration of the video, they didn't even bother trying to make it subtle.
But Shota is the male equivalent of Lolly. Taiga themselves said,
it cuts her off halfway when she's through a syllable, which I find personally quite amusing.
Because at no point has she ever reached out to me, tried to talk to me, asked for my side or any explanation. It was full on harassment and slander from the second that R word dropped his hit piece. She just wanted an easy target, somebody to harass so she could look good to her followers and never stop to consider if there was any nuance or deeper.
The other reason why I point that out, by the way, is because when you have a cut that is that obvious, because, okay, let me just phrase this in terms of, like, essentially making this cut look smooth. This was a clip that was originally composed out of, this was a portion of the video that was already composed out of separate clips. It would have been very easy for you to look at her speech patterns, because it's already
Shota is the male equivalent of lolly.
Her speech is already kind of desynced from the audio itself, so I would assume that somewhere along the lines on the timeline, the editor might have accidentally pressed like left or right a few too many times on the audio to desync it from the visuals. However, at the same time, given the way that this video is cut, you could have at least zoomed in a little bit on the timeline.
Equivalent of lolly. Tyga.
I know that YouTube's tools are kind of ass, but they're not that ass. You can definitely zoom into the point where you spot on the actual like sound waves where she starts saying a new word and where she stops, and make the decision to cut it so that you get a clean transition from one clip to another, a clean break. So you don't cut her off mid-syllable, but they didn't do that, which is that combined with the fact that they did this quietly and less than a day afterwards, after that call-out post by Auntie, is what convinces me that this was just, a rush job.
Equivalent of lolly. Tyga themselves says, at no point has she ever reached out to me, tried to talk to me, asked for my side or any explanation. It was full on harassment and slander from the second that R word dropped his hit piece. She just wanted an easy target, somebody to harass so she could look good to her followers and never stop to consider if there was any nuance or deeper story. So Zan adds, 2, Marina was invited to Offkai 23, but it created such a shitstorm she got dropped immediately. Something similar happened with Glitch Energy, tried to partner with her. 3, I also want to point out that Marina was announced as
all right, and the follow-up clip,
her constant usage of her identity as a weapon to silence any form of criticism. There's a lot more to be said about Marina. I hope this thread can raise awareness about her. So again, this is all a document from one person. This is honestly a huge rabbit hole that we can go very in depth into. I'm just saying that, in my personal opinion, regardless of this alleged past controversy of Marina's, I don't think any of this would warrant commission.
All right, and she's now removed that section where she goes, oh, both sides bad, Tyga problematic, I suppose, I guess. So, with this, well, in terms of how it fits in with her response to the lollipop thing, this also creates a little bit of a coincidence, right? One's an anomaly, two's a coincidence, where she seems to be not very keen on acknowledging when she's fucked something up. In this particular case, you didn't have someone from within her community calling her out on it, and so I assume that that's the reason why she just quietly edited the video and then didn't do anything further. This is why I'm very grateful for accounts like Auntie, because if it wasn't for him cataloging this, we might not even know that she did this. So the other thing that I want to really hammer home is the fact that, in spite of her making these little adjustments to her video, cutting out specific sections, in other words, trying to do some sort of amendment in terms of the way that she brought up Tyga and essentially, again, like I said, retread those same false accusations, the actual video itself has not been altered. The video description has not been altered in any way to indicate that there has been any sort of redaction, amendment, or addendum. There's nothing. If you look at the description, it's still the same. No matter your opinions on Marina receiving commission artwork or something like this, it allegedly happened, I have to say this for legal reasons only, is so messed up. Marina's Twitter, download, Streamlabs, OBS, socials, tags, whatever. No indication of amendment, addendum, retraction, no pinned comment either. No acknowledgement that anything about the video has changed. Just those little stealth edits. And so, that on its own, we already have an indication that she probably doesn't handle stuff very well. But the thing that makes this situation worse is the fact that this outright conflicts with the moral standards that she has supposedly set for herself. Because, oh, she cares about research, right? I will do better to, find context. Well, yeah, sure, for the July 2nd video, that was before the Lollipops drama happened and before she addressed the situation. But for this video, September 18th, this was a good deal of time, 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks, since she released that statement. Oh, sorry. She released that statement in... Was it August? Hold on, let me just check real quick. I'm blanking on when her first doc was released. Yeah, in August. This was more than a month after her prior controversy and her attempts to address her prior controversy. So there was plenty of time for her to actually live up to her commitment, her stated personal principle of putting more effort into locating context behind the stories, the subjects that she ends up covering. And yet, nothing. Not even a greater capacity to accept some blame, accountability for something she said that she doesn't seem to be proud of, that she won't stand behind, seeing as she just deleted it quietly from the video. However, that's not all, because this is not the only example of a drama that has a clear villain, a sympathetic subject, and some form of comeuppance towards the end, or some sort of cathartic finish. Because on October 19th, 2024, Alicia X Death, a React VTuber from what I know, variety VTuber, would end up making the following Twitter post. Hey YouTube, buddy, I know someone is logged into my YouTube. That's the hacker. What do you mean you're canceling my account recovery? And apparently what had happened is that her account had been hacked, taken over by a bunch of random crypto scammers. And she was in the middle of the account recovery process. However, unfortunately, what ended up happening was halfway through the process, YouTube decided to instead cancel the account recovery attempt. And so she was going onto Twitter to hopefully get some eyes on the situation. Human eyes on the situation. Again, this is a pretty difficult story to fuck up because the sides, so to speak, are a YouTuber and, just like with Tiger, a faceless megacorp that doesn't have human customer service. To which, this tweet, YouTube replied saying, at Alicia X Life VT, we've replied to you via DM. Also, we recommend deleting your tweet as it contains personal info for privacy reasons. You want to know how this is how we can tell it's a bot tweet? Look at the email address that is included in that screenshot. Random gibberish letters at gmail.com. And YouTube has come in with the, oh, this is personal information. You might not want to post this on Twitter for privacy reasons. As if it's not the email, the burner email that the scammers use to hack Alicia's account. To which Alicia replies, saying, don't worry, it's not my personal info. It's just the hacker who is still logged into my account. About a week later, October 25th, Alicia states, are you kidding me? I got hacked. You acknowledged that I got hijacked. You reinstated one of my channels, but my other one you declined for scamming? Hello? They are both hacked under the same email. I filed for both accounts the same way. Turns out, in addition to cancelling the recovery process halfway through, YouTube then went the extra mile and outright deleted the two accounts. This is beyond ridiculous. At YouTube, you said to not contact you and to go through support, but support said to contact you at Twitter if there are further issues. Classic. Absolute classic. Ouroboratic bureaucracy. You love to see it. Smiley face. So, hello, buddy. Why are hackers allowed to ruin my life? My job? My main income? Now, this admittedly looks pretty grim. However, thankfully, the very next day, on October 26th, Alicia would then make a follow-up post saying, I'm fucking back, baby. Turns out getting 200, around almost 300k views on a tweet is enough to get YouTube's attention, so they actually get humans back on the scene. So, to this, Alicia then makes a follow-up post saying, I'm fucking back, baby. Alicia X Life is now back on YouTube. Lost over 5k subs, but we make those back. Smiley face. Now, for a time, this looked like pretty nice, self-contained, feel-good story. We don't often get tales of victory against YouTube and their allegedly human moderation, but this was a nice deviation from the norm. However, this is not where the story ends, because only a few days later, on November 2nd, Katliente would release a video titled VTuber with cancer got hacked. your channel won't be put back on YouTube. Hacked in the thumbnail, in red text in bold impact text, highlighted in red with a red arrow pointing at a photo of Alicia. Now, I don't know about you, but if you see this thumbnail for the first time, right, there are probably a few questions that come to mind. First, cancer? Where the fuck did that come from? And second, once you've gotten over that initial shock of seeing the fact that cancer was being used as clickbait, what the fuck does cancer have to do with the subject of the video, which is her channel getting hacked or her account not being reinstated by YouTube? Because no matter how you cut it, the cancer being put in the title, there's no reason to put that there. There is absolutely no reason to put that there. And, quite rightfully so, when Alicia saw this video, or presumably when she was informed about that video, she wasn't very happy about it. Quote, "Bro, what the fuck is this title? Clickbaiting my cancer is insane. Reacting to my update video is totally fine, but holy shit, the title. Ethics doesn't exist when there's ad rev to be made, I guess." 5k views per arrow. That's what makes this so much worse, right? Like, if you are going to try to make it about some sort of like, if you were going to try to go, again, not saying that this is something that Katliente seems to have the capacity to do, but if you were going to make this some sort of like autobiography-esque angle, right? And you wanted to talk about her cancer in that sense, sure, maybe don't put it in the title, but I can understand that angle in the video. But I mean, if you have this way of making thumbnails and you put it in the title in this manner when it has nothing to do with the main topic that you're alluding to, which is the fact that her channel got hacked, there's no way you can have this interpreted as anything other than just cynical clickbait. Witness Void, thank you for the super. Cancer got hacked as technology got too far. Man, I wish that was what what Kat was trying to imply here. Artemis, thank you for being meant for 2 months. Imagine someone clickbaiting VTuber with gonorrhea. You wouldn't believe who would. That would, yeah. Yeah. Imagine just listing VTuber with insert health condition here. It's just like the clickbait for your video. It's so stupid. But in any case, Alicia then replied to her own tweet saying, "The title changed to VTuber in remission now. I still have cancer. My main mass is gone. Remission will be after my final 2 malignant spots are gone. Dang, can't we just call me the funny VTuber or something? I don't even clickbait my cancer, and I have it." And again, as a sort of, basically to show that when she says she doesn't clickbait her cancer, she means it. She had a video on her channel where she basically talked with her audience about the fact that she has been going through treatment for her cancer health condition, but she alludes to it in a very vague, indirect way throughout the video. And also, if you look at the actual thumbnail of the video, the title, if I remember correctly, is just "My Health Update," and the as you can see through the thumbnail, there's no mention of cancer. There's no big red arrow. It's just saying "health update," right? She made it a point to not really hammer it home. And so, when Kat just went out of her way, the funny thing about this is she did enough research to find this video, right? And, from it, extract the information that Alicia had cancer at this point in time. But then she decided to clickbait it anyways. And the funny thing is, presumably, after she saw the initial outcry against the use of Alicia's cancer as clickbait, right? Her first response, or her editor's first response, whichever it was not to get rid of the mention of cancer entirely. No, that little bit of clickbait, we needed to keep that, right? If we don't mention cancer at all, how are we going to market the video without any mention of the cancer at all? So instead of just taking it out, she just changed it to "in remission" instead. Now, I mentioned this earlier in the community post where I announced the stream, but Muujin did a great summary of this entire saga between Katliente and Dokibird / Alicia X Death. And I highly recommend watching through the video if you would like to see someone who is a very entertaining storyteller break this down. And one of the things that he raises when he's talking through the situation, this particular situation with Alicia's cancer being clickbaited, and the fact that even the first edit to the video did not bother taking out the mention of it entirely, but simply pivoted the angle of the clickbait. One of the things that Muujin touches on is how fucked up it is as a patient who still has cancer at this point in time, right? And you don't know if you are good as of that point. You've had the main mass removed, but there are still 2 other malignant spots in your body. You have no idea at that point in time if you are in the clear. And presumably, neither does your family. Neither do your loved ones. And imagine if some of those family, friends, loved ones, fans end up looking at a random video made by a random drama tuber and assume, based off of that video, that you are now in remission and it is now safe to go and congratulate you on getting over your cancer. And the entire time when you are receiving those messages, you know that you still have cancer. That is a fucked up situation to be put in. And the fact that this doesn't seem to have registered with either Kat or her editor, at least not the first time that they edited the video, is there are no words to describe that degree of boneheadedness. Thankfully, yeah, so to give a little bit of an update, recently, I think as recently as in the past week, Alicia released an update saying that she is, as of today, 31st of May, 2025, cancer-free. So she did end up overcoming it, right? She's better now. But at this point in time, she didn't know that. No one knew that. And that's what made this pivot so much of an extra gaffe on top of everything now. Yeah, Alicia is now in remission. She wasn't in November of 2024. And making that mistake is fucking wild. So, on top of that, Alicia, the next day then ended up tweeting out, "I left a comment. This shit is so exhausting. 1, there are comments in their section thinking I'm still hacked now, which I'm not. And 2, my cancer isn't a YouTube money glitch. Fuck off." And she includes a screenshot of a comment that she left under Katliente's video stating, "Both of my channels are already back." Again, news that people should have understood was about a week old at this point. Because remember that Kat did say that she, after the Lollipop drama, she did say that she was committed to adding in, that she should have added in an extra section in her description saying that the news that she's covering is old news, etc., etc., etc. And the fact that there are people thinking that, probably not indicative of the fact of a clear distinction between old news and, whether it's recent. But also, to continue with the comment that Alicia wrote, also, what is your title? Clickbaiting my cancer is so disgusting. And next day, Alicia would then release a follow-up tweet saying, "She deleted the video, thumbs up emoji. Thank you for your support, everyone. I'm glad she reached out and tried to mend things. She also paid me the ad revenue from the video as an apology. Stuff like this is really frustrating and upsetting when feeling like I'm being defined by my illness. I appreciate the support and empathy you have all shown me. Mentioning it in videos is fine. My cancer isn't a secret, but please, for future creators, don't use it as your title or thumbnail. Feels weird having to say this, but this is the second time this has happened in the past 2 days. I don't monetize my cancer, so please don't do it either." And so, with that, we now have more material to go off of. Because 1 is an anomaly, 2 is a coincidence, but 3, now you have a pattern. And the thing is, with the Tiger drama and the Alicia X Death cancer clickbaiting thing, they were examples of good drama. There was a clear villain, YouTube, and their incompetent appeal system. There were sympathetic victims, 2 YouTubers that had no say in their channel deletion, who had been kept in the dark about why, and whose appeals were frankly tossed around by YouTube in this never-ending cycle of bot after bot. And then finally, well, in the case with Alicia, at least, you have a satisfying comeuppance in the sense that she got both of her channels back. With Tiger, the only reason why it's not, as clear-cut good drama, quote-unquote, is because of the fact that his channels are still gone. He still hasn't gotten them back. But aside from that, these are 2 situations that don't share the same degree of difficulty to resolve, moral complexity, or unsympathetic all-around parties involved that the Lollipuff situation had. So these are a lot clearer examples of Katliente not really being able to offload a failure to live up to her own moral code to the subject she is covering, but rather just blatant examples of how, in spite of the fact that this was after, both of these stories were covered after the Lollipuffs thing happened, and after she, published her apology, stated her commitment to adopting these moralistic practices and principles, she has still not abided by them. In terms of total consistency that conveys intent in both communications and content, she has completely fucked that. Not just because she initially clickbaited the cancer, right? But also because when initially called out, her first instinct, or her editor's first instinct, doesn't really matter either way to be honest, was to, instead of dropping that bit of clickbait entirely, to pivot it in direction by changing it to VTuber in remission got hacked, even though having cancer or being in remission either way wouldn't have affected and wouldn't have been relevant to the main subject of the video, which was her accounts getting hacked. And on top of that, you also don't have an adherence to the final commitment that she made, which was that Kat would commit to bettering her research practices, preserving context, going out of her way to familiarize herself with a subject/topic before talking about it in a video. Because when it comes to the Tiger thing, she did say out loud, "Oh, this is a rabbit hole," which I think in a vacuum is a sentiment I can agree with, but she's not going to dive into it. Not going to spend any time looking at anything that happened. Not going to even try to summarize it for her audience. Just, oh, there's a lot more, but I didn't look at it, so just know that it's there. So, between these 3 examples, 2 out of 3 of the moral codes, the little bits of integrity that Katliente has explicitly committed to in her own words, have not been upheld, have not been lived up to. There is the only hope for there to be any crumb, semblance of integrity left to her brand is if she was able to hold up that last little criterion. The criterion, the hill that she chose to die on in the Lollipuff video. That weaponizing your fan base to deplatform someone is wrong. This is the stance that she was the most clear on. This is something she didn't apologize for. This is something she doubled down on, stood by, etc., etc. And again, in a vacuum, I agree with her. I think that weaponizing your fan base to deplatform someone is cringe. Now, I'm not going to sympathize with someone who is on the receiving end of that if they've also had a history of doing that themselves in the past. But in isolation, I agree with the sentiment. And here's where we get into a little bit of a problem. Because when we talk about weaponizing your fan base, we're talking about weaponizing a platform. And when it comes to weaponizing a platform, there are more ways to do that than simply going into a Discord and saying to people, I want you to all go and mass report these accounts. And before we get into that, we're going to need to touch on a little bit what is the nature of, again, another aspect of the nature of drama content, right? Specifically, something I saw brought up, I think it was you, Sumanite, who brought it up in chat earlier, where you said, old news is an oxymoron, right? Because news by itself, and this is something that I want to sort of just define, news is basically information that people are probably going to want to know about. Yes, we do associate news with things being new, so to speak, right? But it could also mean information that is of note, prominent, important to understand, or desirable to understand. And so, one of the things that I want to touch on real quick is the distinction, or the lack thereof, between drama, gossip, and journalism. See, news is a very broad term, because technically speaking, news encompasses all three of these little subgenres. And if you want to understand how drama works as a content niche, you're going to have to make some distinctions between drama and gossip and drama and journalism. See, the thing is, when you talk about drama, when you're evaluating a work of, well, a piece of content that covers a quote-unquote drama, there are two ways that you can evaluate it, two ways that we've touched on prior in this stream. Whether the drama itself in isolation is good or bad, and whether the coverage by itself is good or bad. And generally speaking, if you put it on an axis like this, you can kind of locate where a drama lies, or where a work of content, a piece of content that covers a drama lies. For example, let's say that you have Rima's video on the Bunny IU, Admiral Baru, and Lena Lazar situation, right? Lots of backstabbing going on directed at Lena that she was a victim of in that particular circle. Lots of underhandedness, lot of, you know, the kind of social snakery that you hear horror stories about in the streaming space, specifically as well in the cosplaying space in this particular instance. And again, it was good drama in the sense that you had a sympathetic victim, Lena, you had a clear villain, Baru and Bunny IU, and you had a satisfying comeuppance in the sense that Bunny IU is no longer relevant in the VTubing scene, and Lena is still a very large content creator, and she has been for a while. On the opposite end of the spectrum, still good coverage, but bad drama in the sense of being morally complex and difficult to resolve, you have False's video covering the VNU graduations, where, again, you very much had a situation that all parties were kind of difficult to sympathize with. Yes, you had that initial announcement of the fact that VNU had these graduations, the leaking of the VNU graduations, which was handled, in my opinion, quite poorly by Legal Mindset, quite justifiable for people to be pissed off, especially the towns to be pissed off as a result of that. But also the way that they responded to Rima being disproportionately aggressive, considering the fact that what she was doing was not, I would not equate it to what Legal Mindset was doing at all in that initial way that he leaked it. So you had both of these sides, and on top of that, you had, throughout the underlying the entire thing, you had the fact that VNU was supposedly, allegedly, according to the source that was leaking information to Legal, attempting to delay talent graduations because they wanted to butter up investors. So all parties in this situation are difficult to sympathize with. It is morally complex because, yes, as a talent, it is very justified to be pissed off if someone leaks your graduation, right? Like that's not really, no one's going to argue against that. But at the same time, not only was the aggression directed at someone who was not, it was not complicit in the initial leaking, Rima, but on top of that, there were aspects of the response that were less savory, shall we say. So, as a result, you had this situation where all sides sympathetic, and it was also difficult to resolve because, one, how do you even go about enforcing consequences for a company delaying graduations for its talents? Those talents are still graduating, and there's no way that you can punish the company without also making things difficult for the talents. And especially because those talents, one of the things that they kept stressing was, please don't, please keep supporting the people we are leaving behind. Please keep supporting our friends who are still at the company. Again, you can't really express your dislike of a company for its actions, protest by refusing to support the company, without also affecting the talents who are still there. So again, very morally complex situation. However, because of the fact that False touched on all of those things, presented them in a pretty concise manner, you had an acknowledgement of those nuances in his coverage of it that allowed an otherwise bad drama to be covered in a way that still felt kind of satisfying. Conversely, when you look at the examples that we've touched on so far with Katliente, you have, like I said, with Tyga and Alicia's throwdowns with YouTube, you had what would have been, on paper, good drama, but it was covered so poorly that it didn't register that way. And on top of that, you then had the Lollipop girls who had both, who had both ends of the short stick, so to speak, where not only was the drama itself morally complex, and not only were they also not the perfect victims, but you also had Katliente, who was apparently, seemingly going out of her way to frame them as villains, and thus violating any attempt at covering the situation in a way that adhered to some sort of moral code. However, here's where we run into another problem, because although all of these things are, and again I mean this in a technical sense, all of this counts as drama content, because you can evaluate it based on how good or bad the drama is versus how good or bad the coverage is, people don't really classify it that way. See, what usually ends up happening is anytime there's good coverage of something, a video either gets labeled news or commentary. Whereas every time the coverage is bad, irrespective of whether the drama itself is good or bad, it just gets labeled as drama. As a result, when people think of drama content, they only ever register the examples of when it's done poorly. They don't register the examples of when it's done well, because when it's done well, people don't think of it as drama content. Even though technically speaking, if we follow the rules of defining what a drama is, right, that process of a social norm is broken, roles are assigned, a conflict is had, and then a resolution is reached, they do class as drama. Yeah, Sumo Knight, the issue isn't the story, but the way that it is told. And as a result, this ends up creating a little bit of a blind spot in a lot of members of the audience when it comes to evaluating whether a quote-unquote bit of drama is covered in a way that seems more in line with, it erodes people's ability to distinguish between news content, journalism, or just drama content. And one of the distinctions that I want to encourage you guys to make is the degree of involvement that the presenter has in bringing about the story that they are now covering. In other words, even though news is a broad term that just means something that has happened, drama is when the presenter is willing to get their hands dirty and affect the outcome of events that they later go on to talk about, whereas journalism is when you simply report on things that happened independently from your influence. And to give you an example of something that happened earlier this year, we can use the Bond Live graduations. So, if you guys remember, so those who watched my earlier Bond Live stream, for those who haven't, I'll just do a quick recap. Essentially, from Bond Live, they had a controversy in late December of last year, where one of their managers had been pushed to the point of wanting to take their own life. He released a statement on Twitter, and then from there, things started melting down. A whole bunch of talents left at the same time. They started releasing statements saying that they that the company is awful, etc., that they just wanted to leave, please don't talk about things, etc., etc. That became its own, the whole, a bunch of ex-talents trying to discourage people from talking about the situation. That was its whole separate problem. Again, if that's something that sounds interesting to you, I recommend going back to check my previous stream about the Bond Life situation. However, the part that's relevant to this is that throughout this entire time, when you had a manager that had been pushed to the point of suicide, you had multiple talents who were now declaring that they would like to leave the company on their social media. Throughout this entire time, Bond Life, the company, completely silent. Nothing. And so, you had people who were starting to dig into this story and trying to find out what exactly went wrong inside the company to cause things to go that poorly. And one of the people who were doing that digging was Mizu. And Mizu was willing to talk about this story, even though in the early stages of when it was developing, a lot of ex-talents, for some reason, were kicking up a giant fuss about not talking about it in the form of content, in the form of live streams, videos, whatever. There was, effectively, a cone of silence around the entire controversy because of the fact that people kept trying to stigmatize the very idea of talking about it. But this is partially why I classify Mizu as being, an industry heel. He didn't give a shit about that. He just kept talking about it. And eventually, some Bond Live talents ended up approaching him anonymously and leaking information to him about how much of a shit show the company was on the inside. And as a result of that, he started talking about the evidence, the information that had been shared with him. One portion of one little tidbit that was shared with him was the contract that the Bond Live talents were signed, that the Bond Live talents had signed, which contained a whole bunch of very, shall we say, interesting terms and conditions attached to them. And once he had a stream talking about the contract, Bond Live's official Twitter account ended up putting out a formal announcement acknowledging that there was something going wrong on the inside. They didn't explicitly acknowledge the manager that had declared that he had wanted to take his own life. They didn't acknowledge that the talents, the complaints or the criticisms leveled by the talents. They just said, we have become aware that there are issues going on in our operations and that there are people leaking information to the outside. And we are committed to improving things. Now, whether they ended up improving it or not, who knows? At this point, I'm honestly not convinced that they have, because of the way that the company has been operating up until this point. However, the news itself was the fact that the company put out a statement. However, after they put out a statement, False also ended up releasing a video talking about the situation, using the statement as a pretext to essentially launch into a dissection of how this recent series of events unfolded. When you look at it this way, Mizu essentially pressure cooked a VTubing company into admitting that they have a problem. And once that company released an official statement, False was then free to make a video of his own. This is the difference between drama and journalism. You could very much make the argument that Mizu instigated this particular bit of news before going on to talk about it and cover it, whereas False is simply reporting on news that came about outside of his own influence. And that is the distinction to be made between the two. Again, some people may be tempted to look at this and think that it's just a game of semantics, but I think that it is worth making a distinction between those two things. Now, the other thing I want to tackle real quick is the idea that one is distinctly better than the other. And while I can see where people are coming from, certainly there is I can very much see how the incentive to create your own content in terms of instigating things to then talk about them later could be abused, could be used in a way that is corrupt and unethical. But at the same time, there are certain strengths and weaknesses to both of these approaches towards covering news, so to speak. See, the thing is with False, he has a code of conduct, a very clear code for what counts as a story and what doesn't. He needs, usually, some combination of the following: a primary source, an insider source, that is willing to provide evidence, at least behind the scenes, or at least something he can share publicly, at least a little bit of it that he can share publicly, to verify the claims being made, He needs an insider source that is willing to put their name behind the claims that are being made, or some form of official statement or official communications that has been shared publicly that he can then go to comment on or show in his videos. If you don't have any of these three, the problem is False can't make a video. So for that reason, if you are a company that is seeking to obscure or hide your own poor practices, you can very easily erect a shield of plausible deniability that essentially neuters and paralyzes people who share the same code of conduct as False does for creating content. Now, for those who watch his streams, you will know that on his streams, it's a bit different from his content in that he's a bit more willing to do things like speculate on how things are going, industry happenings, states of the companies he covers, whatever. But he doesn't do that in his videos, and his videos are his main platform. Therefore, his videos are also the main threat. If you want to neutralize that threat, just shut down all official communications and refuse to acknowledge anything publicly, and cross your fingers that your talents don't do differently. The thing is, though, when you have someone like Mizu going around essentially making trouble, it gets to the point, occasionally, where companies like Bond Live simply can't put the lid on things any longer, and they have to put out an official statement. And at that point, it paves the way for other creators like myself, like False, to go in and work off of something more concrete from which we can then evaluate the rest of our coverage. From which we can shape the rest of our coverage. So again, there are definitely strengths and weaknesses to both, and one is not distinctly better, quote unquote, than the other. It depends on the situation, what you're dealing with, and what your intended outcome is. If you want the company to admit it has a problem, there are arguments to be made that this approach may work better. But if you want to make sure that the information you get across to your audience is reliable, then this approach undeniably has an edge over the other. So, thing is though, there is a difference between the two, and drama, at least to some degree, has an element, or it has a connotation, it often coincides with a degree of instigation. You are doing this for the purpose, you're covering a topic not for the purposes of just informing your audience, but for the purposes of promoting discussion, discourse about the subject of your content, the subject of your video. You don't just want people to consume the information and be more informed about something. You want them to think about it, to have discussions about it, to give their opinion about it. And at least to that degree, drama content does kind of feed into the perpetuating of the situation's relevance. It essentially lengthens the amount of time before it reaches its expiry date, where it naturally falls out of public interest, or public curiosity, I should say more accurately. And so, with that in mind, then we get to the good old question of why is drama so prevalent in VTubing? Again, this is yet another slide that I've referenced multiple times since that initial stream that I did on drama tubing, but the reason why there is so much drama in VTubing, especially EN VTubing, is directly, you can trace it directly back to how new the industry is. A series of knock-on effects, second, third, fourth order effects, where as a result of this industry being new, it creates a lot of factors present within it that make it very easy for people to make drama and make it very appealing for people to create drama. So, from the fact that the VTubing industry is very new, right? It's less than a decade old, which in terms of industries is basically a toddler. You have inconsistent industry standards because it hasn't existed long enough for those to crop up, and also the fact that growth tends to outpace safeguards. The audience is growing faster than people can set up safeguards for what counts as ethical practice, so to speak. Now, this was probably more true last year than it is this year, given how many companies died on the spot because they didn't have good enough practices to sustain their operation. But definitely at the beginning of 2024, the growth of the industry in terms of how many new actors were entering outpaced the degree to which people could start asserting what counts as good practice, what counts as bad practice, how do you punish bad practice, how do you promote good practice, etc., etc. Now, as a result of these two effects, what you then have is the fact that people rely on self-promotion. You can't rely on somebody else or a company per se to market you. So you're going to have to get used to doing it yourself. The overwhelming majority of VTubers are independent. Yes, there are a lot of corporate VTubers. There are a lot of different types of corporate VTubers, but the overwhelming majority of this industry consists of independence. On top of that, you also have a lack of professionalism. Since you don't have consistent industry standards, who is there to tell you what is or isn't professional conduct? Who is there to give you an indication of what is or isn't professional conduct? And as a result, you just have this general lack of professionalism that becomes a norm because there is no pressure to insist otherwise. And finally, you have low barriers to entry. If growth is outpacing the rate at which you can erect safeguards around your industry, what ends up happening is anybody and everybody has a shot at making it big there. And I mean, again, at the beginning of 2024, that certainly proved itself to be the case. Every single Tom, Dick, and Harry chose to come in and give being a VTuber CEO a bit of a try. And a lot of them ended with predictable disasters. But problem nonetheless remains. Low barriers to entry means low quality entrance. And then finally, as a result of these knock-on effects, you have the prevalence of short-sighted growth strategies. You will very often get creators, especially on Twitter, who are willing to dog on other creators for no reason other than just getting a quick boost in CCV or a little bit of clout. Anti-social behavior becomes a norm, partially because of the fact that VTubing as a medium appeals to people who aren't exactly the most sociable. That's perfectly understandable, but also because it is much, much easier to behave in an antisocial manner towards another human being when you're both only communicating through a screen at best. And on top of that, you have inconsistent ethical standards. Same thing that I was talking about before. If you combine inconsistent industry standards with a lack of professionalism, you are going to get inconsistent ethical standards, because ethical standards are essentially socially enforced rather than according to some sort of distinct shared code in a community or a group. And then finally, as a result of all of these things, you have the prevalence of exploitation. This is going to be very common across the entirety of the industry. You combine an industry that entices people who are poorly socialized for the most part, who have, health issues, mental health issues, poor sociability, etc., outcasts of all kinds. You put them all in one industry. It's an entertainment industry. That is a recipe for exploitation. Combined with that, a lot of the talents overwhelmingly are, young women. I know we say it as a meme, hags, etc., but even if you're like 30 something, objectively speaking, you are still a young person. So, as a result, again, space, unfortunately, ripe for exploitation. I'm antisocial because I'm afraid of bothering people and being annoying, which is why I rarely collab. Same here. So, however, when you take a look at a few specific factors, a few specific traits, you put them together: lack of professionalism, low barriers to entry, short-sighted growth strategy, antisocial behavior, inconsistent ethical standards, and exploitation. The end result of combining these factors in particular is that this industry has a very stereotypical approach towards conflict resolution. And that approach is that instead of fixing issues, resolving things in private, it is a very normalized thing to have it out in public. And of course, these factors aren't alone in shaping this response, because on top of that, you also have two aspects: a cultural aspect of VTubing and a technical aspect of the medium. For starters, you have the fact that the communications that occur between creators and their audiences very often ends up happening over a social media app, Twitter specifically. And as a result, like I've always said, the medium is the message, right? Because what ends up happening is if you use a tool to communicate, that tool is inevitably going to end up shaping the way that you communicate as well as the message that gets passed on. So if you communicate with an audience using Twitter, what you're going to end up doing is, even if only unconsciously, shaping your communication methods to fit with the expectations, the architecture of Twitter as an app. And then the second thing, and this is a more cultural thing to do with VTubing, artists tend to be deified in this industry. And as a result of their deification, you get this weird combination of scenarios where they are at the same time infantilized, but also deified, which is really, really strange in that they are treated as if they are well, I suppose this unquestionable, this thing that these people that can't be questioned in any way, right? Their conduct can't be questioned. It's stigmatized to question their practices even. And yet, whenever an artist does something unethical, it is very common in this industry to start implementing apologia, not apology, apologia, a formal defense of something. And you would be very surprised at how willing people tend to be to defend artists, even in cases where they are exhibiting blatantly unethical conduct and implementing blatantly unethical practices. And when you combine these two factors, these two traits of the industry together, the fact that communication between audiences and creators and other creators is usually mediated through Twitter, combined with the cultural trait, which is that artists are often deified, what you get is the thing that I talked about 2 weeks ago, which I've termed the artist problem. This combination of feeling like artists are unquestionable, that they cannot be, that it is stigmatized to criticize them in any way, and also the fact that when there is a dispute that emerges between artists and artists, or artists and clients, or clients and other clients over an artist, the default approach towards conflict resolution is total annihilation. War on social media. And the reason is because social media, again, when you communicate using a certain tool or a space, you shape your communication to fit with that space. The thing is, though, social media, one of the traits about social media that I touched on in the Cinder stream that I did, that I think a lot of people tend to gloss over, is the fact that social media is an open space. Now, when you hear that, right, for the people who weren't there to watch the last stream, you might hear that and you might think, well, no shit, Sherlock, obviously. But the thing is, that has an effect on how people approach conflict resolution. Because if you are operating in a closed space, right, let's say a community that has a policy of being able to bar other people from entry or remove people who don't fit in. If you have a conflict in a closed space, you have a very easy method of conflict resolution. If someone is causing a problem, you have a discussion among your community. People pick sides, assign roles, assign blame, try to approach a resolution, and if a resolution is not possible, the guilty party or the person creating a problem can simply be expelled. They can be pushed out of the closed space, and that is the extent of the damage. You just lose a member from your community. But what happens when you have an open space? What happens if you have a problem with someone, a dispute with someone, and you can't actually guarantee that they're not going to continue to come at you? Because again, it's not a closed space. You can't just push them out. You can't just block them. You can't just ignore them. They can still keep coming after you. How do you resolve the problem then? And the answer is, you destroy them. You have to cripple them to the point where they are incapable of coming after you again, because you can't just exclude them. And so, yes, perhaps there is less of a problem with exclusion in open spaces, but that also means that the ceiling on what counts as a possible response or retaliation has been raised as well. Now, the default or the most severe punishment, the most severe method of retaliation is no longer just exclusion or expelling. It is annihilation. And that is the problem, right? That is the problem that Twitter creates, because Twitter is an open space. Yes, you can block, yes, you can mute, but you can't guarantee that behind that block and the mute, the person isn't still talking shit about you and essentially smearing you to other people who may not be familiar with you or the situation to begin with. So, when faced with that kind of scenario, the only method left is total annihilation. This is the kind of interaction, the approach, quote unquote, to conflict resolution that Twitter as a platform is built to encourage. And as a result, because of the fact that, at least in the West, VTubing communication happens on Twitter between creators and creators and creators and audiences so often, this ends up becoming a default approach towards conflict resolution among way too many people in this space. And here's where we get into perhaps the second, third order effects from the artist problem being allowed to exist and simmer away in the background. See, if you look at Katliente's channel, right, you might notice something. Around May of 2024, her channel experiences, in terms of subscribers and in terms of views, a really, really steep spike. Now, you might ask yourself upon seeing this, okay, what caused this drastic of a change to go from this being the norm throughout the entirety of 2023 and most of 2024, and this becoming the new norm post-May of 2024? And you can pretty safely put it down to one video. This one. A video titled "This VTuber Was Scammed" that was published in June of 2024. June 3rd to be exact. A video that got 93,000 views. Oh, Okko! Welcome in! Welcome, Okko Raiders! Thank you for the raid! Thank you for the raid, Okko. Hope you guys had a good stream. We're talking through the sudden explosion behind Katliente's channel and why Katliente even exists in this space the way she does. So, as you can probably see by just looking at the screenshot of what her channel content looked like beforehand, the usual amount of views that she would get, less than 10k per video, right? Generic content creation advice. Free animated overlays, scam emails could end your career, streamer challenge, Ko-fi tutorial, tips to improve your streams, don't use Chrome. I had to learn that the hard way. But each of them would only get around, 2k, 3k, sometimes 8k views. And then she releases a video about art drama, VTuber art drama, to be more specific. And it gets 93k. And so, I heard you called me a heel? Yes, I did. If it makes you feel any better, I share that category myself. So, this got 93k views. And, as you can probably tell, it inspired perhaps an idea that there was another avenue of content that Katliente could pursue to actually get some numbers on YouTube. What happens if you use Chrome? Your stream dies. Funny thing is, I watched through this video, and I'm not joking. The video opens, frame 1, first second. She starts off with a quote that says, this is her exact word. Let me clap as well to imitate the way that she did this. More VTuber art drama, guys. We are never out of VTuber art drama. I swear to God. Literally word for word, how she opened that video. And ever since, that has borne itself to be true. Because after that 93k view video, she then did 2 other videos about the Shy Lily Small Lola controversy, both of which received over 100k views. Now, as you can probably guess, after seeing something like this, you'd probably be incentivized to do a little bit of a content pivot, and true to form, that is what ended up happening. Yes, Katliente still did cover things that are more generally to do with streamers, right? Things like Twitch moderation, or things like, things like art controversies that come from areas outside of VTubing, right? You know, artists, a Pokemon art contest, for example, that did also get quite a bit of views. But there was definitely a shift in the content towards VTuber art drama specifically. And if you look at the most popular videos on her channel that have emerged over the past year or so, this trend becomes even more obvious. All of her most popular videos, this artist faked being a beginner and upset a lot of people. 1.7 million views. Artist friend steals art and feeds it to AI to profit. 700k views. Artist upset over artists. Art talk upset over artists, quote unquote, chubby OC. 600k views. You won't believe who fixed, quote unquote, their art. 500k views. All of these are various videos all talking about art, and a lot of them are talking specifically about VTuber art. And so, here's where we get to the uncomfortable part of this. See, Kat is only part of the problem. The reason why I included that quote that she opens with in her very first VTuber art drama video, more VTuber art drama, guys, I swear, we're never going to run out of VTuber art drama, I swear to God, is because it very concisely encapsulates why Katliente exists. You can get rid of Kat, sure, but someone is going to replace her. Because if you get rid of Kat, you don't get rid of the incentives that allowed her channel to pivot into the direction it did. Because her channel is essentially an infinite hamster wheel of the artist problem feeding content into people who are too lazy to research their topics sufficiently. So long as the artist problem exists, it will continue to fuel content like this. And it's not just because, there's so much drama that happens in, there's so much drama that happens in the VTubing art space or on VTuber Twitter specifically. It goes deeper than that. Because it's not just the fact that there is controversy to talk about. It's all tied back to how people in EN VTubing, especially how people approach conflict resolution among artists and over artists. And again, to explain what I mean, I'm going to have to go through a little bit of extra context to do with further defining some of the terms that we've kind of been using willy-nilly up until now. So, one of the things that I touched on in the previous DramaTubing stream that I did is the idea that a lot of, you can very much see that bad tourists make for bad drama tubers. Again, that's a no shit Sherlock type of conclusion. However, the reason why one causes the other is because the traits between one and the other are basically, they have no differences whatsoever, pretty much. For a bad tourist, they're characterized by being, they might be interested in the subject matter and or know people who are, whereas a bad drama tuber will be interested in the subject matter and or a pre-existing audience around the subject matter, right? However, with a bad tourist, the things that actually start demarcating them as quote-unquote bad stem from how they actually approach this part of the industry. Oh, Evo, not sure how to feel about all of this as an artist myself. You're not part of the problem, right? How do I say this? I say Twitter artists as a sort of general moniker, right? But I don't mean every single Twitter artist. It's just that this has become a cultural phenomenon that seems to be far more prevalent than it deserves to be. And it has become something that has, for the most part, it has colored a lot of people's perception of Twitter artists. Because I know that I'm not the only person who has been very critical of the way that artists, especially on Twitter and especially in VTubing, tend to be coddled. and tend to be infantilized and tend to be, excused regardless of their actions or practices, shady as they may be, unethical as they may be. So, again, for the most part, I will say though, all of the artists that I've interacted with have been perfectly fine. Like, everyone who I've interacted with, I know Noxon's in chat, right? Nothing but professional, excellent to work with, but not. I am very well aware that my experience appears to be the exception and not the rule. And me pointing this out, at least to some degree, I do hope that that may just be undoing that stigma and enforcing new ones might just be the first step in hopefully turning that over. I mean, yeah, Agamata's also in chat. He's another example. You know, I really do wish that more artists would do the same thing that Agamata does, where, I mean, Agamata does, sorry, give me a second. Agamata does great art, but he has been very clear about how he is not taking commissions because it's just not something that he's interested in doing. You have so many other artists on Twitter who are, again, great at making art, but keep flip-flopping on whether they want to regard it as a hobby or whether they want to actually accept money for it. And I mean, yeah, that's fine if you want to accept money for it. But if you do that, you also take on obligations. It's no longer just art. It is art and a product. And you have an obligation to your clients if they pay for art. And I just wish that more artists... Or actually, Evo, you're right? It's probably just, you know, in fairness, it's mostly top 1% artists who get away with that. Yeah, absolutely, right? Because if you are an artist that's, you know, not, let's say, not in the top 1% or not as renowned, chances of you getting away with this kind of stuff kind of slim down. However, the point that I'm making, though, is that very often, artists who aren't even in that top 1% still end up getting away with this stuff because there is a cultural stigma against calling out bad behavior, bad practices in artists in general. There is a tendency to deify, infantilize, and, well, protect at all costs artists as a general, vague, nebulous group. Again, I understand why. VTubing is a medium that very much relies on art, but the problem is, if you take that too far, you end up getting a situation where artists don't really have too much pressure, or too much stigma, I should say, against behaving badly in professional scenarios. And that is a stigma that needs to exist not for the people who aren't going to try to push their luck with their clients, but for the people who do, the people who currently get away with doing that. So, thing is, with a bad tourist, right, they approach the subject matter with contempt and prejudice, not open to learning about anything, not open to even listening or trying to understand something, even if just so they can hate on it with more accuracy, with more faithfulness to the original subject. I guess it came across that way, not gonna lie, it would be fun to be deified once in a while. See, Evo, you've made the grievous mistake of actually being someone who doesn't encourage that kind of behavior, right? Although, to be fair, that probably also means that you are better to work with and therefore make more money than the average, you know, stereotypical Twitter endemic artist. Alko, thank you for the 5. My biggest issue with Kat is that it's obvious her bias as an artist lends to how the story is told, often against the right person. Oh no, absolutely. I wouldn't even say as an artist, because as we'll get to in a second, I've gotten to the point where, upon observing how her content seems to work, and how her content plays into the incentives behind this content niche, I think it's a bit more cynical than that. Same thing when it comes to a drama tuber, though. They also approach subjects with contempt or prejudice. They're not willing to contextualizing their understanding of something. They're not willing to do background research, try and get a grasp of the nuances. It's just, this is my initial impression, this is what we're going to run with. With a bad tourist, they are incapable of discerning and or articulating which aspects of the subject matter do and don't appeal to them, and why. This is very important. One of the easiest ways to tell if someone is a tourist is that they can't even articulate the things that they like or dislike about something. Just because you dislike certain aspects of something doesn't make you a tourist, especially if your ability to articulate it gets at and paints an accurate picture of the thing in the first place. However, if you are not capable of articulating what you like or dislike, then there's a good chance that you're not actually into the thing itself, but you're only doing it for a bunch of other unrelated reasons. Some of which could include simply wanting to look fashionable or wanting the social approval of other people in a particular hobby or area of interest. Evo, thank you for the kind words. No problem. Another little tangent, little pet peeve of mine. But the other thing I don't like about the infantilization of artists in this industry is that the indiscriminate head patting that people end up doing devalues the instances where an artist actually deserves it. At least in my opinion. Because the thing is, good behavior, good conduct, ethical practices, efficiency, professionalism, it might sound stupid to some, but I am of the opinion that those things do deserve to be praised. And the problem is when people praise artists for something as simple as just getting a commission through on time. I can't help but feel like that just devalues when people actually feel like praising an artist or doing a good job and doing right by their clients. But in any case, same thing happens with a bad drama tuber, except instead of things that do or don't appeal to them, they are now incapable of discerning and or articulating their biases regarding the subject matter. Again, just because you have biases doesn't automatically make you a bad drama tuber, simply because everyone has biases. It's a human thing. But you have to be able to see them and, or ideally, articulate them as well, if only so that you can give a warning to your audience, buyer beware type thing. With a bad tourist, you have a disregard for context and nuance. Same thing with a bad drama tuber. And finally, with a bad tourist, they can't coexist with perspectives outside of their own. If they enter a hobby and there's something they don't like, they have to get rid of the thing that they don't like rather than simply exit themselves or simply curate their experience of that thing. Same thing with a bad drama tuber. They cannot acknowledge perspectives outside of their own. They fuck up, they can't admit that they've fucked up, because to do so would be to acknowledge that their perspective is not the default one. And so, this is where I left off. But, on top of that, the real harm starts when you combine these traits with an incentive, a very strong incentive that exists, specifically or drama tubers that come in from the outside, don't have an understanding of VTubing in the industry, the subculture, the people who operate in it, and the angle that they decide on for their content. And this links in with a concept that I've talked about multiple times on multiple different streams called outgroup negativity appeal. Again, I'll just recap it briefly for those who haven't watched my streams before, might be new around here, or who may have missed out on this particular bit of information that I've brought up. So, a paper that I highly recommend reading if this is a subject that sounds interesting to you by the time I'm done explaining it, is called Outgroup Animosity Drives Engagement on Social Media by Steve Roth, Jay van Bevel, Sander van der Linden, and published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, or PENUS. So, according to this paper, right, there are three main takeaways about how this concept works on social media to drive greater amounts of engagement. First, group identities are hyper salient on social media, especially in the context of online political or moral discussions. What that means is when you go onto social media, people don't see other people as people. You're not perceived as an individual. Instead, it is far more likely and far more common that people perceive one another according to group identities, collective labels. You are not, let's say, you're not a person. You are a second generation Chinese American immigrant who is gay and who loves who loves Disney, whatever, right? Again, that is not a personality. That is a collection of group identity labels that are slapped together. However, because it's the internet, that becomes the default way that most people interact with one another, perceive one another, and choose to identify one another. How much does a subscription to Peters cost? It's a good question, Murray. I got this paper for free. I just downloaded it off of the website, so I don't even know if you need to pay a subscription to it in order to access the articles. But that could just be the fact that I didn't grab multiple. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's free. It should be free in case you want to download it to read yourself. The second thing, other thing I want to emphasize as well, especially in the context of online moral or political discussions, which means that whenever online you're talking politics or morality, two things that end up creating and or feeding into drama the most, people tend to define one another by groups, not by individuals, right? Instead of looking at someone's individual beliefs and where those beliefs come from, what those beliefs mean, you tend to just dismiss them as left or right wing, for example. A gross oversimplification, but one that is very popular on social media. I'll go thank you for the 5. Sleep, but as I've evolved personally, I've tried to change biases for truth. It's not easy, but I feel more happy setting aside for a good story. That's an applaudable thing, and I'm glad to hear that it's a process that, even if it's drawn out, feels rewarding to you. But yeah, I hope you have a good rest as well. It's difficult. It's not easy, and you don't always succeed, but I think the effort is worth it because that's the kind of thing that most audiences are able to appreciate as well. The second thing that this paper outlines is that when group identities are hyper-salient, this can lead individuals to align themselves more with their fellow in-group members, facilitating in-group favoritism and out-group derogation in order to maintain a positive sense of group distinctiveness. So, as a consequence of people defining themselves by their group identity instead of, their individual identity, what ends up happening is the default methods of interaction start to shift. People start to become more and more encouraged to simply favor people just because they have the same group identity as them, and by contrast, to deride people who have a different group identity to them. An easy example of this, look at how shonen slop ends up becoming so adversarial when it comes to anime that isn't shonen slop. It is a very frustrating dynamic to witness, but it is a dynamic that is pretty much easily found anytime you go onto Twitter and you go into those spaces. You also see the same things cropping up regardless of other individual identity traits as well, right? You see this happen when it comes to sexuality, gender identity, race, religion. There is nothing more cringy than seeing someone defend deplorable behavior simply because the person exhibiting said deplorable behavior happens to share some sort of group identity or some sort of collective label with the defender. It's just, it doesn't work. You're an individual. You don't have to speak for anybody else simply because they share a trait with you. You can just operate as an individual. One thing that will never cease to bewilder me is how... Well, I suppose it's not bewildering, it's just very interesting to observe, is how much horseshoe theory takes into effect, where the same people who will screech about the importance of universal acceptance, inclusivity, you know, being an upstanding TM person on the internet, will also default to things like very concepts like race traitorism, or calling people the equivalent of a quote-unquote house Negro, but instead of being separated on the basis of race, it's on gender identity or sexuality. And it's just very, very strange to see each and every time you end up observing one of these creatures in the wild. But in any case, go to sleep, okay? Yeah. In my opinion, horseshoe theory is one of the symptoms that demonstrate the heavy flaws of left-right dichotomy. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Right, absolutely. But yeah, in any case, the final consequence of all of this, after you get into this situation, this environment where group identities are all that matter, and people tend to discriminate against other people purely based off of group identity, is that posts that appeal to identity-based motives tend to receive more engagement in online social networks. Additionally, there is a strong asymmetry such that out-group negativity is stronger than in-group positivity. Now, what that means is, if you want engagement in something you put onto a social media platform, very easy way of getting it is to find a group of people and dog on them as much as you possibly can. The harder you can go on deriding them, the better, because you end up creating, again, out-group negativity appeal. Point and laugh. Look at those weirdos over there. Aren't we all so glad we're not one of them? Aren't we all so morally upright in pointing and laughing at all of the freaks over there, etc., etc., etc.? All of those morally incorrect TM people. And the thing is, when you have bad drama tourists coming in, this is the default when it comes to the angles that they use to approach subjects, topics, people in whatever space they enter, including VTubing. Because when you look at drama tourism, as I've termed it, and outgroup negativity appeal, the thing is, at least on paper, what ends up happening is there are 4 distinct demographics that they can appeal to in different ways. For their followers, they can make their content pointed at and say, look, more content, and keep their followers happy. For VTubing antis, they can appeal to them by saying, look, more VTuber degeneracy. Look at all the things that them VTubers are getting up to. Aren't they so weird? 2D anime women? Who the fuck wants to watch that? Etc, etc, etc. To the VTubing in-group, they can appeal to them by saying, look, there's an imposter amongst you. Right? Here is a bad actor. Beware. They should be gatekept from the community. And finally, for VTubing orbiters, right, people who aren't part of the scene per se, but maybe pay attention to it, are thinking of entering it, they can appeal to them by saying, look, take this as a warning. This is what to avoid. This is who to avoid, etc., etc., etc. But there is a problem. See, on paper, they have access to these 4 demographics. On paper, this is how they can appeal to them in different ways, each of which catered to specific groups of people. However, in practice, that's not quite how it works, for a very simple reason. And that is the fact that, as a creator, whenever you make content, right? Amogus. Death sentence, all of you. When you are a creator, there are 2 things that you simply cannot escape. 2 aspects of your content, your online personality, brand, image, whatever you want to call it, that will simply persist regardless of anything you do, because they are inseparable from the act of creating content. And those are interests and opinions. You can try to minimize the impacts of either or both on the content you put out, but that would be a miserable endeavor, doomed to fail and painful the entire time. So regardless of who you are as a creator, regardless of what content you make, regardless of how you go about making that content, these are two things that you basically can't escape from. Any bit of content you put out will, at least to some degree, contain some element, some manifestation of your personal interests and or your opinions. However, this creates a problem, because if you are a creator and your content, at least to some degree, will be founded on your own personal interests and opinions, you run into the who problem. Who gives a fuck about your personal interests and opinions? Fable Monk has to join. Thank you for the 5. That bad drama tuber symbol is masterfully done. Some of the behavior by these freaks. Freaks can be called demonic. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Yeah. Who are you to give your opinion and your interests? Who gives a fuck about what you have to say? Why would people give a fuck about what you have to say? And this is the biggest obstacle that drama tourists have to overcome. Why should we listen to someone who's not even a part of the space that they draw their subjects from? And so, in practice, even though, technically speaking, on paper, every drama tourist has access to these 4 demographics, in actuality, that number is slashed in half most of the time, because every time they try to appeal to someone who is in the VTubing in group or a VTubing orbiter, they both respond with, "Who the fuck are you?" And then all of the appeal tends to drain out of the arse. And as a result, you then have a problem that you need to deal with. How do you appeal to an audience when they don't know who the fuck you are? And how do you appeal to an audience while overcoming that fundamental barrier of who? Because it's not just drama tourists who have to put up with this. It's not even just tourists who have to put up with this. This is an obstacle that fundamentally every creator, regardless of what space they operate in, what content niche they occupy, what content they make, this is a barrier, an obstacle that every single creator needs to figure out how to overcome. And in order to overcome it, this is where I want to expand on an idea that I left off on at the end of my last stream about drama tubing. And that is 2 little things put together. First, that reputability is a resource. And second, that your brand is an asset. 2 things that I've been drumming home in my content throughout the entire time that this channel has been active. But this is where we're actually going to start applying this as a logical concept, examining the mechanics of how this manifests in actual content creation. In other words, one thing that I want to sort of stress is you might look at this and you might ask, okay, so what, right? So what if the possible audience is slashed in half? They still have these 2 people, right? And, these 2 demographics are more likely to just blindly endorse their content. Why does a drama tuber, especially a drama tourist, need to appeal to these 2 groups of people as well? What's stopping them from just ignoring them altogether and just settling for this? And the answer is resources. Because if you deprive yourself from a possible demographic, you deprive yourself from a source of extra resources. The thing is, when you have people coming in to talk about something that they are not familiar with, they don't care about, they don't care to learn about, they're not doing it because they give a shit about the topic itself, the subculture, the industry, the state of the industry, the people in the industry. They're doing it to extract resources from the industry. Whether those resources are time, attention, or money, it doesn't matter. It's still a resource. It is a purely cynical motivation. And as a result, if we are to understand how people such as this operate, how creators such as this operate, and by extension understand how to deal with them, it is going to be necessary to look at content creation through a lens that is more cynical than most people are comfortable with. And that is what we are going to do. And it starts with a breakdown of the resources that are up for grabs when you start to go into content creation. When it comes to social media, any sort of online platform, right? There are three fundamental currencies that every single platform, every single person who operates on that platform operates according to. Money, time, attention. Time and attention combine to form a sub-currency that a lot of people refer to, which is engagement. This is the thing that a lot of online platforms end up defining as a success metric for how many people are using them, right? When they talk engagement, this is what they're referring to. Time and attention, two of the three currencies that are traded on the internet. Now, the thing is though, when you are a content creator, these are not just currencies that exist concurrently to one another. They function more like gateways so that you can access one after the other. Usually as a content creator, the path to become someone who is capable of doing what you do professionally, and I mean not as a hobby, but so that you can make money and make a living off of it, that requires you to understand how these individual currencies do not just go alongside one another, but directly lead to one another. You can't get money without getting people to be willing to invest both time and attention. Usually as a content creator, the only thing you are able to solicit from your audience is attention. Over time, you hope to translate that into time, a willingness to invest time in your content, in you as a creator. And eventually, when you get people who are safe enough, who feel safe enough investing their time and attention into you, some of them might feel like investing their money into you as well. And this is where you hope to reach if you want to turn this into a profession. And so, the important thing is to understand that out of all of these currencies, if you are a content creator and you're thinking about this from the perspective of doing this professionally as a business, the most valuable currency you can get is not actually money, it's not actually time, it's attention. Because without attention, you won't get money, nor will you get time. And so, it all comes down to how do you get people, how do you convince people to give you attention, and what is attention even when you start to think about it as a resource. And there is a very convenient concept in social sciences for helping people understand how attention works as this kind of resource that can be, gathered, spent, and traded. And that is the concept of social capital. Now, the easiest way that I can think to explain social capital is that it is a combination of three separate things. Reputability, the degree to which people respect you; popularity, the degree to which people know of you; and relatability, the degree to which people identify with you. Put all three of these together and you get the concept of social capital. Or, to put it in a way that is more crude, but perhaps more accurate to how we think of content creation, clout. When you really break down what clout is, these are the three components to it: reputability, popularity, relatability. And so, when you think about the resource that content creators operate off of, the most basic one that they operate off of, way before they even manage to get, watch time or money off of what they do, it is clout. And I get that that sounds reductive, right? And I get that that might not sit well with some people. But understanding clout as a resource and understanding how it works as a resource and what it incentivizes over the course of trying to acquire this resource is going to be really important to understand how drama works as a practice and as a content niche. See, the way that you can conceptualize clout, I've been trying for weeks to try and come up with a way of visualizing how this resource works, right? How people gain, spend, etc. this resource. And I finally settled on something that's a bit akin to, actually, funnily enough, I think Murray, you put this, Murray Shinaide, if you're still in chat, in the last collab that we did last week, you helped to put this into words, perhaps more than you know. Where you described it, when I articulated this, the fact that I thought of clout/social capital as a resource that you spend in order to make content, or over the course of making content. And you said that the way that I was describing it makes it sound like a mana, like I was describing mana in a video game, or some sort of like resource bar in a video game. And I think that that really is a good way of describing it. Because when you think about visualizing how clout works, you can conceptualize it as the following. Basically, think of it as a resource bar, right? Where at a certain level, let's say halfway up the length of the bar, this is the clout threshold, right? The base amount of clout required for an audience, a general audience, to take you seriously, to take what you say seriously, or to take, your thoughts, your opinions, your perspectives on things seriously. Aura farming. Okay, clout. Okay, not quite the same thing. I wouldn't say that social capital and aura are the same thing. Although aura is, I think that does play a part. It is a component of clout overall. So, at the top of the meter, right, the absolute maximum, that is the hypothetical cap of your maximum audience size, right? In other words, think of it as like a meter that fills the more clout you have, and as your clout increases, the possible group of people who might tune into what you say increases as well. Because the whole point of clout is an attention grabbing tool. It is a resource that commands attention and quantifies your ability to command attention. As a result, what it does is it directly correlates and it directly facilitates your ability to get more eyes on you. That is the function of clout as a resource. So as a result, what ends up happening is usually the way that you build up this bar, right, you do various things, the amount of clout increases. When it reaches the maximum cap, the cap increases, right? Because that hypothetical has now become a reality, and you can raise your hypothetical maximum a bit more in response. So the way that you increase your possible, your highest possible clout level, to put it in a bit of a pretentious way, is you reach the cap of what you currently have. You cap out on your hypothetical audience size, and then you see how much further you can go. But generally speaking, most content creators don't operate off of the absolute maximum audience capacity all the time. Usually they sit around this area, where it's above the threshold for a general audience to take them seriously, but it's below their absolute maximum. Now, generally speaking, you can conceptualize that what groups of people end up tuning into somebody's content based off of what level of clout they reside in. For example, with tourists, usually they would only pay attention to what you say if you have a higher degree of clout than the baseline threshold. Most of your regulars are around this middle area, where it rises and falls accordingly. Above the baseline, a little bit below the baseline if they tune into you regularly, because while it certainly, clout certainly does play a lot of a role in keeping people there, because presumably there's a reason why they pay attention to you, there is also a reason to pay attention to what you say or do beyond simply it is something you are recognized for already. And then at the very bottom, the smallest number, the people who are perhaps least susceptible to having their viewership depend on how much clout you have, are your diehards, right? The people who don't really give a shit about what you do or say, they'll just keep supporting you regardless of what. These are the people who, even if you almost completely run out of any clout, they will still be part of your audience. And so this is how this, I suppose, this works for each individual creator. And so, as a creator, this is a resource that you have to manage. In other words, you're not expected to keep to keep this resource constantly, this bar fully filled the entire time that you operate. But at the same time, you want to maintain a level that is above base threshold, because once you start dipping below this, then people start leaving your audience as well. People start tuning out, and as a result, your maximum cap begins to decrease on top of that. And so here, the way that you increase it, very obviously, you add more people into your audience, right? The more audiences start tuning into what you say, the higher your hypothetical audience cap, and therefore the higher degree of, the more clout you have as a resource that you can then use accordingly. However, when people stop tuning into what you're saying, people tune out what you're saying, then you start losing clout, because there is less of an ability to command attention. So I would say someone like Kirsche has 2/3 quite distinctly. Oh yeah, no. So the thing is, it's not so much a spectrum that you locate individual creators on, but more like a meter that every creator has, I suppose. And so, this is the way that, this is the way that clout as a resource kind of works, right? It's a resource that you build up depending on how many people are willing to pay attention to what you say. When more people are willing to pay attention to what you say, what you're doing, etc., 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 then what you end up doing is you increase the amount of clout that you have on hand. When people start tuning out what you say, then the amount of clout that you possess as a resource diminishes. And if it diminishes below a certain threshold, it starts to decay, and your maximum amount of, your maximum audience size starts to decay as well. Now, Eddie, so bad tourists want to buy low, sell high? That's the fun part. Nice job pre-watching the stream. Because the next step to understanding how clout works as a resource, once you understand this basic sort of, how it's accumulated, that mechanic there, is understanding how people go about convincing others to hand it over to them. Sorry, give me a second. I wouldn't... that's a good question, Balmin. Would you agree that there is such a thing as good or bad clout? See, I make a distinction between clout and attention. I think there is good or bad attention, but I don't think that there is good or bad clout. Because clout as a resource and as a metric, at least in the way that I've conceptualized it, is just the degree to which people pay attention to you. And that is a neutral thing. Neither good nor bad. Now, how you get it, the methods you use to get it, and the way that you use it, those things can be good or bad. But the attention itself is kind of a neutral quantity. Your ability to garner attention is a bit of a neutral quality, I suppose. Sorry, give me a second. All right, so Eddie and Robin, you guys are exactly on the money, because I found this is like a meme, right? Everyone says, oh, buy X creator stocks while they're low, to the moon, etc., etc., with their favorite content creators. Like, the comparison between, joining the following of a content creator and similar to exchanging stocks on the market. That is a meme that has existed forever. However, unironically, that is an excellent way of conceptualizing how people go about actually acquiring clout as a resource. Because the stock market metaphor, the process to which people go about garnering people's willingness to invest in them as a brand, right, as a creator, it is very, very comparable to doing an initial public offering, an IPO. Think about the things that people do as content creators when they're promoting themselves to their audience. When people ask you to subscribe, what are they asking for? Attention. When people give you the option to member or sub or prime, what are they asking for? Money. When you have membership rewards, those loyalty badges next to your name, those super chats that you send every now and then to mark how long you've been a member or a subscriber for, what is that a sign of? Investing time. All three resources. And whenever you declare any of these things, whenever you use any of these functions that are made available to you as a content creator, you are offering your audience with a chance to invest their resources, whichever ones they choose and however much they choose, into you. You as a brand. And the other reason why I find the whole idea of stocks being such a compelling metaphor for understanding how this resource works is because just as how a stock increasing in value can also result in dividends for the shareholders, so too is it the case that, at least as far as clout goes, the more value a creator's brand accumulates, the more valuable it becomes to show off your membership to their community and your support for them. Every single time you get the option to send a message that highlights how long you've been resubbed for on Twitch, or you get a free member milestone chat on YouTube. What function does it serve? It is a signal to the rest of the community, everyone else watching, and the creator themselves, of how long you've been a supporter. That is essentially a little bit of you can think of it as a clout dividend almost, where it is a degree of acknowledgement of your dedication that is directly proportional to how long and how popular the creator themselves has been. Imagine for a second how, Gura, for example. You have someone that has like a 4-year sub to Gura, for example. You see someone sending their free member milestone chat and it says 48 months, right? There is a degree of clout to that, especially given how popular Gura was as the face of VTubing in the West, basically. Kieran, thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months. Hey guys, I'm special. Thank you for proving my point, right? Exactly. And the more popular your content creator becomes, the more prestige then is associated with having supported them. And especially if you have supported them before they reach that degree of popularity. For example, I mean, Smuggleon is a pretty good case of this, right? Imagine being one of the first 1,000 subs on Smuggleon's YouTube channel. Now you've basically invested your time, attention, your viewership in a creator that has absolutely exploded in popularity over the time that she's been active. So, again, this is why I find the stock metaphor to be so appealing when it comes to explaining how this resource works and how audiences interact with it as well. It's not just it's not just something that creators use and interact with. It is very much something that plays into the relationship between content creator and their audience as well. One of the things that one of the functions that, to go back to one of the most basic media theories that you learn about, is audiences always consume content for a reason, right? There is a need or a desire that is being fulfilled every time you consume content. And as a result, one of the needs that consumption of content fulfills is belonging. Feeling like you are a part of something, that you are a member of a bigger group or thing, that you belong somewhere. And this is an excellent way to this is very much an incentive that exists to encourage investment from members of your audience when you're a content creator, because that is a need that you get to satisfy. That is you flexing your membership, your belonging to a group, community, etc., space in general. Again, that's why this works. Simple, I think of being a Footstool for 8 months. I'm also somewhat special. Yes, you are. Zara J. Zephyr, thank you for being a Footstool for 10 months. Holy shit, I'm more special than you. Oh, we love a bit of number monkeying. Darling, thank you for the gifted membership. Lucifer, I hope you enjoy that. Thank you for the super. I like a gotcha. Me too. Curious, thank you for the gifted membership. Skullforce, I hope you enjoy that. Billy, thank you for the super. I'm once again asking for special feed pics. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive. Fable Modicus, enjoy. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I hope you guys enjoy that. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. And Krish Leo, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. And thank you all for helping me prove my points. But in any case, the other thing is though, see, the other reason why the IPO metaphor appeals to me so much is because, generally speaking, for most forms of content, this is how content creators go about overcoming the who problem. See, if you are a content creator, right, and you have your personal interests and opinions to do with a certain topic, industry, area of society, whatever it may be, usually what ends up happening is you work on creating a product, right? A video, a series, whatever. And then into this product, you invest a whole bunch of your own personal qualities, your principles, your passion, your presentation, and your prowess. principles, the idea that you have some sort of ethical code or set of morals, passion, your degree of in personal investment psychologically, emotionally in what you're talking about, presentation, how you package it in a way to appeal to more than just, you and yourself, and prowess, your technical ability. And when you combine all of these qualities together, what you get is an initial product. A product that you can then pitch to an audience to see if it's worth their investment. And this is usually, the good ending for the way that most things go public. Most things, when it comes to, this is the better of the two outcomes when it comes to launching an IPO, right? Ideally, when you launch an IPO, it's because you actually have a good product, and it gets investment because it is actually a good product. You've invested something in there. It's worth the while of your investors, or in the case of content creation, your audience. And so they end up investing their resources into you and your content because you offer a good product. And then as a result of their investment in you and your product, your content, your resource bar, your degree of clout ends up increasing. This is how usually most creators who make content in a space would go about overcoming the who problem. However, there is an alternative to doing this. Because what happens if you either don't have those qualities, or if you can't be fucked to make a good product before you start trying to beg for investment? Because that is possible. It happens in the real world all the time. And the way that you go about it is essentially the Wall Street version of sourcing clout. In other words, you outsource the production of your product. See, instead of making something out of your own that reflects your own personal interests and opinions, you outsource both of them, right? Instead of trying to overcome the who problem by earning recognition, you seek to circumvent the who problem by outsourcing, or disguising, I should say, which aspects of your content reflect your own interests and which aspects of your content reflect your own opinions. Instead of interests, you replace that with the public interest, right? This is why, by the way, a lot of people, if they want to talk about something but they're not secure enough in themselves to say that they want to talk about it because they're interested in it, they say that it's controversial, because that creates an excuse for them to talk about it, right? If people are already discussing it, well, I'm just obeying the will of the people, right? I'm just covering a subject that people are already talking about. If there's already a controversy, well, this is why I'm doing it. It's not because I'm interested. It's because everyone else is interested. Same thing happens for opinions, right? Instead of your personal opinion, you have public opinion. And this is why people emphasize consensus. This is, by the way, why stories that are packaged in a deceptive manner really, really care about creating the illusion of consensus, because they don't want to betray that the way that they're presenting the story is reflective of their own opinions. They want to justify that in the sense of, oh, this is what everyone else is saying. This is what everyone else thinks. And the way that this works is very similar to the way that, let's say a rogue stock that is basically trying to profit off of the way that the stock exchange, Wall Street, the Nasdaq, whatever, the fucking, what's it called? That pre-packaged set of stocks that all of the robots automatically buy was just a collection of the top 500 fastest rising stocks, or whatever it's called. This is the equivalent of that, where you are hoping that you fake the legitimacy, authenticity of your content long enough that people end up investing their time, their attention, even their money, to the point where it now legitimizes other people doing the same, because they assume that if everyone else is investing in it, surely there must be something to invest in. Yeah, S&P 500, thank you. There we go. That's what I was thinking of. So, in other words, you circumvent the who problem by creating an illusion that you are not representing yourself. You're representing the general public opinion. And you cross your fingers and you hope that people end up investing enough time time, attention, and money into you before they realize that it's all just smoke and mirrors, and there isn't actually a product that you are offering that is worth that amount of attention, dedication, and resource. And so, these are the two primary... Sorry. I forgot to mute. Sorry you guys had to listen to that. I'm sorry. But I had a bit of phlegm stuck in my throat. Goodness. I thought I muted them. Fuck. Sorry. Well, that's embarrassing. Alright. Well, hopefully for any of you who were doubtful that I'm actually Chinese, that's that should confirm it for you guys. In any case, someone clip that. Man. Yeah, basically fake it until you make it, right? Throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. And hope that whatever sticks looks enough like a painting for you to palm it off to some dumb billionaire. And basically, that is the equivalent of what this is, right? These are the two ways that you end up circumventing the who problem and therefore gathering that initial injection of clout that you need in order to get the ball rolling on actually being a content creator. Because, again, you need that clout in order to basically ensure that people are going to have some way of tuning into, some likelihood, I should say, of tuning into what you're going to say and the content that you make. And then, now that we've gotten resource acquisition out of the way, how do you actually spend that resource? Because clout is a resource and therefore it is there to be spent. Now, usually the way that you end up expending clout is, again, like I said before, creator usually hovers around this area of the meter, right? It usually tends to fluctuate a little bit, but it tends to remain in this middle ground between the absolute maximum and the threshold that they're, the base threshold for audiences to pay attention to them. However, over the course of making your content, especially if you're doing something like drama tubing or news tubing or commentary or whatever, usually what you end up doing as a content creator is you end up spending your resource passively, right? In other words, this little section in between where you usually reside and the baseline threshold, this is almost like a crash barrier for when you fuck something up. You get a fact wrong, you report an inaccuracy, you misrepresent something because you didn't check something. This, as a result of you making that mistake, the amount of clout, at least temporarily, tends to go down at least a little bit, because you've kind of, at least to a small degree, betrayed a little bit of the trust that your audience had in you as a content creator en masse. And so the amount of clout that you have decreases a little. Some people stop paying attention to what you say because of that mistake, but most people continue. And generally, when you spend it in that way, passively, it's usually pretty easy for you to recover, right? So long as you handle that mistake properly, you acknowledge it, you issue amendments if necessary, addendums. Sometimes you maybe have to apologize for doing an oopsie, and then usually it ends up, refilling itself. It recovers. However, this is an example of spending your clout reactively. In other words, something happens and then you end up losing a little bit of it as a way of trying to, losing a little bit of it while you work to get it back up, going back up. Or at least, maintain stability in a certain level here. However, there are more ways to spend clout than just spending it reactively. Because sometimes you may spend it proactively. And how do you spend clout proactively? This is where the real cynical part of drama tubing comes in. Because sometimes when you are making content that criticizes a thing, a person, whatever, you are going to have to spend at least a little bit of whatever clout you currently possess in order to go at something or someone else. This is where you start getting into... This is where it starts to resemble an actual, RTS type thing. So, hold on, let me just switch pointers here. Alright, there we go. So, generally what ends up happening, whenever you have a public dispute between two content creators or two public figures, what ends up happening is the way that you can conceptualize it is essentially a standoff between two different parties, entities, whatever. And what they are facing off of, the thing that they are vying over, is the court of public opinion, right? Court of public opinion, public approval, good standing in the eye of the public, etc., etc., etc. Which means that the thing that they are doing is trying to simultaneously maintain whatever amount of clout, social capital they currently have, while also trying to decrease their opponents. Now, in a very similar way to, like, let's say, let's say, as with any sort of game where you're trying to attack someone else's resource or whatever it is, you have multipliers and you have buffs, right? Multipliers, clout, credibility. The more popular you currently are, the more weight your accusations, your thoughts and feelings have in general, right? It's not going to resonate equally with everyone, but the chances of it resonating with more people increases the more you already have, right? And also credibility. This comes from things like evidence, context, simple logic, making sure that your accounts of everything make sense. These are the two main multipliers that you use in order to amplify the amount of damage you are able to do with your claims against another person. Now, you also have buffs, things that either increase the amount of damage that you can do to someone else's reputation, or it makes you harder to, or makes your whatever, amount of resource you have, clout you have, harder to remove. Buffs online include things like victimhood. The reason why victimhood is a buff is even though being a victim is not a buff in any way, in an argument, victimhood does count as a buff, especially in the court of public opinion, because a victim is viewed as someone who is usually, by default, more morally righteous than the supposed aggressor, and being someone who advocates on behalf of a victim or on behalf of victimhood also tends to add a little bit of a buff as well. Charisma, that one's self-explanatory. If you're going to have a public dispute with somebody else, the degree of charisma that you have will directly translate over to to reinforcing your claims, your ability to, your believability, etc., 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 your credibility. And, a lawyer. Just to make sure you don't fuck something up in your attempt to have this sort of social shit-flinging contest. And we can go with an example of this, right? Where we have a very recent example of this, which is the whole Cinder drama. Now, the reason why I say that you spend your clout proactively in order to, in any ways, attack or scrutinize or criticize another public figure is because if that other public figure has any degree of popularity of their own, your opinion is going to become unpopular with at least a certain or small amount of people between, your shared audience. So essentially what ends up happening is you launch your first claim, your first criticism, whatever. Hold on, let me just make sure that this is... Okay, there we go. I can actually move the sliders now. All right, so you launch your first criticism, right? You spend a little bit, and your hope is, as someone leveling in public accusation against another public figure, your hope is that the amount of clout that you spend in actually launching that accusation, making it public in the first place, inflicts more damage on their levels than it costs you, right? Then usually what ends up happening is someone, whoever the other party in that public dispute ends up firing back. They do the same sort of thing, right? Spend a little bit of theirs to hopefully tank a little bit more of yours. However, in this particular case, the way that Cinder initially responded to the claims kind of didn't really do anything. If anything, it increased the believability of the claims that were being made of her, especially since the people leveling those accusations, Bao, Shy Lily, Nano, a lot of them were preempting that she was going to place a lot of the blame onto Redacted. Then you have the second document being launched, right? Then you have the second document being launched, you have all of these other claims being made, and you have the same sort of thing happening. You spend a little bit to, hopefully impact more the degree of clout possessed by whoever your opponent in that public dispute is. Then they fire back, hopefully spending a little bit to try and save the situation. And then, that may or may not work. right? Then parting shot, and eventually at some point during this public dispute, one or both of you ends up dropping below the threshold where people start tuning out what you're saying, either because they're just sick of the dispute entirely, or you've proven yourself to be the less sympathetic party. And usually what ends up happening is, assuming that both sides aren't clowns, the moment one side starts dropping below a certain level, that drop becomes a decay, and the other party ends up increasing by virtue, because they've now proven their point in the eyes of the general public. And so they start recovering whatever amounts of clout they ended up spending in order to level that public accusation to begin with. Whereas the person who they were leveling those accusations against, if those accusations stick, if they are regarded as being, believable, credible, etc. by the general public, that person continues to end up dropping in the amount of resource they possess. And again, when it comes to public disputes, effectively, this is basically how this works, right? Because the resource that they are vying over, very often what people will assume, right, is that when a content creator has a public dispute against another content creator, it is a moral dispute, or it is an emotional dispute, or it is a relational dispute. And it could be any or all of those things. But the thing that I want more people to kind of understand is that it is also a dispute over a shared resource. Or maybe not shared, but a common resource, I suppose. Now, I want to make this very clear. This is a function, not necessarily a goal. What I mean by that is, even though this kind of thing happens every single time you have a public dispute, that doesn't mean that it is the goal of that dispute, especially not in the minds of the people initiating that dispute. I don't want this to come off as every single time there's a public dispute over something, this must be the way that the people involved are thinking about it. It's not. But this is something that I think is a little under-acknowledged in this space, especially because of the fact that content creation revolves so much around the bartering, acquisition, and spending of attention, of social capital, of clout. And so, with that in mind, there is very much a kind of process that you go through in order to try and initiate a public dispute. And generally speaking, this is what a conflict looks like when the two parties involved in the dispute are about evenly matched in terms of starting resource. However, what happens when you are someone who possesses a relatively low amount compared to your supposed target, or someone who you wish to initiate a public dispute with? Now, like I said before, in this particular case, because you're going to need more help, you're going to need to multiply the amount of essentially damage you can inflict proportionate to the amount of clout of your own that you spend leveling the accusation to begin with. You need to then resort to some of the multipliers. Like I said, clout and credibility. Now, some of credibility pretty self-explanatory. This is why when you have a call out, it is a good idea to include some form of evidence, screenshots, chat logs, etc., etc., etc. Right? Anything that can lend some sort of corroboration to what it is you are claiming. However, the other multiplier is your own clout. But again, like I said, you have a problem. You don't have that much clout of your own. But you can borrow someone else's. And this is where the artist problem becomes relevant, especially relevant Katliente, because you have a combination of two things. One, the fact that you can weaponize another creator's platform and degree of clout as a resource for your own grudges, if you so desire. But on top of that, because Katliente's channel and content exists as the Wall Street version of content credibility, where her claims to legitimacy as a drama tuber are not sourced from the virtues of her own practices, principles, or skills, but rather from the illusion of such. She doesn't actually have concrete research tactic. She doesn't have, set research practices or a dedication to obtaining context prior to releasing a video. What ends up happening is she also doesn't have a safeguard against people trying to exploit her platform and weaponize it for their own gain. She doesn't have any of these things, principles, passion, prowess, that would help to prevent other people from simply hijacking the illusion that she's already created around the value in her content. And that's what leads us to May 14th, this year, 2025, just 2 weeks ago now, where Katliente released this video. Mismanagement of Dokibird's PC auction led an artist on for a year. Now, in the last stream that I did 2 weeks ago about the Cinder thing, towards the end of it, when I was bringing up the artist problem for the first time, I did end up going through brief outline of this situation, of this video that Kat made. However, if you want a more comprehensive breakdown, very fun to watch, definitely shorter than my version, which is like 8 hours or something, which my VOD was. Again, highly recommend going to check out Mujin's video. Even though he's usually pretty good at phrasing things in a concise way, this video is like 1.5 hours long. I'm pretty sure. So there's a lot of shit to dissect in Katliente's document there. However, to sum it up as concisely as I can, there were a few things that Katliente's video really emphasized above the others when it came to her criticism of Dokibird and Dokibird's management team. Essentially, the situation was as follows. Dokibird hosted a charity auction where people would bid on certain items that Dokibird would commission, that Dokibird would pay for the creation of, and then at the end of the day, the money that they bid on the auction would go directly to a charity through Tiltify, the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation, I believe it was. And Doki would commission an artist in order to make the auctioned item, and that item would then be shipped off to the person who put in the winning bid. One of these items was a custom-built PC. And at several points during the communication process between when the auction happened in early 2024 and early 2025 this year, around April, March, that time frame, communications broke down between Doki's team and the artist, and a PC was never made. Now, the person who bid the winning bid for this PC, $6,000, was compensated for not getting a PC and the amount of time that they waited without receiving one. So they received, if I remember correctly, I think $7,200 or $7,500. I don't remember which one it was. An additional $1,000 plus in compensation from Doki for having to wait that long. However, the artist was never paid for the PC. And the angle that Kat went was that the artist should have been paid for the PC, but wasn't. And when putting this angle forth in her content, there were a few criticisms. Oh, 7.5K? Okay, thanks, Billy. So there were a few things that that were criticized in Doki's communications and the communications between Doki's management and the artist that Kat emphasizes in her video. For starters, the fact that Doki's personal communications with the artist at times dipped way into her own personal circumstances, which weren't really relevant to the transaction at hand, and as a result came across very unprofessional. I think this is a fair enough criticism to level. For example, this message on the 29th of January 2025, when Doki messaged the artists in a group chat saying, "I'm on my vacation right now, but is there a way to find a middle ground regarding this, as the initial bidding was your option number 2, even if it was in euro." So basically at this point the artist had given 2 quotes, again we will get to what those quotes were, and saying that those were 2 options for it, and Doki saying that she would prefer the second quote out of the 2 because it is a little cheaper. Even if it wasn't euro, which I'm okay with accommodating, but now pricing increases dramatically. I've had multiple PC builders that were in consideration when approaching me for the PC custom as a charity item, so it feels like a bit of a bigger mess to deal with, as I'm paying out of my own pocket for the final build that will cost more than what I was told initially, and more than what the item was won for. Now, again, at this point, going off of Katliente's presentation of it, it's pretty hard to tell if this is something that Doki should be sympathized with over, right? Because depending on what the increased price is, well, maybe it's reasonable for the project taking so long, etc., etc. Again, in isolation, you can maybe see how that position takes hold, right? I'm paying out of my own pocket. I've actually been trying to fix this during my first vacation year, so I apologize if I worded things wrong since I'm typing on my phone while I'm out. If I misunderstood from what I read, option 2 was proposed as a way to help out charity for a good cause in the initial plannings for the auction. Again, the auction, the charity, that's not really the artist's area of concern, right? It's great if they want to reduce prices just for the sake of it being a charity, but they're under no obligation to do so. So I can understand criticizing Doki's communication as being unprofessional in this particular instance. I'm hoping we can negotiate something that fits both, as it is a charity item for a good cause and that it has been an item that has suffered the most issues. The opening bid should have been what the original base price was, with upgrades later if the bidding goes higher, so I just hope to find a middle ground. If we don't, I understand. If you feel uncomfortable and wish to take service elsewhere and focus on your other projects, then I also understand. I would love to look for builders. I would look for builders for the buyer, since I would try my best to give them the PC they've been waiting for. Really? Hold on. What is this? Okay. Classic. All right. The other thing that was criticized in the video was the way that manager number 3, so again for context, Doki's management team had switched 3 times over the course of the year that this whole dispute had been going on. Manager group number 3, to our knowledge, Doki Bird's current management team, another criticism was the way that they seemed to be. Essentially say that the agreements that were made with Doki's previous management team they don't really hold under the current management team, while also not seeming to be that familiar with the conditions that were established, the agreements that were made with the previous management team, whatever they were. Now, not understanding what those conditions were, that's also kind of unprofessional, even though I do understand saying, okay, since you didn't have a concrete agreement, because the artist never had a contract or anything that wasn't decided on at any point over the course of that year, the artist didn't have a contract, and as a result, I can understand the management team saying, we don't have a solid agreement, etc., etc. But saying, okay, yeah, what you agreed on with the previous management team doesn't apply to this one, that's a reason that's a little bit more flimsy than simply saying, we never had a contract. And that's fair to criticize them for. So in this message, so far my calculation says you spend 2 to 3 weeks, full days time to create this mock-up, and I think that's hard to believe considering Doki just debuted around that time, and mock-ups usually take 2 to 4 days to complete and aren't a full-time day for 8 hours a day. Side note, I do not see any hidden cost that might be attached. I'm not an artist, hence me asking to clarify a few things so I can double check the legal and finance with other artists in similar spaces on our end. We asked multiple quotes. We are also not the same company as the previous, see tweet. Doki Bird Productions and Stakeholders was its own company and wasn't owned by Doki Bird. The team that started there was fired for reasons that she got taken advantage of, hence she started her own company. Again, that is fair enough, and I can understand why that makes it difficult for a management team to essentially maintain continuity in terms of their agreements and business deals in between when they're transferring hands. That being said, though, Doki Bird being taken advantage of by her previous management team, that's not exactly something that you really need to say, because it's not really the artist's business. Yes, if you have change of management, you can say that there's been a change of management, etc., etc. But then saying that, again, I can see how some people may interpret this as, kind of sympathy baiting a little bit. But I'm trying to inform you, since it's relevant information in the business sense, we are a totally different legal entity from the old company. Again, you could have just said that, right? You didn't really need to qualify it by saying Doki was exploited by the previous management team. Again, that is certainly a factor that is relevant to why the management team changed, but it's not really the artist's problem. To go on, let alone take over things of the old company. I'm still talking here since I do think some sort of resolvent should happen, even if we are not legally obligated, and our conversation hasn't been the best, but I cannot help but get the feeling that both sides have been taken advantage of. Correct this if I'm wrong. Now, again, in isolation, if you were just looking at this screenshot, right, if you were just looking at this, you could be forgiven for thinking, okay, yeah, that does sound kind of guilt trippy, that does sound like they're trying to get the artist to agree to a price that is lower than whatever the fair price is. But again, those are the keywords, right? Fair price. All of this relies on the price that was quoted and offered by the artist in order to be assessed, in order to provide context for assessing how reasonable this response is. And so, then we get to the parts of the story that Katliente either glossed over or didn't include. For starters, the fact that there were multiple months of absence between, on the part of the artist early on into the creative process. Kendra, I'm going to be voting. Have a good stream, chair. Thank you for tuning in for as long as you have, and I hope you enjoy watching the VOD from here on out. So, in this particular case, one thing that Kat didn't really emphasize was the fact that pretty early on, so this is at the midway point through April of 2024, the artist just up and disappeared. So there were multiple points, multiple months, where the management team, Dokibird's first management team, would attempt to get into contact with the artist, but they would be met with no reply. And then only later on, after a period of multiple months, did the artist then pop back in, show signs of life, and then say, yep, I'm back, I was suffering with some sort of medical condition prior, which is why I dropped out of communication. The second thing that Katliente did include, but also glossed over, was the actual quote that the artist sent to Doki. And this, once people became aware of this is when people started to realize that there was something very, very wrong with Katliente's coverage. The first quoted option, the price of the PC, was $11,133.98 in USD for a PC that is valued at maximum $6,000 because that's what the winning bid was. And this was a PC that didn't include, hold on, let me just make sure I'm getting the part name right. That didn't include storage. And most of the cost was sourced through labor fees. Same thing with the option 2, although this was slightly cheaper, at only a measly $8,814.98. And this was also mostly comprised of labor fees. Now, I don't know about you, but generally speaking, if I am getting a PC for $6,000 and the person making it charges me almost double that, or because they're generous, just a third extra on top of that, I'm going to be a little miffed. I'm going to be, at minimum, a little suspicious, especially if most of that quote-unquote cost comes from quote-unquote labor fees. And here's the problem. See, if you are going to charge for labor and you are making a PC, surely, maybe it would be a good idea to have some sort of receipt for the some sort of way of validating that the labor actually happened and you're not just making up shit on top of it. I'm sure, wasn't this labor supposedly stuff done prior to this quote? Yeah, it was. So, on top of that, the other thing that Katliente didn't really emphasize, but again we wouldn't really find out until later on, is that the artists had been billing for every single time they had communicated with Doki and or her team without telling them. So they needed some sort of proof of labor, because if you're going to charge the majority of your 11k fee from, labor cost, surely you would have some sort of proof that you actually did spend labor making the PC. And again, that's not something that Katliente really bothers to dig into. It's just left in the air. It's just this nebulous question of, okay, where's the labor? How do you prove that there was labor? How do you justify that 10k price tag? The answer, unfortunately, by the end of Katliente's video, is you don't need to. Because with her, she stated that the amount of money that was being charged per hour for the labor cost, £32 per hour, if I remember correctly, was indeed a reasonable fair price. And again, in isolation, she is correct. But the problem is not how much was being charged per hour, which again is reasonable, but the amount of hours that were being billed, which was not reasonable. £32 per hour, somehow adding up to an 11k PC. Now granted, just under half of that was the actual parts themselves, so that's fair enough. That does not compute, and that is not reasonable pricing, regardless of how you look at it. But Kat didn't really question it. And so, the video had this very, very skewed framing of this entire dispute, because these key details of what the artist was actually doing were either omitted or glossed over with no question and taken purely at face value. Lumi, the case better have been made by hand for that labor price? Yes, because, as we will later see, the question of proof of labor is going to become an important one. Within 24 hours, at least according to the way that this, at least according to the version of the tweet that showed up on my end of things, Doki had seen this video, seen the claims made in this video, and published a counterstatement of her own. And this counterstatement basically pushed back against the implication that she was exploiting this artist by filling in many of the gaps that were present in the initial presentation of events in Katliente's video. For starters, a major thing that Doki included was context, including the messages and emails sent by her and her team asking the artist over and over for proof of labor, requests which simply were ignored and not fulfilled. Now, in the document, Dokibird states that the artist had said to them that there does exist a time-lapse of her building the PC. However, again, no such time-lapse was ever submitted, and all that was left was the management team scratching their heads as to whether it even existed and asking as much of the artist in an email that was sent through on February 13th of 2025, which reads as the following. For the price, I expect the water cooling system to be full of the blood of 100 virgins. In any case. Oh. No problem, Alan. Hope to see you again sometime soon. And if not, I hope you enjoy the VOD. The email reads as the following, quote, "We have never agreed or communicated on any pricing of anything for you to make a quote for us, and this would be a chargeable service. No other company does this, and you did not make it clear to us that you are charging us for this as a service. To be charged, as a service in any way, shape, or form when we reached out to you in 2025. You did not inform us that every time we interact, it would be charged. You claim to have worked in the past before 2025 with Dokibird Production Inc. on things regarding a mock-up created about a year ago, and you wish to get paid for those services provided, and that item isn't in your timesheet and wasn't charged. This raises even more questions on our end because you stated that the mock-up was the work that was being charged for until you added the other items on with no tangible proof, wrapped up as services that weren't communicated that this would cost money or further discussed, signed or approved on. You have also disappeared for 6 months without notifying us in the beginning until 2 different managements gave up talks with you. We also still have yet to receive the time-lapse video, which we requested multiple times, and you have stated you would provide to us. If you do not have the time-lapse video, then please tell us the truth, that you do not have the video. Charge per message? This isn't GFE? Sure. And on top of that, the other little bit of context that Katliente glossed over in her document was the final asking price for that PC, which wasn't 8k USD, wasn't 11k USD, no. It was double the winning bid, more than double the winning bid, at a whopping $14,964.11. That is a dizzyingly absurd markup. And I think given this price tag, once everyone saw this, people started realizing that they've kind of been had, and Dokibird appears to have almost been had. And this artist in quotation marks, didn't really have much of a leg to stand on, because combined with the unprofessional conduct, again, granted, I understand and I agree that there are certainly criticisms to be leveled against Doki and her management team for unprofessional communications. That doesn't excuse the unprofessional conduct by the artist either. Two wrongs don't make a right, in order to quote a cliche. In addition to the unprofessional conduct, you also had this outrageous price. And I think at this point, it is very outwardly malicious what is currently going on between the artist and Katliente. Because, as I covered in the previous stream, who provided Katliente with all of these screenshots? Who approached her with this story? Who gave her this angle? The answer is obvious. With even minimal reflection, it is incredibly obvious that this was an artist, the quote-unquote artist, approaching Katliente with a story. Katliente, who had built a reputation for herself at this point as the advocate for VTubing artists, and artists anywhere, really. All you need to do is approach her with a sub-story and she will do her part. She will advocate on your behalf, and she will make a video documenting your situation. Friend of the community, Katliente. And so, it became quite obvious that the artist must have approached Katliente with the intention of making this. But there was still a little bit of doubt, right? Maybe it was someone else. Maybe it was a friend or representative or whatever. Or that would be a question if it weren't for the fact that, as I covered in the previous stream that I did about this, if you go onto Katliente's video, you go into the pinned comment, that contains a link to the VOD where she originally broke all of this news that happened in around March of 2025. And if you go to that VOD, you open it up, you start playing it from the beginning, and you look in chat, you can see the artist using their professional account to agree with Kat that there is hot tea, quote unquote, that hasn't been spilled yet. Hot tea referring to this current situation. And once you have that, I think it's a pretty open and shut case that what was going on here was an artist taking their dispute to Katliente and attempting to use Katliente's platform, her channel, her content as a multiplier to amplify their grievances against Dokibird. They didn't have a leg to stand on. They didn't have any justification for charging her $14,000 and no proof of any labor, upon which Dokibird's management team probably rightfully said, yeah, sorry, we're not doing that, and walked away with nothing but a bruised ego, and a bruised ego that most likely led to the current situation. And that this entire scenario, this entire situation, however, wasn't just bad for the artist. because by the end of it, everyone and their mother and dog could tell that the artist was trying their hand at something fishy here. In fact, I would be appalled to learn if they'd had any more clients since then with the ridiculous prices they've been charging. But in any case, no, this was bad for Katliente as well, because remember what we discussed earlier on in the stream about the importance of being someone who sticks by your own moral code, especially if you occupy the position of an industry heel in the same way that Katliente does? Remember how out of the 3 morals that she explicitly committed herself to in wake of the lollipop situation, you know, tonal consistency in her content, better research practices, 2 out of those 3 were invalidated by her subsequent actions in subsequent stories she attempted to quote-unquote cover. This story, this abortion of a attempt to document what happened here, this just completely nullified the only moral, the only conviction left that she had. The idea that weaponizing your fan base to deplatform someone is wrong. Yes, she didn't call for Doki's sponsors to drop her, but she is herself she's not just a tool, she is a weapon. She has, through her own negligence, converted her channel, her platform, her audience into a weapon that can be freely wielded by whoever has the mind to do so against a grudge of their choice. And just like that, Katliente no longer has a leg to stand on. She can no longer claim to be in a position of moral superiority when she's passing judgment on these situations that she talks about in her videos, and especially not in this particular case, where she is criticizing Dokibird's conduct. See, there was one specific part of her video, one specific part that betrayed how little Kat seems to understand about the position she exists in as a drama tuber, and that is a clip that starts at around 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 39 seconds. This is also, by the way, a segment that Muujin specifically pointed out in his video as well, because, well, you'll probably see. See, as I pointed out earlier, there are very valid criticisms to level against Dokibird and her management in terms of how they handled communicating with this artist at certain points in time. However, Kat, at this point in her video, ends up giving her own 2 cents about how Dokibird should have handled this situation. The importance of just sucking it up and giving the artist what they ask for, because it's the morally justified thing to do when you fucked up something along the, in your content creation journey. And this is a bit of a long rant where Katliente ends up talking about this, but we're going to quote through the entire thing for thoroughness. It starts by saying, quote, "Just suck it up, man. I'm going to give a personal anecdote, okay? There was one time I filmed a video about a VTuber. The video was edited by my editor." Thank you, that was excellent information. "It was on my YouTube channel as unlisted. Then the VTuber had made a post writing, 'I feel really uncomfortable with people making videos about my situation. News YouTubers, specifically,' which includes me. And I saw that and I was like, oh, okay, not going to post the video. I never told my editor to not post the video. I had the video unlisted, it was not scheduled. Then my editor, because I upload once a day, noticed that I did not have a video scheduled for the day, so my editor uploaded the video without me knowing. Your Honor, it was my editor." But then she continues, "I was asleep. Because we're in different time zones. My editor's in Europe, I'm in the US. My editor uploaded the video. He didn't know that there was a tweet that the VTuber expressed they didn't want people to talk about it. the VTuber was upset because they were upset about the way that that it was titled, whatever. And then, so the editor changed the title, and the VTuber was even more upset. Also, for clarity, English is not my editor's first language, so it came off weird. Probably because it's not his first language. I woke up at like 4 p.m. because I wake up really late and I saw all of this going down. All of this was happening over the course of 6 hours and I had no idea because I was asleep. In case you guys haven't picked up what she's putting down, this is her using the Alicia situation as a flex. But on top of that, the reason why she brought this up was in the context of her shitting on Dokibird. We're talking about how she was on vacation when shit started to go down with the artist, communication started to break down with the artist, and also her saying that the management team, the first management team, second management team, was responsible for the mishandling of things. While she blames her editor for the mishandling of that video that she had complete creative control over. Now, some of you may ask, okay, I get why that's a bad look, but why is that relevant to the argument? An attack on her character, it proves she's a hypocrite, but how is that relevant to her content? To which, again, that's why I bothered going through that lengthy definition of drama content. Because fundamentally, drama content is at least to some degree derived from the character of the creator, the personal character of the creator. You can't get drama content without having at least to some degree aspects of the creator's character imbued into how it is presented. Therefore, criticisms of your character are doubly relevant to your content when you are a drama tuber than they would be for almost any other content niche. For that reason, and especially if you are an industry heel. She then goes on to say, I've now talked to my editor. He will not upload videos. I will only be the one that uploads the videos. He will not post videos without me knowing. It's an honest mistake. It happens, you know. I saw something, I didn't communicate it to my editor. I was like, I'm not going to post it. But regardless, it happened. The video was live now and the VTuber was upset, so I was like, oh shoot, this is really bad. I took the video down immediately. That's not what happened now, was it? First, the video got its title changed to VTuber in Remission, and then it got taken down after 24 hours. But in any case, and I sent the VTuber money as an apology for the screw-up. I did not make the mistake because I was literally asleep. But regardless, the damage was done. It happened. And the editor... Sorry, let me just add in a missing quotation mark there. It happened. And the editor is an extension of me because it was on my channel. So, to fix it, I paid the VTuber. I said, I'm so sorry. I made, no money off the video because it wasn't live for very long. But I gave them, what, I felt would be fair for, the compensation for it, etc. And we called it a day. And after this, she has a bit of a section in the middle where she uses a metaphor to say that, okay, just because one of your employees shits the bed doesn't mean it's still your shit to clean up, right? And then she finishes the entire thing to say, I'm the face of the brand. Even though I didn't do it, the damage was done as a reflection of my brand. That's just what you gotta do. It is what it is. Of course, I never publicly talked about it, because it's not relevant. Honey, it's still not relevant now. But in any case, I'm not trying to virtue signal. I just did it all behind closed doors and call it a day. But the reason I bring it up is because you got to fix your problems, even if you weren't the one that caused it, if it's part of your team. I'm not trying to virtue signal, but look at this thing that I did that Dokiba didn't do in this case, and which qualifies me to comment on Dokiba not doing it in this case. It rings as hollow as it sounds. But in any case, just in case there was any sort of doubt that she was referring to the whole Alicia cancer clickbait thing, in a comment that was posted under the video by Nat Latty N2C, stating, as someone who works in a multi-million-dollar company, you know what we do when something is our fault? We eat the cost. You know what we do when we can't prove it isn't our fault when the client says it is? We eat the cost. The insane reputation loss from this situation is way worse than the price of the PC. I'd argue Doki's reputation would have gone up if she had just paid the artist fairly and apologized to them and the buyer sincerely. Insane fumble. Now, I don't think I need to say why I disagree with this person here, because if Dokibird had ate the cost, so to speak, well, we would have had another scammer running around in this industry with no repercussion. Imagine charging 14k for a 6k max PC. Insane, with no proof of labor, no less. However, to this, Katliente would reply saying, I cited the same thing from a personal experience in the video. There was a video I made about a VTuber with cancer, and just like that, we have confirmation. She is actually trying to use the Alicia X death situation as a flex for herself. And then I saw the VTuber express they didn't want people talking about it. I wanted to respect that. Yeah, you wanted to respect that so much that even in the draft that you made and uploaded, albeit unlisted, you had the title as VTuber with cancer loses channel, or VTuber with cancer gets hacked. That's so much respect there, isn't it? But was being lazy and planned to delete the private video. It wasn't uploaded yet. And when I had time, since sometimes deleting a video takes a while. Now, again, anyone who is a YouTuber, content creator who uses YouTube, has ever touched YouTube Studio, they all know, we all know, it is not nearly as difficult to delete a video as Katliente is attempting to make it sound here. It is less than 3 clicks, and one of them is a confirmation message to make sure you didn't fat finger the other 2. It is really that simple. It takes no time at all. My editor posted the video without me knowing. He noticed I hadn't scheduled a daily video and thought that video was good to post. The VTuber was upset, and he changed the title to sound better. It actually sounded worse because English wasn't his first language, and made the VTuber even more upset. It didn't sound worse because English wasn't his first language. It sounded worse because you insisted on not dropping the clickbait from the title. But in any case, he's human. He makes mistakes like the rest of us. You gotta love the he's only human, right guys? Yeah, Lord Umbra deleting a video on YouTube is a couple of clicks. Exactly. She's making it sound like a labor of Hercules. It's really quite funny. I was asleep the entire time and woke up at 4 p.m. to a shitstorm, and I was super confused as to what was happening. Even though the entire situation wasn't my fault, it's a reflection of the Cat and Chat brand, and I immediately took the video down and paid the VTuber compensation for their troubles for the video being up for 6 hours. I don't know about you, but I think that Katliente's use of the word immediately in that sentence is quite liberal, to say the least. As a brand, things may happen that isn't your fault. It feels unfair to take responsibility for something you didn't 100% cause, but that's how you can be the bigger person and right the wrongs for affected parties. Starting to think this editor is not human and AI. He's a regular human being, just like you and me. But in any case, this was something that was beyond the shadow of a doubt that she was basically just using the Alicia X Death situation and try and take the moral high ground over Doki and her presentation as a way of justifying her presentation of Doki in her video. The problem is, though, sometimes you fuck around so much that you reach the event horizon into the finding out stage. And in this particular case, when she decided to use Alicia X Death as a flex to one of the commenters under her video, that commenter wasn't the only person who ended up seeing Katliente trying to make this flex. Because it turns out Alicia ended up seeing it as well, and she would end up replying to Katliente's comment saying, "Hey, VTuber with cancer that you made the video about here, we aren't okay. You are super messed up for monetizing my illness. You literally said you were too lazy to delete it. You knew it was wrong, and you said deleting a video takes time. It doesn't. It takes 5 seconds, and you can even do it on your phone. Also, when you got backlash, you renamed the video to quote-unquote VTuber in remission, which made people think I beat cancer. That put me through more hell. You are the issue, not your quote-unquote team. Stop blaming other people." And the next day, Alicia would also end up replying, making a quote tweet to Dokibird's response document saying, quote, "Hey, they said, how many hours? I built my first PC with a friend and it took only 4 to 5 hours because we were YouTubing shit, lol. Doki dealing with this sucks, but what sucks also? The person who made the video. Hey Kat, remember me? The person whose cancer you clickbaited for a YouTube video and blamed anyone else you could for that happening? Your drama channel is shit and you take zero accountability. I let it slide and was nice because I was too emotionally exhausted from dealing with the aftermath of your video." Nails emoji. "But you know, personal beef." To which she would then reply in a thread to her own tweet, "But at least you paid me back the ad rev that you made off of my cancer, so thanks for that, you dick." Just in case you missed it, then she links to the original tweet where she was calling out Katliente for doing this. Now, in response to this, some people would start raising hypothetical counterpoints. For example, this user by the name of Complain3x, who I could only assume was, basically dogging on Kat for trying to deflect blame in a comment on her own, right? A comment on her own, the reply to the previous comment that we read through, where she was trying to use Alicia's situation as a flex. Now, Complain3x says it's not her fault because her editor can't speak fluent English, but actually she was too lazy to delete the video, question. And then to this, Alicia says, quote unquote, "Be the bigger person, you absolute fuckhead. You clickbaited my cancer. The internet called you out, so you changed the title to saying I'm in remission, which caused people to think that I beat it. Then, after you got double backlash, you reached out to me blaming your editors. You took zero accountability, gave me the ad rev to the video because you monetized my cancer. You are not a good person. Stop acting like it. Even though the entire situation wasn't my fault, is stupid." You directly say here, quote, "I wanted to respect that, but I was being lazy and planned to delete the video since it takes time," end quote. You can literally delete a video from your mobile device. Stop lying. It's not like I'm not a YouTuber. At Katliente, it's outrageous you knew and still let it go out. And so, by this point in the developing situation, what you had was a rather interesting exchange that started with Katliente launching an opening salvo at Doki, sacrificing a little bit of clout to hopefully inflict a little bit of damage, and before Doki responded, it did seem like it was going to make a little bit of headway, but then Doki fired back, and people started realizing that the account was full of shit, and so we had a situation where Doki Bird's reputation was kind of back on the up and up. And then you had Katliente trying to virtue signal by saying, this is how you be the better person. But at this particular point in time, then she made the mistake of, without her knowledge, invoking a second actor, and all of a sudden, it was a 2-on-1. This is the equivalent of getting a Dark Souls boss down to half health, and then you start seeing a second health bar pop up at the bottom of your screen. And then Alicia just jumped in with the, "Hey cat, remember me?" And at that particular point in time, there was not really any conflict to be had. It was all downhill from there. There was nothing left to do. The funny thing is, because of how egregious this attempt at flexing on Dokibird was, Alicia didn't really have to spend any clout of her own in order to inflict massive damage on Katliente. But in any case, on top of that, Alicia would also end up making a follow-up video on her own channel, posted on May 16th, the next day, outlining the situation between her and Kat, expressing her disappointment both then and now, then because she clickbaited the cancer and monetized it to begin with, but also now that she feels comfortable enough using that as some sort of claim to moral superiority over another creator. And so, basically emphasizing that, again, she is okay with people talking about the cancer, but it wasn't something she wanted to be defined by. And that was why she found it so offensive when a creator like Katliente went in, did somehow do sufficient research to know that she has cancer, but for some reason had enough disregard to use it as clickbait regardless. And this video would be the final straw for Kat, because this would be when Kat actually finally felt enough of a fire under her ass to actually make a formal response. The next day, on May 17th, Katliente would take to Twitter and post the following statement in response to Alicia's criticism. Addressing the cancer clickbait incident with Alicia. Quote, sorry, give me a second. Yeah, miss, I'm big enough they won't make a dent in me. See, the problem with that philosophy towards handling criticism is that creates cockiness, and eventually that cockiness is going to push you to start aiming at a target that is too big for that same rationale to apply. Quote, there was a situation where Alicia was hacked and lost access to their YouTube channel, and I made a video about it titled something like VTuber with cancer was hacked. Don't say something like, as if this was you calling it off the top of your head because that's what other people are saying. No, that was the title. The VTuber had publicly expressed on their Twitter they did not want people to talk about their hacking situation, and I wanted to respect that, and was going to delete the video. At this point, the video was not live, it was sitting as private on my channel. Now, at no point did Alicia ever say that she didn't want people to talk about the fact that they had been hacked. I don't know where Kat pulled that from, and as we'll see later, I don't think Alicia knows either. To go on, I should have deleted the video immediately to avoid miscommunication with my editor, and that's my fault. To avoid miscommunication with your editor? Not because it's, really egregious clickbait? But in any case, however, while I was asleep, my editor posted the video without me knowing. He does not have permission to post videos to my channel, and he never had posted a video prior to this. Well, how lucky for you that this one day he decided to break protocol. And I did not expect that he would do that. He then saw the backlash about the video and changed the title to something about remission. So which was it? Did your editor see the backlash and then change that on his own? Or did you see the backlash and then tell your editor, upon which point they chose to change the title of the video? Because it's not really clear which one of these sequences is the objectively correct one. But in any case, my editor's first language isn't English, so he didn't realize that the words cancer and remission aren't interchangeable and mean two completely different things. Now, again, that creates a whole other problem, because if the editor changed those words because he believed that that was interchangeable, they were interchangeable, sorry, that still means that they were okay with clickbaiting the cancer. They just wanted a different word for it, or a euphemism for it. He's human and makes mistakes like the rest of us. Please do not send hate to him if you know who he is. Regardless, the blame lies with me, as I should have immediately deleted the video off my channel to avoid the possible misinterpretation that the video was good to go live. This entire time, I was asleep. Got a real sleeping beauty over here. Really pricked herself on this particular thimble, didn't she? And I woke up confused to what was happening. I misremembered. I thought I realized something happened at 4 p.m. PT when I woke up, but I realized I actually went live, and my editor told me after my stream something happened, making it around 10 p.m. PT. The moment I realized something was wrong, I deleted the video, I privately apologized to the VTuber, and compensated the VTuber for potential damages that could have occurred for the 12 hours the video was up. Who is this statement aimed at? Because it's very clear that this is not aimed at Alicia. The fact that she states incidents, the clickbait incidents with Alicia at the opening, and then thereafter defaults to saying the VTuber, makes it pretty clear that this is not supposed to be interpreted as an apology. It's not even supposed to be interpreted as a direct response to Alicia, but rather, again, it comes off as damage control aimed at her own audience. You can see the timestamps in the attached photos of the post around the video at the, at 2nd of November at around 11 a.m. PT, and my message same day at around 11 p.m. PT. I didn't want to talk about this publicly because I deemed the situation resolved. Well then, why'd you talk about it publicly to flex on Doki in your latest video? Something's not computing here, because those two things are a little mutually exclusive there. As I didn't want people to talk about their health situation. That didn't really hold you back from specifying, VTuber with cancer in that reply to that comment under your video, now did it? But I felt it needed to be brought up, as there's a narrative going around that I exploited their health for views. Now, that's why you're responding here in this tweet, but that's not why you brought it up in that video about Dokibird. Make no mistake. And I really do hope that the people who are reading through this statement on her Twitter are prescient enough, they're cognizant enough to pick up on that little inconsistency there. But I mean, let's be honest, it's Twitter. Some people are going to miss that, unfortunately, even if it's incredibly obvious to us here. Exploited their health for views. When I was asleep the entire time it was happening. I didn't exploit their health, I was just asleep. Ignore the fact that I made the title for the video before I uploaded it and decided that title was purely fine and dandy, etc, etc. I was going to workshop it later, I promise. No, I was asleep. It was not my fault, I was asleep. It really is crazy how her entire reasoning and rationale boils down to I was honk me the entire time. But in any case, attached to this, below in the same thread, she would also include a few screenshots of the DM conversation between her and Alicia in the aftermath of the controversy, where she would supposedly apologize and then compensate Alicia for this entire thing transpiring. Let's go through the screenshots, shall we? It opens with Katliente on November 2nd saying, "Hi Alicia, I just wanted to apologize for the video posted about you. I initially filmed the video because I was equally as frustrated with you with YouTube taking down both your channels due to the hacker, and was hoping that making coverage could bolster YouTube to put your channels back up. After watching your VOD talking about news channels, I decided I did not want the video to go up anymore as I figured it wouldn't be of use to your case, especially with the situation resolving. To clarify, I actually never put the video up, as it was my editor that uploaded the video and put the title. Uploaded the video and put the title now. Oh, okay, the scope of this editor's wrongdoings is increasing by the word. I apologize if it came off worded badly. English isn't his first language." Again, remember that in the wake of the Lollipop thing, she said, "I am committed to bettering my wording of things. I want to make sure that I come across and express myself correctly." And yet, for some reason, somehow this slipped through the gaps. Crying face. "I didn't even realize it happened until now, as I have a very nocturnal schedule and was quite busy today. I've since deleted the video, and I again apologize for any harm that might have come your way. I truly did not want that video to be posted. Sad face." To which Alicia responds, "Thank you for taking it down. It really sucks being referred to as the cancer VTuber. Wishing your team well. Yeah, today sucked a lot, more because of that video, but it's done what it's done. But what's done is done, sorry. Thanks again for taking it down." To which Katliente responds by saying, "I again really apologize. I feel really bad that I've contributed to furthering that. I have no way to check what revenue from the video was since I deleted the moment I realized what was happening. But do you have a PayPal or something I can send something to as an apology for everything? I do truly feel really bad for all of this happening." Crying face. And then she posted this. Alicia would then respond by saying, "I appreciate that. My PayPal is..." And then she gives her PayPal account, which includes her full name. First, middle, and last. To which Katliente says, "Thent. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Heart with hands." And then Alicia says, "Thank you, got it, you too." Now, this, on its own, pretty commendable, right? If you're going to clickbait somebody's cancer, I think a pretty reasonable way of compensating them for it is to basically reimburse them for whatever ad revenue you get, even if it's only a symbolic gesture to give up whatever monetary gain you otherwise would have derived out of clickbaiting that cancer. Like I said, respectable way of approaching this particular scenario, this particular incident. There is a problem, however. You see that sensor? You see this little squiggle with crayons, like a 10-year-old drew it on a piece of paper. This was not the original way that Katliente censored Alicia's PayPal account and thus name. No, the original way that she ended up censoring it was something more akin to doing this. And I don't think I need to explain to you why censoring by doing this may just leave a little too much to the eye in order to actually count as proper censoring. And the original tweet where this improperly censored screenshot was included was left up for quite a few hours before people started realizing that she had essentially kind of doxed Alicia by not only including her first and last, those were public because Alicia, prior to being a VTuber, was also an esports commentator, but her middle name as well, which was not public information prior to this point. And so people realized there were whispers going around. I assume that Alicia probably sent Katliente a stern message, and then Katliente deleted that prior tweet and uploaded this, but now with better crayon scribblings as censor bars. Now, initially when I saw all of this, my assumption, my judgment on this, my verdict was this has to be malicious. This is so retarded that I could not believe that someone would censor a name that badly and post it assuming that it was okay. I could not comprehend the possibility that this was done unintentionally. But then I went back and I looked at the whole Lollipuff thing. And that was an instance where the sheer stupidity of what was going on ended up pushing me towards extending just the tiniest bit of the benefit of the doubt. Because if she is willing to look at... Hold on, let me just grab the screenshot again. If she is willing to look at this and conclude that this counts as proper censoring and correct cropping of a tweet so as to sufficiently obscure an account name to quote-unquote prevent harassment, then maybe it's not too much of a stretch to assume that she would assume that this would be sufficient censoring in order to protect somebody's name and or identity. Not the first time, but it's no better than the last. And so, with this rather ignominious close, draws the end of the Katliente saga. She is, in many ways, an archetype, a stereotype, and many of the worst qualities that people commonly associate with this content niche. Now, I want to make it very clear. What Katliente's situation does is provide a very convenient case study to really examine the incentives and dynamics that exist beneath the entire drama tubing content genre. And these are aspects of the content genre that I think do deserve to be acknowledged and understandable when criticized. It is unavoidable that in the case of making drama content, you are using, bartering, and attempting to initiate a sort of war via denial over a very concrete resource. Clout, social capital, whatever you'd like to call it. But it's still the same. There are underlying incentives beneath the creation of drama content. Incentives that revolve around the most basic resource you need in order to function as a content creator. Attention. And it is also the case that in the instances where a drama tuber does not have a sufficient source of integrity, of charity, of impartiality, in a word, of fairness to their reporting, if they don't have a good product to offer to their audience, what they end up becoming is essentially a glorified bazooka for any Tom, Dick, and Harry to weaponize as a way of airing out their personal grudges. Something I want to kind of emphasize to any other people who may be thinking of doing content or who do content in this genre is that, like with any other content creator, there are going to be people who view the kind of stuff we do and make as a platform, or not for them, right? Who view us as just a platform, just a glorified megaphone for their own grievances. If only they can word things correctly, if only so they can press our buttons in the correct pattern, the correct sequence in order to provoke our sympathy or our empathy or our response or our greed or whatever it is that happens to push us to make a video or a stream. And that's not going to go away. Incentives exist that will always be a present part of this industry. And as far as online disputes go, I mean, like I pointed out, the artist problem still exists. That's still a thing. So long as VTubing is an entertainment industry that operates via social media, there will always exist an incentive for people to essentially look to borrow, hijack, deceive in order to gain access to the platforms of other creators so that they can amplify their own grievances against another person or another entity. It's always going to happen. And very often, if they're doing so under the guise of victimhood, the amount of pushback is not going to de-incentivize that. The question is then, how do we tackle that issue? How could we potentially disincentivize both careless reporting and the weaponization of it? And the answer is, well, it's a bit of a cop-out, but there is no easy answer. But there is one thing that I've picked up on that I think it sounds easy on paper, but I think requires a bit of commitment to do across a bunch of different actors in this industry, which is a commitment to stigmatizing unprofessional behavior regardless of who's the one perpetuating. If you spot unprofessional behavior from a drama tuber, last thing you want to do is feed into it, right? Identify what subtype they are and criticize them accordingly, because whatever subtype they are will define the things that they use in order to convey a sense of trustworthiness to their audience. And if you want to criticize their coverage of something in a way that is relevant to them, you're going to have to criticize according to the rules of their own moral compasses. But on top of that, how do you disincentivize people from running around and trying to use other people's platforms as a way of amplifying their own grievances, as a way of having these petty squabbles in public for no reason other than because they would like to, well, either petty vindictiveness or because they are, again, waging a war for the resource that is clout, is to stigmatize attempts at doing that. If you have somebody who is going behind the scenes, trying to orchestrate a hit piece on somebody else, spreading lies, rumors, slander, libel, defamation against another creator, they deserve to be condemned. They deserve to be named, to be shamed, to be turned into an example to reinforce the stigma against that kind of behavior. At least that's my opinion on it. That is how I would approach tackling the issue. Because I view stigma as a tool. And so long as it is a tool that is wielded consciously, I think that it can have more benefits than detriments. But again, that is reliant on it being wielded consciously, with an idea as to the possible side effects and a very deliberate direction in mind. There is no point in doing it, after all, if you don't have a definitive outcome that you are aiming for. That's what I try to do with my content. I stigmatize specific things that I take issue with in this industry, in the hopes that should those stigmas become more widespread, a certain bad practice would become less prevalent, because the social cost of doing so would go up to the point where it's no longer worth it. But at the end of the day, this all boils down to the same tired trope that every other drama tuber and their dog and mother keeps harping on about. Professionalism. if there was a culture, a prevalence, a preponderance of professionalism in this industry, we wouldn't have any content. But there isn't. And that's the gift that we hate to give and receive. For quite a few of us. Don't get me wrong. It gives me something to talk about. Very, very often. It makes it so that I don't really have to worry too much about finding topics. But for the sake of the health of this industry, I really do want to push for better standards of professionalism. You know, Katliente was kind of right about how important it is to maintain a degree of professionalism in the way that you go about doing business. She was absolutely on the money about, you know, your content, be your brand being more than just you, the person, but everyone who works with you, who represents you, who does things on your behalf. Your content, your channel, the way you do things, all of that is all part of your personal brand. And as a creator, it is your duty to look after that. Well, thing is, she's right, but she should have tried to apply it to her own practices first. Maybe. And so, by the end of this entire situation, funnily enough, Katliente acts as a kind of cautionary tale. Ironically, in delivering drama badly, she has, in and of herself, given us some pretty good drama. Because, well, her debacle has now been immortalized. Mujin's video, by the way, was posted, like a week ago? It's currently sitting at 1 million views. Her Dokibird video just got just a little bit above 100k. So if this isn't divine retribution, I don't know what is. But she stands, nonetheless, as a bit of a cautionary tale. That if you don't handle drama properly, you end up becoming the drama yourself. And that might not go the way you think it will. But yeah, that's about it. Some nice tea, some good drama, and at the cost of no one but, you know, no one but one of our indolent own, I suppose. Folk Devil, possibly. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think people are saying that Katliente, I don't think people are saying if only we got rid of Katliente, we get rid of all of these problems as well. No. But I do think that people look at Katliente and they quite rightly observe that she embodies a lot of the worst traits that people associate with this content niche. And I think that that's fair enough, right? Because I've said many times before that one of the things that exasperates me about when people just go drama tuber bad is that you do have very valid criticisms of this content niche. There are dynamics, incentives, practices that happen in this content niche that I think are very worth acknowledging and criticizing. But people never really get into that. It's just, you know, drama tuber bad. And again, at a certain point, I understand that, right? Because like I said before, your content, if you're a drama tuber, is inherently tied to your character. So, I mean, the first thing that people are going to criticize is going to be you as a person or as a creator, rather than something you're doing or saying in your content specifically. But if that's where the criticism ends, that's the thing that kind of is a little bit of a pet peeve of mine. Keemstar also does it, that's true. Sauna time, yes. 5 hours, it is sauna time. Mujin video and 1 million. Yeah, one of the things in this stream that I was actually... Well, thank you everybody for tuning in. If you were just tuning in for the sake of, you know, this subject in particular. That about sums up the planned yapping portion. But yeah, everything here is just me freestyling about random stuff throughout the process of putting this stream together, or various different ideas that I bookended throughout. So yeah, if you tuned in for that, the Katliente stuff, then thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching, and I hope you found it to be somewhat entertaining, somewhat informative, ideally both, at least to some degree. And yeah, if you like what you see, like, subscribe, etc., all the YouTube stuff. Invest in this channel now. It may pay dividends in the future. Who knows? But yeah. So yeah, no. One of the things about this stream that I was kind of something that I've been mulling over for a while was the whole typology of drama tubers thing, because how do I say? It never really sat right with me. Like, I understand why, but personally, I didn't like the idea of just referring to all of the different creators in this content niche as just drama tuber, right? Because again, technically, yeah, I mean, when you look at it, it makes sense from the perspective of just like, drama defined as a word, right? Independent of all its connotations and its implications, whatever. But I feel like using one word to describe all of the different content niches and different degrees of specialization, different approaches towards approaching subjects, etc., does such a disservice to looking at the things that make these specific approaches tick. One of the things that I was playing around with is, once you've identified, so obviously, right, once you identify different categories, right, they have to emerge out of something. Different categories, it's the same thing with nature, where niches emerge because organisms evolve to have traits that are beneficial to them in a way that gives them a unique edge to survive in their environment, right? In other words, it is strengths and weaknesses that create specific niches and specific approaches towards those niches. So when I was looking at it through that lens, criminal acts also cannot be described. Yeah, that's true. That's a very valid point. Yeah. So when I started thinking about it that way, what I started thinking about is, what are the strengths and weaknesses in each of these approaches towards drama content, so to speak? Because they are approaches that are distinct enough to the point where they definitely do have some form of different strengths and different weaknesses. But I was thinking about it, and I didn't include this in the planned yapping portion of the stream because I didn't think it was really relevant to the topic we were talking about at that point. But I've been mulling it over for a while now, and I think I've come to what I feel is kind of a satisfactory answer for each. Because if I was to condense if I was to condense down the weaknesses that each particular approach towards making drama content have, and the weaknesses that are probably endemic to each one, or endemic to the creators, or weaknesses that the creators who specialize in that content niche, that specific content approach, might be especially vulnerable to as a result of pursuing that niche, I'd probably summarize it as the following. Where, if you do news content, I think a very prevalent, or a very pertinent, I should say, weakness of that approach towards covering current events or whatever is passivity. And the thing that really hammered that home to me was the whole Bond Life thing, where the problem is, if you are committed to only documenting things as they happen and according to how they are publicly, observably unfolding to your audience in an impartial manner, you kind of have to kneecap yourself a little bit when it comes to developing situations, and also situations where the actors in question, whether they be good or bad, are working to keep their actions under wraps. So far as you can maintain a tight ship, realistically speaking, there is no way that a newstuber would be able to cover your story without being the one to quote-unquote leak or break it. And at that point, it starts going into the territory of, are they instigating their own story? Which, for, let's say, an industry heel might not be a problem, but for a newstuber could become an ethical consideration that their audience might have. when it comes to friendly neighborhood, I think that one of the things that I've observed, funnily enough, ironically enough, I think this is a trait that Rima herself kind of embodies a little bit. I think that the most obvious flaw that this content niche tends to facilitate is idealism. Often the people who qualify as, belonging to this category, they want to assume the best of other people, right? They want to give everyone a chance. They want to hear people out. They want to assume that other people have good intentions and extend the same degree of courtesy to everybody, everybody and anybody. The problem is, occasionally when you run into bad actors that won't reciprocate by extending the same benefit to you, it renders you vulnerable to exploitation. If they know what buttons to press, if they know what flags to raise in order to appear like a limping ship, so to speak, a listing ship, so to speak, then it can become very easy to sway creators who fall into this category into giving them the benefit of the doubt where they don't actually deserve it. Actually, I think relatively recent example of this, Anna Valence, when Rima was doing her stream talking about how shitty the Via Lure article was, and Anna appeared in the Twitch chat and started saying, I'm going to hear me out, I have my side of things to say as well. And Rima assumed that meant that Anna was willing to have a good faith conversation about why the article was written the way that it was. And then Anna just used that as an attempt to try and shill her own stream and funnel people from Rima's into hers. I probably couldn't ask for a better example of that weakness coming in action. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think it's something that needs to be eliminated or like a moral failing or a character flaw on Rima's part, so to speak. But there is a vulnerability that this content niche and that brand identity does sometimes cultivate, or I suppose lean into. And again, it's weird because all of the flaws emerge from things. How do I say this in a way that doesn't sound too pretentious? All of the flaws and all of the weaknesses that each of these content genres have stem from being a side effect of the strengths and the defining traits of these. For example, passivity is a result of having to maintain impartiality, right? You can't have that maintained, degree of impartiality. You can't, refrain from taking sides, and etc., etc. If you are willing to go in, get your hands dirty, and get a story started where you have a strong suspicion bad actors are moving about. At the same time, the thing that defines, content that falls into this category is the whole, being a voice of conscience, right? Wanting to advocate for a vision, a version of the industry that's not just cynicism and business and, deals and transactions, but something a bit more than that, right? Which means giving people which does at times mean giving people the benefit of the doubt, wanting to see the best in people, looking at them beyond things like what they offer, what they provide, what they do, what they produce, etc., 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 and trying to look beyond that. And the thing is, when you develop a tendency to do that, very easily you can sometimes fall into the trap of projecting that instead of observing that, where you go into situations assuming that there is something beyond that, right? And occasionally you run into people who that's not true for. And it's occasions like that where it's like that meme of that little jelly thingy in a box, right? Where it starts to go outside, it gets punched back in, and then it closes it, never to open it again, right? Where it is a weakness that stems from the main defining feature and or strength of the content niche. I think it is, I don't know, speaking from personal experience, part of what makes Rima's content, or what made Rima's content so appealing to me even from the start when I first clicked on... I don't remember which video was the first one I ended up clicking on. If it was the parasocial... I don't remember if it was the parasocial relationships one or fuck, I can't remember. I think it was the parasocial relationships one. But yeah, no, one of the things that made her videos like really appealing, still does, is the underlying feeling that in the way that she does her commentary, you can get that she cares about the industry and the people who are a part of the industry. And that's reassuring, right? Especially when you're looking at content that is drama tubing. Especially because, yeah, how do I say? Part of the reason why I would class myself here as well is because, at least in my mind, right? The main weakness of industry heels is cynicism. Both the risk of falling into it, because eventually, if you get too used to seeing the blood and guts of something, there is a point at which you start to assume and see it as only a collection of blood and guts. And on top of that, there's also the risk that maybe you become so cynical towards something that you become disillusioned with it. You give up. You view the entire behemoth and you conclude that it is simply too large and too powerful for you to ever hope to damage in any way, if it's a problem, or if the if it's like it's like looking at a sheer cliff face where there are no handholds to make progress, to climb upwards, etc, etc, etc. I do think that, again, that is a weakness that stems from a strength, which is the ability, both the ability to observe when people are behaving according to whatever incentives exist in a situation or environment, and also to be willing to identify and call it out, even if it is uncomfortable, taboo, or makes you dislikable to pay attention to. So again, it is a weakness that is inseparable from the defining trait and strength. And personally, as a cynic, I find Rima's content to be reassuring, because she has that, I suppose, maybe it's greener grass syndrome on my part, but she has that sense of idealism about the industry that is very, it acts as a kind of bulwark against blackpilling, because of, even in the cases of some of the more grim topics she's covered. But yeah, didn't help now that we know there's time to see Rima as journalist who would do the bare minimum. I mean, everyone's gonna have gripes, right? That's just what happens. Chairman has an Oshi. I have several. I still haven't locked in the idea of a Kami Oshi just yet. But I do have Oshis. She still has the spark in her eyes. I don't want to put it like that because that sounds condescending. But yeah, no, there's this degree of idealism that Rima's content seems to have, at least in my eyes, that I think it makes it reassuring even when she's talking about grim things. She's so great. That explains the cynicism, Kirno. That explains the cynicism. No Kami Yoshi's even in face. No, that's the problem. It's the opposite. I haven't decided. I can't. I don't know. I hesitate to say I can't. I probably can, but there's just so many creators in phase that I like. But even among the ones that I would refer to as an Oshi, I don't know if Kami Oshi is the correct way of describing the amount of admiration I have, I suppose. Oh, what I want to know, Armchair, is who I'm supposed to hate. Armchair, like the only Chiva I watch alive. I just feel like she gives charity when it makes no sense. That's fair enough, Mizu. That's fair enough. And I do feel like that's where there is a lot of a divide, because, again, I do have a very... I know that I have a very different perspective and philosophy when it comes to VTubing compared to Rima. And there are... One of the things that I've been saying from the start in my content, right? But that's you know... One of the things that I've been saying is that VTubing is not a community, it's an industry. But there is an argument to be made that whether you view VTubing as an industry or a community is... You can view it as a community. And that does seem to be a very prevalent, I suppose, philosophical outlook on this space that a few people have. I think that one of the fundamental philosophical / ideological differences between me and Rima and the way that we approach VTubing is that she seems to view it primarily as a community, whereas I view it as primarily as an industry. And that very much goes on to... It has ripple effects on how we end up approaching issues, our takes on issues, the way that we interact with / approach the subjects, etc, etc, etc. And the thing about Rima's outlook on VTubing as a community, right? I think that goes hand in hand with the kind of content that she makes. How do I say? Oh yeah, no, was it? Who was it at the beginning of the stream? Yeah, no, Mizu, I saw that you were having a bit of a spat with Rima on the Twitters. I'm gonna be honest, my guy. I understand if you have the opinion that Rima's latest video, the Cinder video that she recently released, right? I understand if that's not, if you feel like the balancing in terms of the information was off. I understand if you feel like she omitted some of the questions that are, in my opinion at least, worth asking of the way that they presented the accounts. Again, the biggest hang-up that I have is the fact that they chose to die on the hill of Nanolus is a victim, which in my opinion is a little strange considering how she seemed to be playing along with the whole bartering thing and how she seemed to be okay with cancelling commissions when they're halfway through and then later on giving bogus reasons as to why. But I think that... How do I say? I think you were uncharitable. I think you went too far when you said that... When you took that screenshot of that channel in her Discord where it's like a link to my Cinder live stream and then her message below that where she was saying, I'm not taking in like new information or whatever from this channel, because the screenshot very much made it look like she was saying it because of my live stream, which wasn't the case, right? And also when you said that, hold on, when you said that it was the part of the reason why she was dismissing, part of the alternative perspective she was dismissing came from smaller accounts. I feel like emphasizing the size of the accounts made it sound like she was dismissing the perspectives because of the size of the creators making them, which I don't... That is not her at all. Like, I don't think that is a fair implication to make of Rima or of the way that she does things. There were a lot of videos that were put into that particular channel prior to mine. And at a certain point, when you're doing research for a big project, like a video, like a video essay or whatever, there comes a point where you are still... I'm trying to word this in a way... I want to make sure that people understand. I'm not trying to put... I'm fine to clarify if you want. Yeah, no, feel free to do that, by the way. If you want to, just in chat, in case I got anything wrong in terms of how I interpreted the tweet. But I'm trying to explain this in a way that doesn't put words in Rima's mouth either. When you're making a video, you're still making a product, so to speak. And this is the way that I would phrase it. This is the way I would explain it, which, of course, is going to be more reminiscent of my mindset and my outlook than Rima's. But when you're making a video, you're making a product. And at a certain point when you're making that product, you need to make sure it is coherent, right? One of the things that you need to do in order to make a video essay viable and something that can be absorbed, enjoyed by an audience, is you have to make sure that it is self-contained. And at a certain point, in the interest of making a self-contained video, there comes a point where you simply need to enforce a cutoff for new information that you're willing to take in, and new information that you're willing to adjust your current framing of events and retelling of events off of. Because if you don't enforce that cutoff point, then the scope of either your scope balloons out to the point where it's no longer manageable and or engaging, or the process itself balloons out as well. And when Rima enforced that cutoff point in the channel, I feel like it would have been a much more reasonable assumption that she was simply enforcing that cutoff point because she just needed to get the video out. And I feel like it was to imply that it is because the size of the creators raising the alternative perspectives. I think that was more than a little uncharitable. My tweet was very much left to the facts, so I wasn't trying to make any direct statements outside of what we had. Sorry, what do you mean by left to the facts? As in, okay, so if you mean like, why didn't she include some of the things with Shy Lily and stuff? Okay. And again, this is how do I say this? It is one thing to have the opinion that Rima left certain things out of her video. It is quite another to start guessing as to reasons why that then take it one step further and then guess as to reasons as to why she left certain perspectives out or didn't seem to be very how do I say, receptive to certain perspectives. And the thing is, like I said, I don't think Rima's reason for being less, being more against or less receptive to alternate readings or some of the questions that other people have had about the whole Shy Lily Nanoless part of the whole Cinder drama is because of anything, to do with like creator size or anything like that. But how do I say this? I'm not going to speak for her anyway, but personally, part of the reason why you would think, right, because I do have a very different, looking back at, the stream that I did, right, I do have a pretty, different view on the situation compared to Rima, but I didn't find the video to be any less enjoyable for that fact. And I think that it's a little, how do I say this? I feel like it's a little unfair to expect Rima to have to accommodate certain perspectives on an issue outside of what she organically has come to herself. Not only because it probably wouldn't jive well with her style of making a video. You could probably see, like, generally, if a content creator is like, if they're including something just because they have an obligation to do so, usually you can tell, right? And I feel like if that wasn't a perspective that Rima came to organically on her own, expecting her to include it in the video is a bit unreasonable. But on top of that, even though the video had a presentation of the situation that wasn't what I chose to go with in my assessment of it, I still found it enjoyable because, to me, how do I say? When I look at Rima's videos, I'm not expecting it to be her coming down from on high, passing some sort of objective judgment as to who's in the right and who's in the wrong about something. But I view it as more it's sort of like the Aesop's Fables version of like drama videos or commentary videos, whatever you want to call it, where because she has the outlook on VTubing as a community, first and foremost, there's this kind of didactic quality to her videos where it's like, and this is, yeah, it's sort of, I'm trying to not make it sound like corny, but like, you know, and this is why, and this is why, like, this is something you should be careful of in case, when you're interacting with other VTubers. So this is what the space would become better if more people adopted, or if this was a mindset that more people adopted, or this is something that this is an important lesson to take away from it, in the sense of like how to conduct yourself as a decent person, right? Rather than just, what will or won't profit you, or what will or won't work, or whatever along those lines. With the Cinder video, I was expecting, and I got, a video that was basically using Cinder's situation as a lesson on, what could happen if you take the idea of going into VTubing as a cynical business too far, right? How at a certain point it kind of loops around and consumes itself to the point where all of the benefits that you would have gained through exercising a very cynical approach to the industry turns around and becomes a detriment instead. And I mean, that's basically the angle that she ended up going with, right? Don't throw away all the things that you've managed to build up as a creator just because you still view it as just business, when other people have moved on to viewing it as something more than that. A dream, a friendship, a relationship, or whatever. And I think that that's a lesson that is, it's worth taking out of the situation. Now, it's not the only lesson that I would take out of the situation in my content, but again, I appreciate that seems to be the angle, or at least from the way that I watched the video and my interpretation of what Rima was doing. That is an angle that I can appreciate, even if it's not one that I would have gone with personally as a creator. Yeah, kind of moral of the story type thing, right? And I suppose I never expected that, though. Yeah, no, don't. I didn't mean to imply that you were expecting Rima to, shoehorn in perspectives that she didn't organically see. But if you don't expect that, then I don't really see why you would expect Rima to include those things, I suppose. Because I don't see any... It doesn't enhance the narrative of it. It doesn't make it a more compelling story. It doesn't really fit in with the main lesson of the video. And on top of that... Okay, how do I say this? One thing that I... How do I say this? One thing that I try to do is refrain from condemning people or averting... Sorry. It's difficult to put into words. One thing that I try to do is I try to refrain from condemning people for averting their eyes from something they don't complain about. Now, what I mean by that is, if there is a practice or a thing that, an aspect of something that you enjoy that is in some ways negative or potentially negative, and you don't want to acknowledge it, you don't want to gaze upon it because you want to preserve your ability to enjoy that thing, I understand that. That's perfectly fine. It's only when people start complaining about something and then refusing to do anything about it that I start to get a little annoyed, because that's a personal pet peeve of mine. But if you're not complaining about it, you just want to be left alone to enjoy it, and you act accordingly, I may disagree with that approach, but I try to refrain from just blanket condemning that. Might be better to explain off stream? Yeah, that's fair enough. Right? But actually, this ties in with the personal thing for me. Throughout the time that I started watching Rima's videos, this was about like halfway through last year or thereabouts, there was one video in her catalog that I just wouldn't touch. One video that I just kept avoiding, even though it would keep cropping up in my recommend, I just wouldn't watch, even though I watched like almost every other one that she had uploaded. Does anyone want to take a guess as to which video that one was? I'll give you a clue. It's related to how I got into VTubing to begin with. You mean that Rima gives the benefit of the doubt? Kind of. It's a bit more than just that, but that is a pretty big part of it, I suppose. While I understand this possible perspective, I don't personally agree with Rima's approach, but I suppose it really is just differing ideologies. Yeah. At the end of the day, that's what I put it down to, right? I think there is also an element of, agreeing to disagree. That's something that I don't know. I don't have a problem with it. I don't think Rima has a problem with it, so it's perfectly fine if we have different perspectives on things. It's not the Pippa one. No, it's not Selenge. It's not Rusha. It's not Filian. Was it about feet? It was not. Although, I don't know. If Rima uploaded a video about feet, I probably would have missed that. Although there are people who are now clamoring for her to start showing hers because of 100k. Filian? No ideologies or ideas works in all situations. It's not Celestium. It's not Owozu. It's not Zion. It's not Nina. It's not the industry. I find her videos on the industry, I find them interesting, if only because of how different her perspective is from mine on some things. Yeah, Durin. Correct answer. The Nux versus Vshoujo one. That was the video that I just refused to watch. I put off watching that for as long as humanly possible. And I only watched it when I started doing prep for the first stream I ever did on Vshoujo, talking about how they don't seem to have a handle on how their talents use Twitter. Because I had an inkling that if I were to watch that video, I would not be able to see at least some of the talents in Vshoujo the same way that I did prior. And I was right. Same, actually, yeah. Because what that video did was, what I could previously dismiss as an anomaly as a fan now became a pattern that I just couldn't ignore. Because ignoring it would require me to actively switch off my brain. But yeah, no, for that reason, I can understand if you don't want to consider or consume certain things because it might change the way that you see people you admire. Right? It's like the equivalent to... It's like, I suppose, it's like a child seeing their father cry for the first time, right? Something about that experience just fun, like, you can still have the same relationship you previously did have after that, but something is always going to be a little bit different in how you see him, right? It's like kind of the same thing here. And the problem is when you start looking at, in the Cinder thing, at least for me, when you start looking at some of the... I'll give a very specific example. When Shy Lily said in her response, "I always had a feeling," or something along those lines, like, there is a reason why I would not advise anybody airing out a grievance to say something like that. Because that retroactively, at least to some degree, affirms the latent suspicions that Cinder had, that, at least in Shy Lily's case, that the people around her didn't like her and were moving to undermine her behind the scenes. That gives just a little bit of credence to that, and it makes Shy Lily look like a mean girl, Which, I mean, if you admire her as a creator, I can understand not really wanting to sort of... I can understand kind of wanting to brush that comment off. Even though, personally, I feel like that comment is... It doesn't change everything, but it does... It's a bit of a chink in the armor of that entire narrative around, you know, perfect victimhood, I suppose. Shared armchair. Not really, no, but up until that point, I had no clue what the fuck had gone down between Nux and VShojo, because I had been avoiding that on purpose. I was going out of my way to not read about it and stuff like that. Like, I would see Reddit threads about it, and I just wouldn't engage. But yeah, no. At that point, I kind of had to, out of a need to just, you know, do research on a previous situation where the company didn't stop their talents from doing something stupid over Twitter, and it ended up making everyone worse as a result of it. But yeah. That kind of changed things. I'll never forgive Shailene for what she did to my girl or client. Yeah, no, for me, it's also the added context of how she handled the whole V-card thing. Because, I don't know, it's hard to switch off the pattern recognition sometimes. A what in the armor? Jeez, I know you're Chinese, but you can't go around saying these things. I have a very simple vision for race relations in the future. I would like a future where everyone is proud of their race and secure enough in that pride to not give a shit when the rest of us make fun of them for their race. Like, you know, I don't think I need to list off all of the different stereotypes that you can make jokes out of. But it would be nice if we could all start using all of the slurs again with no harm, you know? There's only so much you can wear out gook and chink before it starts to get a little, you know, tiring. So, like Latinas. Wait, Chairman is not British? Yeah. Crazy, I know. It used to be like that in the 90s. Yeah. Basically the sea countries, yeah. Basically the sea countries. Slurs are fun when no one takes them seriously. Back to the good old days. You gotta spice it up. Shailene was crazy. Yeah. The thing is, though, there were little gaps in Shailili's statements about things that piss her off that do kind of add up to the impression that she is, at least to some degree, kind of vindictive. Which, again, I mean, that's not a problem in and of itself until it starts getting to the point where it starts to affect the brand as well, I suppose. Slurs are fun with friends. Amen. Babies ruin it. Sure. Rice Balkans. C is the Mexico of Asia. We can't have slurs when you have actual open racists these days. No, that's how you drown them out. If everyone is racist, then no one is. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Mercurius. Okay, let's not get too hasty with the out of context quoting. See, with racism unfiltered makes for clever slurs. Yeah. Profescon syndrome mode. Yeah, lacks punch. The thing is, when you stigmatize a swear, or when you stigmatize a slur, you give it power. There is no better way to erode the hurtfulness of a... Hold on, give me a second. Let me switch screens real quick so that I can pull up all the super chats and members that I missed from earlier on the stream. All right, there we go. Yeah, no, there is nothing you can do that erodes the edge from a slur so completely than just using it casually. And the thing is, the more people pearl clutch over certain words, the more powerful they become. It brings me back to that stream that I did with Nosagi about, like, you know, how would we hand out bizarrely strange and unusual punishments to groups of people we dislike. And one of the punishments that I would advocate for giving to people who say that you can't be racist to XYZ race is they are compelled to use slurs from every race except for their own, which fulfills two functions. One, it stops them from being able to virtue signal about race, but two, it also makes it so that they contribute towards the depowering of every slur except for those that apply to them, which I think would be a nice poetic punishment for that kind of brain damage. And DN said lobotomy. Yeah, I remember that one. Alright, hold on. Let me just check through my supers. Some people do that already. Oh, no, I have no doubt. But alright. Yeah, Charlie, thank you for the 5. Name your price. Name's price. We can do that. They're manipulating me. Yeah, it did kind of come across that way, didn't it? It was so shitty. Clan, thank you for the thank you for the super. Sadly, never have the time to watch live, even when I wake up early enough to watch the stream, catch the stream for a part of VOD Gang. There's no shame in that, and I appreciate you giving your time in any case. And I hope you find the VOD to be enjoyable in this case as well. Papal Monarchist Enjoy, I think of the 5. Chairman begs for professionalism, but the Menhera-ness intrinsic to the whole industry will be the death of it yet, or hold it back at least. How do I say this? I'm not entirely convinced that Menhera and professionalism is mutually exclusive. Because yeah, we have plenty of examples of people who do exhibit their Menhera and who essentially as a result of that end up melting down and being unable to preserve a veneer of professionalism. But we have plenty of other cases where we do have people that are quite visibly Menhera, but they don't erode, they don't toss away their own sense of professionalism nearly as easily as you might expect. Right, so I hesitate to just make the blanket judgment. Menhera means you can't have professionalism. Or vice versa, I suppose. Not watching every live, obviously. Yeah, man. True. Charlie, thank you for the 2. She's sleeping with her editor 100%. Look, it's her editor, not her manager. It's her editor, not her manager. Lion, thank you for the super. Went out to drink. I'm wasted and Chevin is still streaming. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I hope this keeps you on the up, on the up. I know that FaZe is the great exception. Yeah. I still don't know how the hell FaZe Connect does it. Because the Menhera is something that I think the talents themselves actually keep an eye on. They don't... Okay, the crucial thing I think that differentiates literally all of the FaZe girls from everyone else that... Well, not everyone else, but a lot of the other people who tend to talk about being Menhera is the FaZe girls never use being Menhera as an excuse for something. Like, if they fuck something up, or if something goes wrong, they don't blame it on their Menhera. They just take it on the chin and go, yep, that was a little bit of a that was a bit of a fuck up, and then they move on towards fixing it. They don't use Menhera as like a combination of branding plus an excuse that exonerates them from accountability for their mistakes. It's just like a thing that they deal with on an everyday basis, which the same cannot be said for all the other people who like to hide behind their mental illness as an excuse for why they are not good at something, or they lash out in a certain way towards other people, or their conduct, or their lack of professionalism, or whatever. I suppose the thing that makes FaZe is the fact that they refuse to be victims. That's one of the things that makes them unique. Not the only thing, but one of them, in my opinion at least. Evo, thank you for the super. Little Tippers, thanks for helping me get through 8 hours of animating Titty. No problem. I'm glad to have helped. Charlie, thank you for the 2. It was my editor. It was my manager. Blah, blah. It's the same thing, right? It's always the same thing. Scarlett McAlora, thank you for the super. Watching Shaman content is definitely worth it. I'm honored to hear so. I'm honored to hear you say so. That reminds me of a question. To what extent does an agency having a group identity matter? I think it matters quite a bit, because otherwise why would you not just be indie? What are you joining, right? Other than a collection of services. In which case, I suppose it depends, right? I guess it depends on your idea of what an agency is. If you view an agency as like a company that has to have a culture, then yeah, I think having a group identity is fairly important. But if you just view agency as a collection of services, then I suppose no, not so much. But in my opinion, I think having a group identity is pretty important. Because at least from what I've seen and heard, when people join a company, they want to be able to join a closed environment where they feel like a part of something and they feel safe. It's very, very difficult to get that if you're just an independent, because you build your friend circle manually by yourself. You don't inherit it. You don't join it. You have to create it. And there are a lot of pitfalls for people trying to do that. Like, just the chances that you will meet 5 creators and quote-unquote befriend them, and not one of them turns out to be some sort of sociopath in this industry. The chances of you being able to do that with 5 random people, whoever the 5 creators you've come across first, reach out to first happen to be, the chances of that happening are honestly fairly slim from what I've seen. Follow-up question, how much of the identity is orchestrated by management? I think the seed of it is orchestrated by management, but everything else has to be organic, I think. Like, management sets a direction, but where that direction goes and how it fleshes out, ultimately, that's got to be up to the talents. If management tries to go in retroactively and adjust, according to what they want, they're probably going to end up destroying company identity and culture. Because it has to be natural, right? It has to come from the talents. Otherwise, it's not going to work. It's going to feel stilted and artificial. Reverend Norse, thank you for the super. Really, I read Shy Lily's post as I gave you a chance despite my personal feelings, but I guess your take is valid as well. Gonna have to look at it all over again to see if it changes things for me. Yeah, the thing that mostly bothered me was her saying, I had a feeling from before, right? And I suppose you could interpret it both ways, right? But again, my interpretation of Shy Lily is very much colored by the previous thing that I covered from her, which was the V-card thing. Some agencies are just a group of VTubers who banded together for mutual support. I don't know if you'd call them agencies though, or just groups. Like, what are some examples that you're thinking of? Because if you're talking, for example, a good example is Version, the VTuber collective, the VTuber quartet, the Australian VTuber quartet that Cleo is a part of, right? Where, yeah, Version is a collective, but I wouldn't call it an agency. They have a group identity, for sure, but I still don't think it's an agency. Videre? Oh, I suppose. I don't know if I would call it an agency, though. Maybe it's just branding, right? Maybe it would be more correct to call them an agency. But they really do just feel like a friend group, right? Like a mutually supportive friend group. Although it's hard to tell how much of that is marketing and how much of that is, an accurate description to the way that they operate. Why do you think there's a lack of coverage on the Kirsche versus Vice thing from people who usually cover news? Because no one wants to touch that. No one wants to deal with the... it's a combination of things from what I've seen. No one wants to deal with being accused of supporting a Nazi or whatever. Not everyone seems to be equally as comfortable with being able to point out why that is a stupid accusation and then, putting in the mental effort to rehashing that over and over, which again, I don't blame people for. That is extremely exhausting and completely superfluous. But Yeah, no, I would assume that's a big part of the reason why. Just because they don't want to deal with the noise. But also, on top of that, Kirsha is not, she is, I don't think she is a perfect victim because she is not a, how do I say? She is unfortunately a creator that has been polarized beyond her control. And for that reason, it is going to be difficult to identify. There are always going to be people who will look at her response to certain, to people who are defaming her, spreading around rumors that she is, a white supremacist, a Nazi, or whatever, right? Or great replacement theory, or whatever. And they're going to view her as being, I feel like there will be a lot of people who might not want to engage because they are both siding it too much in their own heads, right? Where it's, how do I say? In order to talk about the Kirsha thing, you kind of need to be okay with throwing down and essentially not so much going full poll, but at least pointing out why certain people have and how certain people have political brain rot, right? And that's an exhausting thing to do. I don't think people who usually do news content want to have to deal with that. Also, the fact that, how do I say? The people involved in that situation on both sides have an intimidating reputation, even if, in my opinion at least, only one side actually deserves it, right? A lot of people have been trying to pin every single person who's like, every single person who says something, who does something stupid in Kirsha's name. Everyone's trying to pin that on Kirsha when that's not what she stands for. That's not what she allows in her community or chat. Kirsha's community is the actual people who watch her. They're chill, but they have a reputation because why call a creator you dislike a Nazi when you can say that they cater to Nazis, right? And the people who have been engaging in the smear campaign, I mean, I don't think I need to explain why they are a whole bunch of, pains in the ass. But yeah, it's just people wouldn't want to deal with that, I would assume. They would end up defending Kirsha, and she's not the people you would usually defend. I mean, Kirsha is not very fashionable to defend, shall we say. Defending Kirsha definitely has a cost, which is not fair on her or anyone who chooses to defend her. And I say this again as someone who has dissected the article that was smearing her. So again, completely biased opinion, but it's just the way things are. And again, because it comes at a cost, I can't really blame people for choosing not to take it on. Hold on. You see, I'd argue there isn't a lack of coverage. Most people have touched on it. Advice is just boring and irrelevant. I suppose that could be part of it too, yeah. I keep the politics out of my stream and keep that to the Archcast. It's good that you have that. It's good that you have that outlet that is kind of discreet, separate from where you normally do your other content. Reverend Norse, thank you for the super. I've not looked at the V-card thing since V-cards held none of my interests, just went with personal experience. Have worked with people I had feelings about. Some proved those feelings false, some proved them true. Yeah. The only reason I took issue with that, though, is because it made her sound more spiteful, and it retroactively kind of affirmed one of the things that Cinder was brainworming about. Pretty interesting to see Niara from 1 year ago doing the same type of thing. Oh no, absolutely. Niara has not changed. Niara has not changed like a bit. It's still the exact same shtick. which is equally as cringe. Although, there is a part of me that appreciates the morbid humor in the fact that back then, Niara was always going on about, oh, these people are threatening children. How could they threaten children? Ignoring the fact that, you know, lollies are fiction. While now, Niara has become the children can consent guy, which is really funny to me. How the turntables, I suppose. I suppose Niara now finally has a little bit of an understanding as to why those accusations probably shouldn't have been thrown out willy-nilly. It's fine to have feelings about people. It's not fine to publicly tell people you have those feelings because it kind of poisons the well. Yeah, that's kind of the way that I thought about it as well. Very, very ironic, yeah. Politics stuff, I see. I'm a handout. No problem. I appreciate you tuning in for as long as you have. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. The thing is, if you identify correctly, objectively, that Kirsha has been the target of an attempt to deplatform her, the problem is, it is very difficult when you're talking about it to separate it from a discussion of any politics whatsoever, which makes it less appealing to people who just want to tackle the news portion of it and not the politics portion of it. Which again, I can understand that, but it's just a fact. It's just how it works. Defending Kirsha required a massive amount of info to back it up, kind of like falling into the hole. The hole goes back 20 years. Yeah, kind of. It is difficult. Again, part of the reason why I was willing to basically throw down and say the whole great replacement thing, accusation leveled against Kirsha was fucking bullshit, because that's not what she was talking about as well, was because I had already done all of that prior research for the stream that I did about hyperopia last year, where I went through how the Me Too movement evolved and how that might have been shaped at least a little bit by social platforms. Well, not a little bit, but a lot by social platforms, but in various different ways, some of which more nefarious than others. And because I had all of that knowledge already on hand, it's not really a topic that phases me. So I can't really say the same for another creator, though. And I wouldn't expect the same of another creator, though. Reverend, thank you for the super. Fair. You've looked more and deeper at this than I. Let's hope I can deliver on it. Oh, Gator, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Gator Raiders. Hope you had a good stream. I'm currently in the middle of just random yapping and super chat reading. Let me see. Mercurius, thank you for the super. I'm an individual. You can't fool me. I think I read that out already. To be fair, you're also a smaller target. That's true. I have less to lose. I have less to lose reputation-wise. Doesn't really make too much of a difference to me. Whereas someone who's a bit bigger than me, they probably don't want to risk it as much. Especially if their normal content isn't to do with, like... one of the things that I despise about the state of modern political, I say political in quotation marks, discourse, is that people have politicized, like, the most basic things. Like, even just saying how you, like, articulating how you feel without a billion disclaimers in front of it is viewed as political nowadays. Which fucking sucks. Because a lot of my content consists of just verbalizing things in a way that, yeah, might be uncomfortable, but is the sincerest attempt that I have, that I can make at articulating how something works according to how I observe it or how I feel about something. And yet at the same time, like, even something as simple as dismissing aspirations and observing things like concrete realities and incentives is viewed as inherently political, which is that's one of the developments in, like, modern political discourse that I despise. I covered the thing the other day, was curious if you'd want to look at it later. It's not like serious drama between big people, it was generally so funny and insane. Oh, what was the thing? I'm gonna have to go back and watch the full VOD tomorrow. Appreciate it. Yeah, we can't have a normal conversation on the internet anymore. Yeah, have you heard of the term the personal is political? That didn't come from moderate people. Yeah, no, I'm well aware of that, Kiranoth. Don't worry. But yeah, it's really frustrating. Yeah, it's really frustrating. Hold on, Alko, are you still awake? It's been like 2 hours. Witness Void Fox. Hold on, let me see. Oh, and thank you for the 5. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll take 500 for what is the Wayback Machine. Man, imagine trying to exist on the internet nowadays without understanding what, without being able to use archives. That would actually be horrendous. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. You can't play a heal if you don't have a soul. That's a good saying. That's a good saying. Charlie, thank you for the 2. My horsewife, heart emoji, heart eyes. Based. Thank you for the 2. Drama tubers slandered my client. She's a person. Source. Hold on, let me see. J. Robogato, thank you for the super. That one guy, I'm a victim. Oh, wait, I think I read that already. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Of course, you're going to read out a Google Doc. It's tradition. It's tradition at this point. Actually, one thing that I will say, which I've been seeing in more Google Docs nowadays, which I actually feel quite positive about, is now quite a few Google Docs are starting with a section that is just titled, "Why am I taking this public?" Which to me is like brilliant, because that means that it's now, like, you know, it's beginning to become normal practice for people to understand and at least first think about why they are making something public, and consider if they have exhausted all options to resolve things privately. That is a good thing for the future of this industry, because that is on path to a greater degree of professionalism in terms of how people approach conflict resolution. It shows, at the very minimum, that there seems to be a little bit of pushback against the idea of just blasting someone else on social media as your default approach towards resolving conflict. But yeah, now that I am looking through more Google Docs that do have that section saying, like, you know, this is why I'm making it public, I tried to resolve it privately before and didn't work, etc., etc. That's like one of the things that convinces me not to blackpill. The problem is that the reasoning for going public is dumb as hell. Baby steps. The fact that people are acknowledging it in the first place at least means that there's a bit more of a stigma that they are dealing with, which is, in my opinion, a good thing. My big issue lately with Google Docs is the tried and true, we're doing this because X might hurt someone. Okay, yeah, no, that's still as stupid as it always has been, but yeah. I'm hoping that, actually, with the trendiness, I suppose, for want of a better term, that Google Docies have acquired, I'm hoping that it burns people out of patience with that particular medium, so that people by default start being more willing to scrutinize them. Because when Google Docs were not as common, there was more of a pressure for each individual person to take whatever was being said at their word. But now that people are starting to get burnt out on them, now the compassion fatigue has started to kick in. There is less of a knee-jerk emotional response to each Google Doc on average, and more of a slower, colder, analytical approach, which I think is a good thing. But yeah, skepticism is starting to catch on. Aura Ether, expect Niara to be the target of a future lecture. I hope not. Judging the direction that discussion around Niara has gone recently, I shudder to think what that hypothetical future lecture might be about. D Suffers, thank you for the 50 pesos. No history lesson, but a 4-letter word. That's gut. Sure. Alright, let me go through and look at missed gifts. pull it up real quick. The norms are evolving. I think so. I hope so. I'm really hoping that they are. We gotta be careful though, not all Google Docs are gonna get it right, but I think that's fine. Yeah, no, we don't need every Google Doc to be, for want of a better way of putting it, a good one. But I think that, hold on. Sorry, give me a second, just click a few things in Stream Elements. Yeah, I think that so long as we are able to establish a stigma against bad Google Docs and the things that make them bad, I think I will settle for that. I'm pretty sure Twitlonger is dead. Yeah, Twitlonger got replaced by Google Docs. Google Docs is the spiritual successor of Twitlonger. Have you heard of this awesome site called Pastebit? Oh, all right. Hold on. Let me. What? Took us 2 6-hour streams to cover. There's one perfect Google Doc that means when I covered that was ignored by most. Took 6 hours. Holy sh! Took 2 6-hour streams. Holy shit! Which one was that? Was that on Was that on Under the Tea, or was that just between you and Mizu? It's on us. Sounds both good and bad. Yeah. How do you... Hold on. How do you access the... activity? Did they change the Stream Elements website? Hold on. Okay. Surely not, right? UTT side episodes? Ah, okay. I see. Yeah, what the hell? Where'd the activity feed go? Hold on. Let me try and pull this up. I have not left you behind. Okay, there we go. Would you make a Google Doc template? How do I say this? I don't want to. I feel like making a Google Doc template would be a net negative for VTubing. Not because... How do I say? I think giving people a template incentivizes... Well, no, not incentivizes, but facilitates people to be lazy. Like, people will just use the template just because they have a template, and that's less thinking that they need to do about how to articulate something or how they should arrange something in a way that accurately conveys information. For that reason alone, I don't feel like a Google Docs template is a good thing for this industry. Is there a website aggregating VTuber Google Docs that isn't gonna make me want a persona? I don't think so. Why is my activity feed not working? What? All right, hold on. That's odd. Oh, okay, never mind. I think I fixed the problem. Don't make Google Docs. Making a template is just tempting people to use it. Yeah, exactly. That's part of the reason why I don't want to use. I wouldn't want to make a template because, yeah, like you said, people are going to start using it if you make it. Activity feed. Oh, okay, I've got it up. Excellent. All right. You just take a look at all of the memberships that I might have missed. Krish Leo, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to 10 Footstools. I think I read that out already. I think I read out yours as well, Papal Monarchist. I read that one out. I read that one out. Kierno, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes, wherever and whoever you are. I'm glad that your name is so distinctive, Kazu, because I can actually use that to keep track of where I left off in terms of reading supers. Where to, bruv? Hold on, let me take a look. The problem is, yeah. I mean, on its own, I can understand that being used as a kind of blanket rule, right? If they posted it themselves and it's public, then it's fine if we use it, right? Again, I can understand that. But yeah, I think it's how do I say? The reason why I think I feel like more people should be aware of that. Just because being conscious of what you make public is just a good thing in general. So I feel like that's something that gets, how do I say? That's something that gets underemphasized on occasion. The idea that some people post things without being fully cognizant of the fact that they are making it available to an audience. Mercurius, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for the, I think, 3 gifted memberships. Holy. Yuri, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. Hope you enjoy this. Scarling Michael thank you for the... wait, actually, hold on. I think I'm reading out the old ones. Okay, I'm caught up now. Alright, there we go. Alright, there we go. People using AI to write documents because they leave the prompts in it. That's wild. Alright. Okay. I might end stream here. Oh, by the way, for those who didn't see it on Twitter, tomorrow I have a collab with Lord Morlington. He's the guy, if you're a FaZe fan, you'll know who he is. He's made essays in the past, video essays about individual FaZe members. They're a little old, but they are still gold. And I'm going to be collabing with him to play Oshi Push, the FaZe Connect TCG. I still need to arrange. I need to arrange a collab where I play Rift Runners with somebody, with Kara. I think Kara, if you're watching this or you're watching the VOD, I'll get on that at some point over the next few weeks or months if I don't manage to get everything out of the way. But yeah, no, I'm going to be playing Oshi Push with Lord Morlington tomorrow on stream. So if you are interested, if the words FaZe Connect TCG sound like something that you actually like the idea of, I highly recommend checking it out. It's going to be on his channel. I am likely going to get my arse handed to me, but it will be fun. It will be fun. I'm very grateful to Hiro Urbano and Kara Malone for teaching me how to play that game. I miss his old intros with the cops theme. Fair enough. Morlington is cool. Amen. Amen. Oshi Push can be played online. Yeah, if you get Tabletop Simulator, you can play it on there. Is there an online version of Oshi Push? Yeah, Tabletop Simulator. That's what I used to play with Kara Malone when he invited me onto his stream to learn how to play it. Yeah, I'm using Tabletop Sim. Like getting his... I didn't say that. Nice short chance stream, yes. Only a brief 7 hours almost. I think he just did it for a set of videos for the talents, and now that the series is mostly over, he doesn't do them. Yeah, and again, that's fair enough. But I think if you're a new FaZe fan, I recommend going to give those a little bit of a look-see. Yes, short stream. Alright, let me look for somebody who we could raid. Alright. Stream. I'm here, just woke up about 15 minutes ago. Hey, alright. Yeah. I'll need to arrange a stream with you where I get you to teach me Rift Runners. Alright. Do any of you guys have a suggestion for somebody to raid into? I would love some recommendations. Armchair and Clear are the only people who stream for 6 hours like we do. Man, Cleo is a real marathon runner. Yeah, Cleo is an Aussie. She's one of ours. Well, kind of. She's Irish. Amelia? Cleo collab. A man can dream. Pio is live? Alright, hold on. Oh, okay. Alright. I can send you guys off to Pio. Troll ads. People I know have ended. Alright, I'm gonna send you guys along to Pio. Alright, as per usual, behave when you enter a chat. Integrate. Sneak in. Assimilate. And yeah, in any case, thank you for tuning in to this stream. Thank you for showing up. And oh yeah, no. Next week we're going to be going into what did I say again? The metastatic expansion of Brave Group, an agency that has been a bit on the back burner for me for a while, but I think it's a little overdue for a little bit of an examination as to how they have operated in the past, and especially in Japan. So, yeah, if that is a topic that interests you, look forward to that. And I will be seeing you either tomorrow in the Maulington Oshi Push collab, or next week we do a little bit of a deep dive into Brave Group. But in any case, thank you again for tuning in. Hope you found this enjoyable, informative to some degree. And yeah, Otsu Chair.